The Wralda book, Dietz to English, translation by Frya's Bern.
Hey everyone, it's Kat, and I'm here today to do another presentation on my favorite topic, the Wralda book. How this particular presentation came about is that I recently received a message from Frya's Bern. He is native Dutch, and he explained to me that he wasn't happy with the translations out there of the OLB, and that any native Dutch speaker could read the OLB in its original form and should see that the translations were interpretations, not literal translations, and thus being would give the information their own particular biases. So he tasked himself with giving us a literal translation so that we could discern for ourselves what the OLB is conveying to us. He also gives us some really good insights in his intro and his annex of the presentation as to why the translators might be giving their particular spins. This is a long presentation, but I hope you find it as worthwhile as I did to study the whole thing. I will give my 2 cents interspersed where I feel it might help. So let's begin.
Forward. The question everybody will ask is, why another translation? There are already enough of them on the internet. After reading the translations, I had a confusing, unclear story of what was actually written in it. Next I went to read the original. All of a sudden, all pieces of the puzzle fell into place. I had a logical story I already knew. The translations are not word-by-word translations, but interpretations of the translators of what, according to them, is written in the book. That interpretation is based on their own belief systems. Because of that, the translations are unlogical and not accurate. This translation is a word-by-word translation. This makes the reading of it probably more complicated, because it is an old use of language, but clarifies what our ancestors told us. From the translations, one can make a direct link to the original language from which all European languages are derived. Dietz, brackets say Dietz, D-E-A-T-S. All words can be compared with the original words and enables everybody to check my translation. Besides the translation, this book exists of an explanation of what is being said. Why? Because our ancestors have never imagined that by now we call right, brackets straight, curved, and curved right. It needs, therefore, some extra explanation to make people clear what they meant by right, freedom, and Wralda. Right is like water, flat, eagle. In English changed to equal, but the meaning of those two words is not the same. By now everybody believes that they are living on a spinning ball on which the water is curved. All the translators up to now believe or believed that water is curved. With that, the whole message falls into the water, to say it flatly. If you believe that right is curved, then the chance of you understanding how the earth came into being, as is explained in the OLB, is zero. Besides the confusing translation of the message in the book, also knowingly or unknowingly, the translators took care that no one actually knows who the people of the book are. Who are the people who built settlements all over the world and taught the local inhabitants how to live in right, brackets peace, and freedom. Just like in all propaganda on TV, in movies and on the internet, it is everybody except the ones who brought right and freedom all over the world. The ancestors of the people living in South and East Netherlands, Belgium and Germany. According to the translators, the colonists who came to occupy North and West Netherlands in the 13th century are the people of the OLB. I decided it is about time to not only translate the message of the OLB correctly, but also to make clear who these people were. Honour to the ones to whom the honour belongs to. It is high time that we set history right and stop calling peaceful people warmongers and the warmongers peaceful people. Right is right and curved is curved. Let us stop calling right curved and curved right. Happy reading. Alex Frya's Bern.
Introduction. The Orlinda book is the book of our history, written by our ancestors. The book is written in Dietz, our language. I assume that most people who read this book have already heard about the OLB. Therefore, first of all, let us dispel the myth of the Frisians. According to the Frisians, Friesen means to freeze, and de vries means frost. This is their book, written in their language, in Friesland, about their culture. None of this is true. The Fries language, like Dutch, English, and German, have developed from Dietz. The Friesen came, according to the stories, to the Netherlands in the 13th century. However, only at the end of the 16th century, a part of the area called Gelderland was renamed into Friesland. Subsequently, it became Friesland. No one knows where they came from and who they are, so the name changed only in the 16th century. It was not called Friesland before the 16th century. Before the 13th century, North, Middle, and West Netherlands did not exist because it was underwater. Old Frisian is not the language of the Frisian, but another name for Dietz, the language of the entire white folk, Frya's folk. So the culture in the book is also not a Frisian culture, but the culture of Frya's folk. The Overdelinde family is not a Frisian, or correctly translated frozen, family, but comes from an area now called Germany. So Alex makes some very important points here. One, the area that the translators would have you believe is Frya's land in the OLB didn't exist because it was underwater. Two, Frya's folk didn't speak Frisian, but spoke Dietz, or else known as Old Frisian. That would be the Dietz. And three, the family spoken of in the OLB, the Overdelindas, actually lived in Germany, not in the Netherlands. The Frozen, which are not the Fryans, usurping our land and our history. Frizzy and Fryas. Two terms are intertwined, caused by Tacitus, who writes about a tribe called Frizzy in Flanders, Belgium, in his book Germania. The translators of the OLB have equated the tribe Frizzy with the Fryas folk. Fryas is the entire white folk, also called Germanen, Germanics. Germanen is a Dietz term for brothers and sisters. It is not a tribal name, but indicates that all Fryas, white folk, are brothers and sisters. Germanen equals siblings. According to the Frozen translators, the entire white folk are Frisian, Frosties, those from Friesland, that is. The Frisi of Tacitus lived in Flanders and northwest France. Whether those people actually called themselves Frisi or that Tacitus, or whoever wrote that book, made that up himself, who knows? What is certain is that the modern Frosties took the language and history of that group of people in Flanders and appropriated it. That history has become the history of Friesland and the Netherlands. The book Germania of Tacitus has been discovered only a few hundred years ago, which means that it was written only then. Tacitus has divided the whole white folk into tribes. According to that book, there is a tribe called Germanics. Further on, the writer has put labels on all other whites as being tribes. Tribal names are family names. Family names are from a recent origin when tax was introduced and people had to be identified in order to steal their money. There were no tribal names in the OLB. Groups of people got a name based on their behavior, who they followed, or where they lived. There is still a discussion going on where the name Frizzy comes from and what it means. Frizzy does not mean anything because frizzy is not a word. Frizzy are two words who are melted together and have become a tribe by Tacitus. In Dietz, Fry-Z, the Y becomes an I. Fry-Z, in English, freebie, or in correct English, be free. It is not a tribal name, but a state of being. Be free. By the time they wrote that book, Dietz had already been modernized, and they could get away with this. The book of Tacitus is also only being read since a few hundred years ago, and is being presented as being written a few thousand years ago. Fairy tales, fairy tales, fairy tales. The whole history given to us is a fairy tale. So Germanen is not a tribal name, but actually means brothers and sisters. Tacitus broke the Fryans into tribes, whereas before they were considered one people. Fryans, the white race. German also means original, and when you germinate something, it comes into existence. So you could say that Tacitus believed the origin of the white race was in the exact area where Frya's land was, the originals. We will see that this land wasn't just a land underwater in northwest Netherlands, but actually covered all of northwest Europe. And the modern Frosties, as Alex calls them, who were not originally from the Netherlands, but showed up in the 13th century, usurped the language and the history of the Fryans. But notice the translators make no mention of this. In addition, I was curious about what else Tacitus had to say in his book Germania, so I got a hold of a copy. Reading through, I saw that he mixed truth with lies. He does say that they are a distinct tribe, not mixed with other races, but then he goes on to disparage the Germans, saying that they are lazy, that they lie buried in sloth, that their children are naked and filthy, and that they dig out subterranean caves and pile on them great heaps of dung as a shelter from winter, and that Mercury is the deity whom they chiefly worship, and on certain days they deem it right to sacrifice to him, even with human victims. We know who sacrifices human victims to gods. That would be the ones who worship the golden bull. And that would be the Magi, not the Fryans. The Germans are the most industrious people in the earth, and to call them slothy and lazy is a complete lie that anyone can see. So why should we believe anything that Tacitus says? Before we leave Tacitus, I must add that when he talks of the youth, he said, they have fights where the loser goes into voluntary slavery. Though the younger and stronger, he suffers himself to be bound and sold. When you read the OLB, you know that the thing the Phryans cherish most of all is their freedom. It is in their name. Frya means free, so we can see how ludicrous Tacitus's writings were. The OLB is not about that so-called tribe in Flanders, Belgium. The OLB is about Frya's land, Greater Europe. Vlieland is not Flanders or Vlieland in Friesland, but the land around the North Sea. The Vlie, of which the northern part is called the Vlie Lake. Vlieland is Belgium, north of France, the Netherlands that was above sea level, Germany, and what was left of Aldland. The North Sea in the north was called the Vlie Lake because there was no sea but a lake enclosed by land. Very likely Doggerland was still above water and formed the north partition of the lake. Reading Alwyn J. Raubenheimer's book, Chronicles of Pre-Celtic Europe, I did believe he made a good case of Aldland being where the Faroe Islands are today, just north of Scotland. But I do think that the Doggerlands make much more sense. The area is now on average 50 to 60 feet deep, 15 to 18 meters, not deep at all as far as oceans and seas are concerned. And we know that the northwest part of the Netherlands was underwater and didn't dry out until around the year 1300 AD. Doggerland was an area of land in northern Europe, now submerged beneath the southern North Sea. This region was repeatedly exposed at various times during the Pleistocene epoch due to the lowering of sea levels during glacial periods. However, the term Doggerland is generally specifically used for this region during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. During the early Holocene following the glacial retreat at the end of the last glacial period, the exposed land area of Doggerland stretched across the region between what is now the east coast of Great Britain, the Netherlands, the western coast of Germany, and the Danish peninsula of Jutland. Between 10,000 and 7,000 years ago, Doggerland was inundated by rising sea levels, disintegrating initially into a series of low-lying islands before submerging completely. The impact of the tsunami generated by the Strega underwater landslide circa 8,200 years ago on Doggerland is controversial. The flooded land is known as the Dogger Littoral. Doggerland was named after the Dogger Bank, which in turn was named after 17th century Dutch fishing boats called doggers, which formed a highland region that became submerged later than the rest of Doggerland. And also, if you look at the word Doggerland, switch the letters around and you have Gotterland, right? So I think of good land, it's a good land, and also God land, like Wralda's land, hidden in the name Doggerland. Here's a good map that I found on the wiki that shows what the land used to look like before the Great Disaster. Notice that the Faroe Islands are just outside of the disaster zone, and so would only have been minimally affected by the Strega slide. So Raubenheimer could be off the mark here. The OLB. The book was written by the Over-de-Linde Lindewards family and the Grevetmen of Vlieland. There were no Frizzy tribe of Tacitus, they were Fryas. The book came into the hands of a group of people who started calling themselves Frisians and started working on it. First, they shortened the book considerably. Lots of pages were torn out. All references to the original area it was written about were removed. Then they transcribed what remained with very clumsy mistakes. Then they wrote the page numbers. Obviously, these were not made by the original writers, who wrote according to the Joel. The numbers are modern figures added by the Frisians after they had removed the pages, which would probably have given too much information. Subsequently, more pages were removed. These are the pages that already had a page number on them. Then they grabbed 2 pages from the end that they put in front. Those have no page numbers and are meant to confuse the timeline completely. We have a letter written at least 800 years after the last book entry, quite a time to pass on the book without ever writing. The next one is of 1256, 450 years later. The book was hidden, and then someone found it and wrote a letter after he rescued the book from the flood. What flood in 1256? The Netherlands was drying up and is slowly being fully built. Then suddenly it is found in the 18th century. That is another 500 years later. Sure. The years were supposed to suggest when Aldlon perished. That someone in 1256 would still know when that was is completely nonsensical because the year 0 was moved in time. Those letters are obviously from much earlier dates. So the Frosties are the same people who call themselves the Frisians. But what is another name for them? These are the same characters who manipulated humanity through lies and deceit as far back as in the OLB. The Findas, yes, but in particular they are called the Magi. Frosties equal Frisians equal Findas equal Magi. Why all this nonsense? The book was used to occupy Frisian land in the 13th century, which is the north and west coast of the Netherlands. There, all the place names and water names are named after the names in the book. This way, they can make the whole history of Frya's folk their own. 100 AD, right? Meanwhile, 100 AD was actually all underwater. That's what these maps are showing right here. That the one on the left is incorrect. First, everything that took place in Germany was moved to Belgium. After all, North and West Netherlands did not yet exist. This was done with the help of the book of Tacitus, which was probably considerably modified, if there ever was an original. Someone typed it, didn't they? How much of what is in that book corresponds to reality? Who knows? In any case, that book brought the word frizzy into the world and took the word Frya out of the world. Then, in 1278, the whole thing was moved to the Netherlands, including the actual history of Flanders up to that time. We now have a whole fatherland history that had been nicked from beginning to end from the people in the OLB and the Belgians. The Netherlands did not exist before the year 1000. In the year 300, the sea level goes down and land comes up. Until the year 1000, it is completely impossible to build anything there. The land has to dry first. Only the east and southeast was inhabited until that time, with a village here and there. As the land became dry, there was construction in the Netherlands. Friesland, till the end of the 16th century, called Gelderland, has only existed since the 13th century. Right around the time the OLB has the so-called last edition, the year 1256. What a coincidence. Fleeland in the OLB is Central Western Europe. With the help of the OLB, the west coast and north coast of the Netherlands was set up accordingly, and the cities named with the modern versions of the names used in the OLB. Fleeland is completely replicated in Zeeland, North and South Holland, Friesland, and Groningen, provinces in West and North Netherlands. Yes, Madurodam, miniature city, tourist attraction in the Netherlands, you might say. The Friesen have based their whole history on the OLB. All their so-called ancestors are the names from the OLB. All our other books have disappeared, so the book that was finally given to us was heavily battered, censored, and changed. Hence, I recommend to everyone to read the book by Anima Dietz on archive.org to get a better understanding of what our ancestors were telling us. So I'll leave a link for that. How the earth was created, who and what Wralda is in AD's book called Father Tide, what DNA called SWAS actually is and contains called mode in the OLB, and what the danger of thoughts is. The book Germanische Selle Weisheit for Life on Erda in Pax and Liberteit, Anima Dietz 2020, English version. A few pages of that book are in Annex 1. And forgive me if I butcher that, okay? I do the best I can. Who usurps everything Fryan? The Magi do. And who do the Magi hate most of all? The Germans, because the Germans scared the living daylights out of them. The Germans almost got their freedom back. So today, the Magi do everything they can to remove the Germans from history, even by removing them from the OLB. Tacitus's book Germania brought the word frizzle into the world and took the word Frya out of the world. There are many experts who claim that the whole book is a hoax, but that being a hoax is all based on that it cannot be set in Friesland. That is right, it is not about Friesland, about their culture, and it is not written in the Fries language. The book has been made into a hoax by the Friesen, including the translations that ensure no one understands what the book is really about. If the purpose of the book was to tell lies, then my question is, why is the book not translated correctly? Why all these fake translations that deliver a sterilized, politically correct version, or better said, religiously correct version of that book? Then why not write a sterilized, religiously correct book to begin with? If you want people to believe the lies in a book, you have to translate those lies accurately, otherwise you miss your goal by miles. All the criticisms of the book I've read so far are all based on the translations. Apparently, no one has yet come up with the idea of just reading the original, which is possible for any Dutch person. There is no criticism or evidence that the core message of the book is not true. Why would it? In the translations, it disappears completely. Furthermore, there is criticism based on the history books going around. By now, everyone should know that those have been lied together from A to Z, including the timeline, and Germania is a really good example of that. All the history books we have were written after the year 1000, so it is nonsensical to claim that what is in the book does not match the history books. We have no history books before that time at all. They were all fantasized together hundreds or thousands of years after the date. How much of the book was changed is not clear. There are things that do not match, but since it is clear that the book has been tampered with, we do not know what exactly was in the original. What matters most is the core message and the ways in which we have strayed so completely. The wisdom in the book on how to live in peace, right, and freedom is negated by the translators who claim that our ancestors did exactly what they condemned in others. living in a fantasy world. Apparently, the translators themselves had no idea what the book was about, and luckily left the most important parts in it. We have no idea if the dates given are correct or that they have been changed later by the translators. It is possible that also in the stories there was tampering, who knows. The book had to serve a certain goal, so the latest transcription and the translations are adjusted to that. The wisdom in the book is on how to live in peace, right, and freedom. Geography. Frya's land includes the Scandinavian countries in the north, to the British Isles in the west, to the Mediterranean Sea in the south, and Eastern Europe in the east. Greater Europe, you might say. There is no map in the book. Perhaps there was one, but it was torn out because it does not fit with Friesland. We are talking about seafarers who traveled around the world. It would be strange if they didn't make maps. So I just made maps myself based on the descriptions in the book and the bit about our cities and Bergton, citadels, forts, that remained. We have a map of Flanders that was made by Joel van de Mille as a result of excavations and the descriptions given by the ancient historians. I modified that map because he assumed that everything took place in Frisia, Frizzy, land, Flanders. Only the actual Bergton I left on the map. The map comes from the website noviomagus.info, an extensive website about the stolen history of the Netherlands. Frya's land is blue, white race. Finda's land is pink, yellow, brown race. And Lyda's land is yellow, the black race. So you can see that Frya's land contained Finland and parts of Russia, as well as many Eastern European countries, all the way down to Greece in the south. These were the borderlands that were infiltrated by Findans and the Magi. This map shows where Aldland most likely was located before it sank in what today is known as the Doggerland. On this map, you can see that Germany was actually the Saxon land, which were the people who used the sax, an axe to cut down trees, and whereas Twiskland was actually in Poland. This makes sense because Germans are Fryans, and German is a modern dialect originating from Dietz, whereas Polish is not a Germanic language, and the people have a separate DNA. The translators wanted us to believe that Germany was Twiskland, but this is false. So here Alex shows us where the translators say the OLB takes place, in the small area in the Netherlands shown in the small circle on the left, and where it actually takes place, which is a much bigger area that encompasses Germany, Belgium, and the north of France. We can see from Alex's map that the Bergs were not only in the Netherlands, but in northern France, Belgium, and Germany. We also see how big Aldland really was and how the Fryans would have escaped to the surrounding areas, all of which they inhabit today. Flanders, northwest France. Dietz. I am not an expert in Dietz. No one is. We only have the dialects in the Netherlands and the languages constructed from Dietz. There is no dictionary of Dietz from before the Latinization and Dutchification. The meaning of words can be searched in Dutch, English, German, and the dialects from southern eastern Netherlands and the Old Fries, the modernized Dietz that was spoken in Belgium. The book is quite easy to read for dialect speakers. It reads like a Southern Dutch dialect. Unfortunately, all of our dialects have been modernized over time, so here and there is a word that is foreign to me, marked in the text. You'll see it highlighted in yellow. The words that are unfamiliar to me I have derived from similar sounding words and translated them that way. Perhaps there are those who have the original word still in their language or dialect and can improve the translation. It is not a definitive translation, but the best I have to offer at this time. The most important thing to keep in mind when reading the book is that the book is about freedom and right. It describes exactly how to live in freedom and right, peace. All the stories added are to warn us in what ways we lost our freedom and right, and not to repeat history. Frya means free one, not being a slave of another person and not being a slave of your own thoughts. By those thoughts are meant lies, fantasies, beliefs, superstitions, religion. At the moment you transfer your authority to others or let your life be guided by your thoughts, you become a slave either of another or of your thoughts. So you are no longer free if there is a government giving your self governance away to other people, or if you follow a religion or other belief, giving your self governance away to your own fantasies, then you are a slave. Right means honest, righteous. The word right is about doing right, not about having rights. Doing right means not harming others, treating everybody equally, and above all, being honest and righteous. In other words, living in peace with one another. I agree 100% on this quote by Alex. Frya means free one, not being a slave of another person and not being a slave of your own thoughts. By those thoughts are meant lies, fantasies, beliefs, superstitions, religion. At the moment you transfer your authority to others or let your life be guided by your thoughts, you become a slave, either of another or of your own thoughts. Do you understand what he means by this? Stop living in a fantasy world brought to you by the Maggie, where Jesus is going to come down and save you. We need to get real. Look to nature for guidance. So many people can't break their programming and get real. I get these comments on my videos like, you better repent. What blasphemy. Get right with God or you will go to hell for eternity. I feel sorry for those people because they are being guided by their thoughts, living in a fantasy world. That's why I recommend Thomas Paine's The Age of Reason as well to get a person grounded. And I'll leave a link for Thomas Paine's book in case you guys haven't read that yet. Dietz is the original language of Frya, not Frisian. Why didn't the translators mention this?
List of words. In the translation I left as much as possible the old words that may not be so common in English but still appear in a dictionary, so that not too much is changed of the original text. If you change the text, you change the meaning, culture and way of speaking. I tried to leave it as much as possible in the original state. For the English translation, unfortunately, although a lot of words can still be found in the English, they have changed their meaning. For instance, skin, brackets, Dutch, schin, S-C-H-I-J-N, brackets English, shine. Shine, however, has lost part of its original meaning. In Dutch, it is as in sunshine, but also pretend or appearance. I had to use pretend or appearance in the latter meanings. In Dietz, Dutch, we have a lot of words that have several meanings. In English, these words have been split up in different words. Therefore, it is difficult to keep the same translation for a word in all circumstances. I have, as much as possible, used the same word and added between brackets an English word more suitable in meaning. For instance, luckig, I wrote lucky, brackets happy. In Dietz, brackets luck, luckig. Dutch, brackets geluch, gelukkig. German, brackets gluck, glucklich. English, luck, brackets fortune, happy. The English is obviously more altered than the Dutch and German languages, which have stayed very close to dietz. I changed all OD words into OOD, so we have consistency in the words that belong together. They are all conforming with good, brackets God, food, brackets fod, blood, brackets blood. So modder, brackets mother, is written mudder. If sometimes the sentence sounds weird, that is not my faulty translation, but our writers wrote in a very creative way with lots of sayings and proverbs. So just put your creative hat on while reading the book. When in doubt, go to the Dutch translation, where you can compare more easily the translation and use translation software to get the meaning in English. Also in dietz, Dutch, German, the words are in a different order than in English. If possible, I used the word order from dietz. Sometimes I had no choice but to arrange the words in the English way, otherwise it made no sense. Then you will have to search for the words in the original sentence. Some of the words used and their meaning: dietz, thefts, thjoths, say dietz. This is what dietz means: folk, language, folk, wijsheid, wijs, making it understandable for the folk, thus educating, also making wijs. Dietz equals Germaans. Make something dietz to someone equals making something wijs to someone, making something clear to someone, to make sense, present in such a way that the diet, brackets the folk, it understands and comprehends. To make diet equals to make wijs. Gediet equals the folk. What is folk then? A folk is all inhabitants. Population, brackets number of inhabitants, is in dietz. Seelental equals seelen, tal, brackets number of seelen. A folk, gediet, is therefore all seelen. Seal equals anima, brackets d. Page 137, Germaans, Seelwijsheid, Anima Dietz, 2020 English version. So wijsheid equals wisdom and wijs equals wise. Germanen means siblings, brothers and sisters of Frya's folk. Brackets AD writes Germanen, OLB writes Frya's.
Notice dietz, thoughts for dietz. The word thoughts reminds me of the English word thoughts, which would make sense because the spoken language is used to share our thoughts.
Frya, the moeder, brackets mother, of the white race. Frya means free ones, free people, people who are not a slave of another nor of their thoughts. Wralda, brackets God, English good, the living magnet in the centre of the earth. The tide generator, also Wralda, equals over, oldest. Wral equals everywhere. Wralda, world, the world. Folk moeder, brackets folk mother. Honour moeder, brackets honour mother, or folk moeder called, the mother for the whole of Frya's folk. Famna, virgins with the best and most pure Sele verbint, Sele connection. To the Sele equals Sele tide of Wralda. Burgfam, every state ward has a fam. brackets Burgfarm, who serves as a mooder for the state, the ward. Right. Right means be righteous, honest, not to have or receive rights as in right, which equals having or receiving permission from somebody who has given himself the right to give other people permission or not. E equals water and eagle, brackets Old English word. Flat, equal, right, even, smooth, comes back in e-speaking, e-like, eland, brackets island. E-like, like water, eagle like, eagerly. Ewa, eternal, brackets German, e-vigor, laws. The laws, brackets Pligton, that have been imprinted in the mood, brackets DNA, of all of us and conscience, knowing, brackets science of, what is right and unright. Frya's text of the councils given by Frya. Setma, laws which are voted on by the whole of the community. Doma, what to do when an Iwa or Setma is being violated. Tide, magnetic frequency. Jol, tide wheel. Ood, brackets odd. Centripetal, creative, tide. The ood takes care that at the meeting of an egg cell and a sperm cell, an embryo is being formed. Ood is also in blood. Mood, brackets mod, the seat of the Seelie, brackets soul, also bosom, now called DNA, brackets under false make-believe of matters, or SWAS, SWAS, in the book Seelie Why See It of Animal Dates. Mood is also mood, as in have mood, courage, resides in the mood. Without access to your mood, you also have no mood, courage. In the text, courage added for the later definition. E-mood, E-mod, conscience, brackets con science, the science of what is right and unright, brackets wrong. Without access to your mood, you have no e-mood. Mooder, brackets modder in English, mother. See above, Frya, our mooder, and folks mooders, honour mooders. Cruder, brackets crawder, turning tide, ood, field. Foodic, brackets fodic, sort of lamp that is being fed, brackets food, with tide, brackets ood, possibly of amber. Fooder, brackets fodder, later in the text, fedder. Feeder, fooder is also father. Wralda is the all fooder, brackets all fodder. English all feeder, which equals all father, all fedder, all fadder. Wralda foods, feeds everything and everybody with ood, tide. Good, brackets God, Wralda, also good, as in be or do good, also good as in goods, wares. Frood, brackets fraud, with common sense, sensible, also fathom, used in the text for this meaning. Seelie, say Seelie, soul, the ood, tide that connects us to Wralda. Seelichness, brackets seeliched, soulishness, also saliched, In English, salvation. However, these words mean the same thing. Soulishness, having a soul-based life, life in right and freedom, not being rescued or whatever they changed salvation into. Breath, brackets, Adama. The Sealy tide is being blown in. The mood, Swaz. DNA is being activated, and you have access to all the wisdom and E-mood in the mood.
Notice the ood, or the odd, is in all of the most important words of Wralda's creation, and that the odd is what gave life to the three mooders. Also, the study of bird eggs is called woolology.
Frana, a collection word, means pure plus rin, clean, clear, plus holy. Holy, one, and a matter that demonstrates a godly, literally as gods, goods, fruits, pure, virtuous, upright, E-mood, conscience. Two, with righteousness, solemn fidelity, with righteous awe. Three, in all sincerity and fidelity. From, in English now called pious, however the old meaning is righteous. I used righteous in the translation. Customs, plega, plegum, behaviour, way of life. Plega is also used in the meaning of committing, doing. Clear seeing, to see reality clearly, bright, without it being polluted by fantasies. Prisons, the thoughts in your filter, see Book of Anima Deets, which enslave you to a certain behaviour, fantasies, beliefs, and religion. Bastard, a child from parents of different races. Half-brothers and sisters, the children of Finda, to find, and Lida, to suffer. Drochten, drochne, vision, dream, image, ghost appearance, deceitful appearance. Grevet or greva, greys, grey, old, above 50 years, wise men. Heerman or duke, army. Heer, leader. King, army, top leader, general. Wit king, also called sea king or water king, the top leader, general of the fleet. Forst, forsta, first, firsts, first ones, translated as principle, principles. Scalp, one, fellow. Two, thinker, someone who believes that he is more intelligent than others. Nowadays called rabbis. The rabbis claim that Yahweh is not very intelligent, and when there is a problem, Yahweh calls the rabbis to his aid to solve it for him. Priest, thinker, also spirituals, brains. As explained above, the scalps, priests, do the thinking. According to the Jews of today, the Jews are the priest class and have to do all the thinking because all the non-Jews are too stupid. With that goes the propaganda that Jews supposedly have the highest IQ of all people, and that is why they occupy all the top positions in the world. The rest is just too dumb. State, also community. A centre with a burg and houses for the people working on the burg. Around it a moat or a wall. Around that are the villages. Rin or run, streams. Streaming river, canal with fresh water. Rhine, collection term for large rivers that all stream to or from the river called Rhine today. Near Crecalands, Italy. Far Crecalands, Greece. Twisklands, East Middle Europe. Saxony marks Germany outside Flyland, Austria and the rest of France. Schoonland, beautiful land, Scandinavia. Aldland. Aldland is a reference to the old land that perished during the Great Flood several thousand years ago. There is an Aldland of the Fryas, where Frya was born, in the North Sea. There is an Aldland of the Findas, somewhere in Asia, that perished. Perhaps what is now called Lemuria. No Aldland of the Lydas is mentioned in the OLB. This may be the land between Africa and South America called Atlantis. Inca goes looking for Aldland. This is probably Aldland of Lyda. I suspect that he came out in America and settled where eventually the Inca people lived, the Inca followers. Those consisted in parts of Finns and Magyars, which are Findas, now called Native Americans. Stavern was changed to Stavra, Stavoren in the course of the text. I have kept Stavern retained, which is still the name of the place.
Note that the confusion with where Atlantis could be, which is just the Latin name for old land, is because everyone assumes there's only one place. But if each race had their own old land, then we could be looking for three, as Alex points out. Frya's old land would be in the north. The Doggerlands would actually make the most logical sense, since it was previously land above water that sunk. There is factual proof of this. Finda's old land has been suggested to be in several places, including in the Pacific Ocean, where the remnants would be the island chain of Hawaii, called Mu, or in the Indian Ocean, called Lemuria, where Madame Blavatsky suggests, to the Himalayas, where supposedly the old Indian priests who were persecuted for this knowledge suggests. But in any case, there isn't one for Lydas, and it would make sense that a Fryan, Inca, with his spirit for adventure, would go looking for this last hidden old land. Alex, calling it Atlantis, though, to me implies this advanced civilization that perished under the waves, as we've heard in many accounts, but we know that the Lydans are hardly advanced. They didn't even use a wheel until Fryan showed up. No form of writing, and a very primitive language, which included sounds that monkeys make and clicking noises. Also, they weren't seafarers in even the most primitive sense. So to me, the most logical old land for Lyda would be right where they are located in Africa. But that didn't stop Inca from making an excuse to go on an adventure, and so he subsequently found South America and set up the Inca civilization. Atlantis of lore would most likely be Frya's old land because they are the engineering race. They most likely had more advanced technology in the olden times. Raubenheimer believed Inca was looking for Frya's old land, but it would be logical that the Fryans already knew where that was located and talked about it in the OLB as if it was common knowledge. He also states in his book that he does not believe the Inca civilization was founded by Inca, but that is where we differ. It is too obvious that the name is the same. INCA equals INKA. Inca equals Inca. So I don't know if he deliberately made these claims to deceive or was just honest mistakes. If you look through my work, you will see that I've changed my opinion many times as new information surfaces. So without giving Raubenheimer a chance to discuss this information, he passed away a few years ago, We should give them the benefit of the doubt.
The names of most of the cities and places have remained in dates. You can usually derive them yourself. Phoenicia, brackets Gauls, equals Phoenician priests, and Greeks, Finders, around the Middle Sea. Chain, measurement of 600 feet. Fathom, measurement of 6 feet. Folk or folks, translated as folk, folks, big F. Yud or yudda, translated as folks, folks, small f. English does not have a different word. Mene means to be of the opinion, translated everywhere as assume. As I have tried to make a word by word translation, I have chosen for a one word so you can compare deets with English. Be of the opinion would be too confusing, therefore. Just keep that in mind when you see assume. Wife or wives refers to all women, not just the married ones. Echt or echte, still an English word meaning true, real.
The Inca civilization in the Andes Mountains of modern-day Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia, most likely built by the directions of Inca and the Fryans. Annex 1, Wralda. A short overview of my Kabbalah presentations and the book Germanische Zielweisheit for Life on Erde in Pax and Liberteit, Anima Dietz 2020, English version, as written in the introduction in the book of Anima Dietz Wralda, is called Father Tide. What is fire? Another word for fire is frequency. Fire, heat, arises as a result of an increase in frequency of a substance, or by increasing the pressure, that is, reducing the space between two frequencies. The word I will use for frequency and pressure, fire, is tide. We have now therefore the two physical elements which are visible, water and earth, and two invisible elements, ether and tide. Ether stands for inertia, rest, equals pax and Vielleicht, and tide stands for life, creation, equals life and Liberteit. However, tide can also be used to cause unrest and conflicts on Vielleicht and on pax. Therefore is centripetal, buildup, tide and centrifugal, destructive. Tide, water, and earth are the elements which give the centripetal tide. Creation equals life and Liberteit equals nature is physical manifestation. Tide, magnetism, is therefore the movement of a medium in the universe, and also here on earth we have a medium called ether. In the past, that is what we call the air. Radio was being broadcast in the ether. The word is taken out of our vocabulary to change our realis, our reality, into a fantasy world. Tide is therefore the movement of the ether that looks like a kind of wave. You can imagine it when you throw a stone in water. Tide, movement of the medium that looks like a wave, appears. Victor Schauberger has demonstrated that what we see as a wave is not what water does. Water moves in a spiral form, a swirl movement. This suggests that tide does not move in a two-dimensional wave, but in a three-dimensional swirl, spiral, through the ether. When I talk about frequency, I am not talking about a two-dimensional wave, but a three-dimensional spiral form. This is what we now call magnetism, and where everything in the universe and what is contained in it is based upon, including you and me. It is one of the elements of life on Earth. Tide, magnetism, is therefore the movement of a medium. I think of the English word tide, T-I-D-E, because tides, waves, are movement and they are created by the Earth's magnetism. I also think of tide as time, father time. Tides cause the movement and time marks the movement. The knowledge of Ken Wheeler. A magnet exists of a hyperboloid, two vortexes on top of each other, and a torus, a donut. In the hyperboloid, magnetism is generated, which thereafter expands in a medium, the ether. There where the clockwise frequency joins the mirror-like image, counterclockwise frequency, the frequency extinguishes. This is what is called inertia. It is a state of rest of the ether and is free from magnetism. There are no ripples in the medium anymore. This disk, free of magnetism, inertia, is located in the middle of the magnet to the outside. You get sort of a plus, whereby the hyperboloid, the I, is, and the negative, the disk, of inertia. The magnetic frequencies go from the top vortex, centrifugal, turning in spiral form to the inertia disk, and continue to be sucked up, centripetal, in the bottom vortex, and from the bottom, centrifugal, up to the inertia disk and continue to be sucked in, centripetal, in the top. This representation is based on a magnet made with a centrifugal force, electricity. In nature, everything is based on centripetal forces, so the process will be the other way around. There is a centripetal spiral coming from the magnet and goes back into it as a centrifugal spiral. Imagine a fishbowl with a stick in the middle. In the middle of the stick appears a disk of inertia, expanding to the edge of the fishbowl. The donut form is the form of the space occupied by the tide field. The movement of the medium, magnetism, we depict as a frequency with amplitude, a wave movement. A wave is therefore nothing in itself. It is just the space that appears because the medium moves in and outwards. Magnetism is therefore not a forward movement of matter, but the space created by the expansion and retraction of a medium, like a wave in water. There is nothing moving through the water. You only see the expansion and retraction of the medium, which we call a wave. How often the medium retracts and expands per time unit, minute, seconds, is what we call frequency. The power of the wave is the distance between the expansion and retraction of the medium, is called amplitude. We have now force, pressure, and frequency, which together form magnetism. Translated to nature, this means that the universe, aired and surrounding ether, tide, frequency and pressure, is being created, which, when joined in the central disk, forms a plateau, planum, of inertia, rest, which makes life in and on the planum possible. This planum is what we call Earth, the solid form under our feet. Wralda and Croter. Now we have force, pressure, and movement, frequency, of the tide spiral, and inertia, and the acceleration of reduction of the space between the tide spirals to create inertia. According to Ken, we have two poles in the magnet of which the magnetic waves come out clockwise. Because we look from the top to the bottom at the south pole, those waves are in mirror image. The wave is therefore 180 degrees turned relative to the middle point. The waves of the North Pole and South Pole are in mirror image and go centrifugal out of the hyperboloid and centripetal into the hyperboloid. In nature, it is exactly the other way around. Everything on earth is aimed at the creation of rest, pax and phylactite. In nature, the tide discharge will not always come from two poles. The composition of the earth configurations, which include tide, will determine the discharge and power of the tide field. Although it seems that also in nature there can be cases of poles, with which I mean hyperboloids, which send a tide field in two directions, magnetite, a natural magnetic stone, sends out tide in all directions. There is no duality, one-sided actions or other conflicts on phylactite, causing phenomena in nature. There is no positive and negative, like in the artificial created world which is built around us. Everything is aimed at the cooperation of two phenomena, which together create rest, pax and phylactite, and creation, life and libertite. On that, the whole of nature, earth, is focused, and all life on it is supposed to abide by it, because that is your plight on earth. Cooperation of men and women, the two mirror images, to create pax and phylactite, rest, and life and libertite, creation. The croter is the tide field that emerges as a result of the pulse heartbeat, and that equals Wralda. Helenia answered, Frya has brought us on our way, and his, Wralda's, croter, that is tide, has to do the rest. Wralda is the center of the magnet vortexes. He is the pulse, the heartbeat, which generates tide. He is therefore the center, the heart of the earth, world, and the world itself. Valhalla equals the two vortexes, the place where everything eventually goes back to. It is therefore not the heaven, equal ceiling, attic, but the center of the earth. On that the whole of nature, earth, is focused, and all life on it, supposed to be by it, because that is your plight on earth, cooperation of men and women, the two mirror images, to create peace and rest and life and creation. My conclusion is that the earth is made by means of a magnet of the elements water and earth, with a north vortex on the North Pole and a south vortex straight under that, the two vortexes of the magnet. How exactly this is constructed, I do not know. I did not build the earth. Next to the head vortex on the North Pole, it looks like there are many more vortexes on the earth. Also, I suspect that it is not just the North Pole itself that acts as a vortex, but that there is a cooperation with the star Polaris. Out of a vortex comes a centripetal tide, and after having swirled in sphere shape, donut form, the tide goes centrifugal into the opposite vortex. This double tide in the top vortex looks like a sunflower or pine cone. When you look into the vortex, you see the shapes of a cochlea or flowers that come out of the bud. All tide proceeds via a spiral form. There is no straight lines in nature. Tide is not linear, but always forms a spiral. This in contrast to our fantasy world in which time, just like everything around us, is linear. All forms in nature are based on a centripetal spiral form out of a vortex, swirling in corkscrew movement. Victor Schauberger has demonstrated that water propels in spiral form. I agree that not only is our Earth formed in spiral forces, but that time is cyclical as well. Please watch my presentation on Flat Earth Decoded parts 11 and 12, where I discuss the cyclical, spiral nature of Wralda's world. I'll leave links down below. Mount Meru is, most probably, the northern vortex of the magnet from which tide is emitted. Surrounding Mount Meru is an enormous water vortex which drags the water from the circumjacent lake into the earth. The melting ice water and seawater is sucked into the earth by this vortex. Mount Meru is the tree of life, which is petrified and creates a tide field that surrounds the earth. This planum earth is then the inertia disk, which is formed by the two vortexes, north and south. The sun reflection spirals over the equator and tropics, the rings on the half and quarters of the disk. The south pole is therefore not the south pole of the magnet, but is the outer ring, close to the Hemel and tide field. Gerard Mercator, geographer and cartographer, made a trip to the North Pole in the 1500s and wrote a letter about it to his friend John Dee, the advisor of Queen Elizabeth. He describes the mountain in the middle with four indrawing seas, which has a strong magnetic attraction that was calamitous to ships that used iron in their making. Rupus nigra, the black rock in the center. Here is Alex's drawing on how he believes our world is set up. We know in Greek mythology that the underworld is where the dead go. But is it really a gloomy place, or is it Shambhala, as we've read in other writings? I have always felt an affinity for the North Star, and we read in the OLB that Frya goes to her watchstar, which would imply to me that we go up, not down. So I will keep an open mind on this point of where true Valhalla is. Mood, swas, DNA. Here, the meaning of the words in Dietz, which makes clear where gene and genes comes from. Gen equals short for genatorus, parents, also short for genus, Geschlecht. Generis equals of the Geschlecht. Genitorus equals parents. Genetrix equals mother, she who gives birth. Genito equals father, progenitor. Genimen equals descendant, offspring. Genitum equals beget, generate, born. Gens equals family, man's side, Geschlecht, tribe. Gentile equals noble. Gentiles equals relatives, kinsfolk. Gentilitas equals kinship. Gentilitius, belonging to the Geschlecht family. Gentis equals of the Geschlecht. Genus equals Geschlecht, tribe. Geschlecht equals the total of an equally named family from one tribe, who in the course of time have spread around the whole world. Aha! Gene and genes are people, not amino acids. My conclusions about DNA. 1. Every cell in our body has a nucleus which contains the operational center. This nucleus exists of a spiral form, which contains the software, programs on which we know as computer disks or DVDs. This nucleus exists of a water-earth configuration, which contains silicon and, I presume, certain microzymas to produce a frequency. Silicon is a natural material that is used in the computer industry as semiconductor and for information storage. This silicon, water, earth, SWA configuration in the cell nuclei is what is now misleadingly called DNA. DNA is a whole range of SWA disks in a spiral, swirl-shaped casing. Therefore, from now on, I will call it SWAS, the SWA spiral. The SWAS, there is no coincidence that it is related to the swastika, the spiral in nature represented at the North Pole with the 4 indrawing seas and within our bodies. 2. The cells only contain the SWA discs which are relevant. With that I mean that the SWAS in the brain differ from those of the rest of the body because it has to do with being able to produce images and sound. In addition, the ratio has the SWA discs to process information, and the filter has a SWA disk which stores all information based on lies and fantasy, contrary to the SWAS of other body cells, which only stores verous information. 3. In addition, I suspect that the SWAS in skin and other, with the outside air in contact coming cells, only contain a minimum amount of SWA discs, since they get lost very soon. This means that the mucous membranes, saliva, sweat, etc., only contain the strictly necessary SWA discs. 4. Sperm cells only contain a minimum amount of discs. All SWA discs concerning the, which I in the first parts classified as nature biological programs, collective memory and Weisheit, comes from the ova. Sperm cells contain, in my opinion, only a disc for race, a disc for clan phenotypes, and an operational disc for the male program. I have come to this conclusion since sperm cells are only on a later age being produced. These are being produced continuously and are also lost again and again. The ova from women are already made when the woman is still in the uterus. The SWA discs come therefore from her mother. After more or less 12 years, only 1 per month comes free. We are talking therefore about a relative small amount of ova in comparison with sperm cells, which are already ready at time of birth and are being freed one by one over approximately 40 years. Contrary to sperm cells, which are being produced till a very old age in large numbers. This means that all information is already stored in the ova, and only race, clan phenotypes, and potentially the male program are added at conception. The appearance is not determined by individual genes, but a choice for a frequency for a certain type, a variant existing within the clans of father and mother. In other words, the disc contains all clan types variations. The frequency the SWAS of the embryo receives, the combination of frequencies of mom and dad, determines which type on the disc is being chosen. The closer the frequencies of mom and dad are from each other, the more the children therefore will have the same appearance. The further away the frequencies are from each other, the bigger the differences in appearances the children will have, because there is a bigger variation of newly constructed frequencies, and with that the phenotypes possible. 5. Everybody therefore receives the collective memory, the nature biological programs, Weisheit, etc., from the grandmother of mother's side. As said before, the diaries, the personal experiences, are not being passed along. Relevant information is being stored in the collective memory. The personal memory gets lost. It is therefore absolutely impossible to inherit genes from your mother where supposedly diseases are stored, because that ovum was already made before your mother fully developed, came out of the uterus of her mother. Her personal diary, in which, for instance, is written that she had a breast tumor, would have no influence on you anyway, because your genes were made long before that happened. The simple explanation gives, I hope, insight in how complex the design of the swas is. The microzymas present are now unfairly called proteins. Well, that is what I think they are talking about when they say there are 4 different amino acids. Microzymas are not food, but living organisms that generate tide. Think of 4 strings on a guitar with which you can make different frequencies, music. That is what brings the frequency into the swas that gives you the ability to think. Not pieces of protein. Those cannot think. Soybeans cannot think. Really not, for that you need swas microzymas who can cause a fluctuating frequency which make thinking possible. Up till now, no scientist has ever managed to accurately mimic or copy nature. The only thing that as an imitation could be considered is a computer who in a primitive way mimics the ratio. I say primitive because a self-driving car is a danger on the road, because it is based on a minimum capacity of the human ratio, and as a result has caused already a lot of accidents. It has no collective memory that goes back maybe tens of thousands of years. The chance that there are scientists who can copy genes or DNA is, in my view, zero. Zero scientists that can do that. After everything I have seen and read till now on this subject, I have come to the conclusion that they cannot read or imitate DNA for the simple reason that the DNA needs to be activated with a centripetal Seelie frequency, and we cannot produce natural centripetal frequencies, nor can we read them, fortunately. The only thing they have invented is how they can destroy it and damage it. And with that, they have been very busy under the guise that nature is so terribly badly built. There is a need for humans to rectify all this messy and sloppy work of nature. Talking about extreme arrogant egos. Lately, I heard such a fictional scientist personality explain how Earth is the most terrible and uninhabitable planet of the universe. For all Fryas who believe in Maggie fairy tales, also called Christians, this is the Ark of the Covenant, not this Maggie hoax. Anima, Furious personality, Dietz nature anima. Nature, biological software programs, behavior, Werden and Virtuosus, Highland, development, 8 nature plights, action skills, life strategies, survival instinct, identity, race, phenotype, clan, sexus, essence, life of the individual, continuation of the race. In the next circle, we have learning abilities, analytical abilities, problem solving abilities, logical thinking, overseeing consequences, making causal relations, courage, determination abilities, concentration abilities, perseverance abilities, creativity, musicality, sportive, information processing. The bottom circle, collective memory of the race, Seelie and Tide Weisheit, Wissenheit, experiences, memories, links, information storage, long-term memory. It is your mood, SWAS, DNA, that forms a connection with Wralda with the help of a Sealy tide, not a golden chest with a Maggie book of fairy tales that connects the Maggie to a fantasized doctrine. The Oera book.
Oki, my son, these books you must protect with body and seal. They contain the histories of our whole folk, also of our ancestors. Last year I saved them from the flood at the same time as you and your mother. Then they got wet, which led to their decay. In order not to lose them, I transcribed them on overlandish paper. As soon as you inherit them, you must also transcribe them. Your children also, so that they never get away, get lost. Written at Lewert, after Atlan sank, the 3,409 and 40th year. That is by Christian reckoning the 1,206 and 50th year. Heed, added name, Orlinda. Watch. Beloved heirs, for our beloved ancestors' sake, and for our beloved freedom's sake, 1,000 times, so I pray, plead, to you, O beloved, surely never let the eyes of a monk, priest, never pass over these writings. They speak sweet words, but they imperceptibly tear at everything that concerns us Fryas. To win rich rewards, they conspire with the puppet, kings. These know that we are their greatest enemy, because we dare to speak to their folks about freedom, right, and principles duty. Therefore, they let everything be destroyed that comes from our ancestors, and whatever else remains of our old morals. O beloved, I have been at their courts. Will Wralda tolerate it, and we do not want to make ourselves strong, they shall destroy us altogether. Written at Ludward, 803 years according to Christian understanding. Liko, added name, over the Linda.
We are their greatest enemy because we dare to speak to their folks about freedom, rights, and principles duty.
The Book of the Adela Followers. 30 years after the day that the Volksmutter had been killed by the chief Maggie, things stood in an awful state. All the states lying on the other side of the Warsara had been turned away and come under the might of the Maggie, and it stood to fear that he would become mighty over the whole land. In order to keep out that unluck, misfortune, a collective council was convened, where were gathered all the people who stood in a good calling by the Famna. Then, after more than 3 days and nights had elapsed, everything was deliberated at the table, and all was the same as at their arrival. Then at last Adela asked the word and declared, "You all know that I have been Bergfam for 3 years. You also know that I was chosen Mutter, and also that I did not want to be Mutter, because I desired a Pole, to be my spouse. However, what you do not know, that is, that I have followed all the events, just as if I had been an actual Volksmutter. I have been traveling on and back to see what was happening."
Edelweiss, noble white, Edel, Adela, Adolf.
Through that many things became clear to me, that others do not know. You said yesterday that our relatives on the other side of the Rosara were weak and cowardly. But I can say to you that the Maggie has not won himself one state through the might of his weapons, but only through insidious scams, and even more through the greediness of the dukes and the nobles. Frya has said we should not allow unfree folk with us. But what have they done? They have followed after our enemy, because instead of killing their prisoners or let them go free, they have disdained Frya's counsel and made them their slaves. Because they did so, Frya can no longer watch over them. They have taken away another's freedom, and that is the cause that they have lost their own. Yet all this is known to you yourselves, but I want to say to you how they gradually ended up so low. The Finns, their wives, got children. These waxed, grew, up with our Frya children. Ultimately, they tumbled and yelled together on the fields, or they were together by the hearth. There they heard with lust to the lost, foolish Finn saga, because they were diets, folkish, and new. This is how they defriest, despite their parents' supervision. As the children grew up and saw that the Finns, their children, could not handle weapons and hardly had to work, then they started resenting work and became fiercely pompous. The bosses and their sturdy sons crept up the degraded Finns girls and their own daughters, brought off the way through the foul example, let themselves be charmed by the most beautiful Finns fellows, mocking their foul parents. When the Magi got that, at the nose, understood, then he took the most beautiful of his Finns and Magyars, promised them cow with golden horns. If they were captured, encompassed, by our folk, and after that expand his teachings. But his folks did more. Children were made lost, brought away to Vapsalands, and once they were brought up in his foul teachings, then they were sent back. When the pretend slaves were proficient in our language, then they stuck the dukes and nobles on board and declared they had to become obedient to the Magi. Then their sons could follow them up without being chosen by the folk. Those who for their good deeds had been given a front part yard at their house, they were promised from his side also a back part. Those who had received a front and back part, he promised a round part, and those who had a round part, a whole estate. Were the nobles too hardened Fryas, then they turned their stern and apprehended their bastard sons. Yesterday there were among you those who wanted to call all the folk to heap together, to course the eastern states back to their customs. But in my simple opinion, that would come to be disastrous. Think yourself there had been a hardened lung disease among the cattle, and that it was still very much raging. Would you then dare to lead your healthy cattle among their sick cattle? Never not. As soon as all the people now must confirm and validate that it would end badly for the herd, it would then also be bold, reckless, to dare one's children among a folk that is wholly depraved. May I give you counsel? I would say to you, you must before all things choose yourself a new volksmoeder. I know that you sit in the mess, are in trouble, with that, on account that of the 13 Bergfamna that we still have left. There are 8 who compete for the honor, but I would not notice that, give attention. Tuntja, who is fam of the Berg Medeasblek, has never aspired for it. Yet she is full of science and clear-sighted, and as hard and keen on her folk and our customs as all the others together. Furthermore, I would recommend you must go to the Bergten, and there write down all Ewa, Frya's texts, and also all histories. Yes, everything that can be found on the walls, so that all is not going lost, and with the Bergten thus be destroyed. There stands written, the Mutter and every Bergfam shall have beside helpers and send messengers, 21 famna, and 7 learn famkis. May I add to that? There I would write, and as many honorable daughters to learn as there can be on the Bergten, because I say in good trust, and time will validate it, make it true, as soon as you want echt Frya's children, who can never be won, neither through ruses nor through weapons, then you ought to take care that your daughters become echt Frya wives. One must teach their children how great our land has been, what great people our ancestors were, how great we still are. If we lay our part beside others, one must tell them of the adventurers and of their adventurous deeds, also about distant sea voyages. All these tales ought to be done by the hearth, on the fields, and wherever it may be, both by happiness and by tears. Then it will come steadfast in the brain, in the hearts. Then all teachings must stream from the lips of your wives and daughters therein. Adela's counsel is followed up.
The Magi promised them cows with golden horns.
These are the names of the Grevet men, under whose supervision this book is wrought. Apple, Adela's husband, 3 times has been seeking. Now he is Grevet man over East Flyland and over the Linda wards. The Burgden of Livgarda, Leidahelm, and Stavia are under his guard. The Saxman, Storo, Stia's husband, Grevet man over the high fens and forests. 9 times he has been chosen duke, that is to Hernman. The Burgden Bivda and Magna Garda Forda are under his guard. Abelo, Yalta's husband, Grevet man over the southern flylands, 4 times has been Hernman. The Burgden Aiken, Leifberg, and Katzberg are under his guard. Enoch, Dewick, her husband, Grevet man over West Flyland and Texland, 9 times he was chosen sea king. The Warrenberg, Medeasblick, Forana, and Old Fryasburg are under his guard. Fopa, man of Dunrush, Grevet man over the 7 islands. 5 times he has been sea king. The burg Walhalagara is under his guard.
Legend. Aldland perished first. North Fleeland perishes when Frya dies, except Texland and probably the southern part, which is being called Doggerland, which forms the northern boundary of the Flea Lake. Bergton are in red. Greve of West Fleeland. Texland is Heilige, Holy Land, Helgoland. 1. Old Fryasburg, Helgoland, perished. 10. Berg Forana, Baroon, Belgium. 11. Warisburg, Brugge, Belgium. 12. Berg Medeasblick, Middelburg, Flanders. Greve of East Flyland and Lindewarde. 2. Berg Lugarda, Germany, perished. 2a. Village Ludwerd, Oldenburg, Germany, rebuilt. 3. Berg Lindehern, Germany, perished. 4. Berg Stavia in Stavern, Germany. Greve of Southern Fleelands. 5. Berg Aachen is Aachen, Germany. 6. Ludberg is Ludwigsburg, Germany. 7. Katzberg is Kassel, Germany. Greve of Fenna and Woods. 8. Bergmannesgarda, Forda, Munster, Germany. 9. Budeberg, Boubers, North France. Greve of the 7 Islands. 15. Berg Walhalagara, Walcheren, Netherlands.
This stood written on the walls of Fryasburg at Texland. It stands also at Stavia and at Medeasblick. It was Frya, her day, and to that stand it had been 7 times 7 years that Fasta was installed as folksmotor after Frya's desire. The burg Medeasblick was all ready, and a fam was chosen. Now Fasta would light the new Fodik, and when that was done, in the presence of the folk, then Frya called from her watchtower, so that all people could hear it. Fasta, take your stylus, and write the things which I could not say before. Fasta did as she was commanded. This is how we, Frya's children, got our form histories.
Fudik is the eternal flame, the Statue of Liberty and peace and rest and life usurped by the Magi.
This is our form history. Wralda, who alone is good and eternal, made the commencement. After that came tide. Tide wrought all things, also earth. Earth gave birth to all grasses, herbs, and trees, all the dear animals and all the awful animals. All that is good and dear she brought forth by day, and all that is evil and awful she brought forth by night. After the 12th Yule feast she gave birth to 3 girls, Lyda from glowing, Finda was from hot, and Frya from warm dust. Since they came bare, Wralda spiced them up with his breath, so that the people would be bound to him. As soon as they were ripe, they got fruits and nuts in the womb. Wralda's odd entered into them, and now each bore 12 sons and 12 daughters, each Yuletime 2. From these all people came.
Fruits and nuts equal egg cells and sperm cells.
Lyda was black, frizzy hair as the lamb's. Like stars her eyes shone. Yes, the vulture's gazes were discouraged by hers. Sharp Lyda, a snake she could hear crawling, and when there were fish in the water, it did not escape her nostrils. Fast-built Lyda, a sturdy tree she could bend, and as soon as she ran, no flower stem broke under her feet. Mighty Lyda, loud was her voice, and when she screamed in grimness, then everyone ran quickly away. Wonderful Lyda, of Ewa she wanted to know nothing. Her deeds were steered by her thoughts. To help the tender, she killed the sturdy, and as soon as she had done it, she howled by the corpse. Poor Lyda, she became gray from ignorance of holding together, and in the end she died of heartache because of the children, their evil. Unwise children, they blamed each other for Mom, her death. They howled like wolves, fought similarly, and while they did that, the birds ate the corpse. Who can hold back their tears at that? Finda was yellow, her hair as the mane of a horse. A bush she could not bend, but where Lyda could kill 1 lion, she killed at least 10. Seductive Finda. Sweet was her voice, and no bird could sing like her. Her eyes beckoned and lurked, but whoever looked at her became a slave. Unreasonable Finda, she wrote thousands of Ewa, but she followed up on none of them. She abhorred the good for their free-heartedness, but to bootlickers she quickly gave herself away. That was her unluck. Her head was too full, but her heart too vain. She loved no one but herself, and she wanted everyone to love her. False Finda. Honey sweet were her words, but those who trusted her were near unluck. Selfish Finda. She wanted to rule over everything, and her sons were like her. They let themselves be served by their sisters, and they beat each other to death for the mastery. Double-hearted Finda. Because of Scott's words, she became bitter, and the worst deeds did not move her. If she saw a lizard devour a spider, she became as ice around the heart. But if she saw her children murder a Frya's, then her bosom swelled with satisfaction. Unlucky Finda, she died in the bloom time of her life, and it is still dark how she has fallen. Hypocritical children. Under expensive stones they laid down her corpse. With Quab-style writing they decorated it, howling to be heard, but in silence none of them wept a single tear. Abominable folk, the text that Finda left behind was written on golden leaves, but the best for which it was made was never of benefit. The good Ewa were wiped out, and selfishness wrote evil ones in their place. O Finda, the earth became full of blood, and the heads of the people were mowed down like your young children, like blades of grass. Yes, Vinda, those are the fruits of your vanity. Look down from your watchstar and weep.
The three mothers, Finda, Frya, and Lyda.
Frya was white, like snow at dawn, and the blue of her eyes always won over that of the rainbow. Beautiful Frya, like rays of the midday sun, her hair shone, which were as fine as spiders' webs. Able Frya unlocked her lips, then the birds fell silent, and the leaves no longer stirred. Mighty Frya, through the power of her gazes, the lion perched at her feet, and the adder held back his poison. Pure Frya, her food was honey, and her drink was dew, gathered in the bosoms of the flowers. Enlightened Frya, the form she taught her children was self-coercion, the other was the love of virtue. And when they reached adulthood, she taught them to know the value of freedom. Because, she said, without freedom, all other virtues are only good for making you into slaves, your origins to eternal shame. Mild Frya, never did she let metal be excavated from the earth for her own gain, but as soon as she did it, it was for everyone's benefit. Lucky Frya, as the stars swarm around earth, her children swarmed around her. Wise Frya, when she brought up her children to the 7th generation, she called them all together in Flyland. There she gave them her text and said, "Let this be your guide, then it will never go disastrous with you." Chosen Frya, when she had said it, earth trembled like Wralda's sea. Flyland's bottom sank a degree under her feet down. The sky became black and began to pour a shower of tears. And when they looked around for motor, she had long been on her watchstar. Then, at last, thunder spoke from a cloud, and lightning wrote from the sky, "Weak. Watch." Far-sighted Frya, the land from where she had risen was now a stream, and outside her text, everything was buried in it that had come from her hands. Obedient children, when they came to themselves, they made a high mound, built the burg on it. On the walls of this they wrote the text, so that all people could find her. They called the land around Textland. Therefore it will remain as long as earth is earth.
Her food was honey, and her drink was dew. Frya's land is the land of milk and honey. Text of Frya. Hail is with the Frya. At last they shall see me again, but only those I can know as free, who is not a slave of another, nor of his thoughts. Here is my counsel. 1. As soon as your emergency is awful, and good counsel and good deeds are no longer sufficient, then invoke the spirit of Wralda. But you must not invoke him before all things have been tried. That I say to you, with reasons and time shall make it true. The ones lacking courage, mood lackers, will always succumb under their own suffering. 2. Wralda's spirit alone one can dedicate knee-bending thanks to. Yes, 3 times. For what you have acquired from him, for what you take, and for the hope he leaves you in fearful times. 3. You have seen how quickly I lend help. All of you do the same with your nearest, but do not wait until they have prayed you. The sufferer would curse you. My famna will erase your name from the book, and I will have to reject you like a stranger. 4. Never accept knee-bending thanks from your nearest. This irritates Wralda's spirit. Envy will creep up on you. Wisdom will blanch you, and my famna will accuse you of father robbing. 5. 4 things have been given for your benefit, namely air, water, land, and fire. But Wralda will be the only owner of them. Therefore I counsel you, you shall choose yourselves righteous men, who will distribute the labor and the fruits thereof after right. so that no one is free from work nor from defense. 6. As soon as someone is found among you who sells his own freedom, he is not of your folk. He is a nobody, good for nothing, with bastard blood. I counsel you that you drive him and his mom out of the land. Tell that to your children in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening until they dream about it at night. 7. All people who rob another of his freedom, even if that other one was in debt to him, I must let go on the child leash of a female slave. But I counsel you to burn his corpse and that of his mom on a bare place. After that, bury their ashes 50 feet in the ground, so that no blade of grass can wax on it. For all such grass will kill your dearest animals. 8. Never attack the folk of Lydda nor of Finda. Wralda will help them, so that the violence that came from you will return on your own heads. 9. As soon as it should happen that they want your counsel or something else, then you ought to help them. But if they come to rob, then fall upon them like a lightning fire. 10. As soon as one of them desires one of your daughters as a wife, and she wants it, then you shall make clear, her stupidity. But if she still wants to follow her lover, let her go in peace. 11. Does your son want from their daughters? Then you must do as with your daughters. But neither the one nor the other can come back, because they would bring foreign morals and customs with them, and as soon as these are sanctified by you, I can no longer watch over you. 12. I have placed my hope in my femme, Fasta. Therefore, you must take her as your honor mutter. If you follow my counsel, then she will remain femme on my behalf, and all Frana, Famna, who follow her. Then the Fudic will never go out, which I have lit for you. Its light will then eternally clear up your brain, and you will then remain as free from unfree forces as your sweet Rhine streams from the salt water of the endless sea.
This Fasta has said, all Setma that can go round a century, that is 100 years, with the Kruder and its Joel, these can, on the counsel of the Mutter, and by collective will, be written on the walls of the Bergten. Are they written on the walls, then they are Ewa, and it is our duty to hold all of them in honor. If emergency and coercion come to give us Setma, battling with our Ewa and customs, then people must do as they are asked. But they have ceased, then one must always return to the old ones. That is Frya's will, and that must be that of all her children. Fasta said, all things that one wants to commence, whatever they may be, on the day that we have sanctified Frya, those will eternally come out disastrous. Now that time has proven that she was right, so it has become an Ewa, that without emergency and coercion, one can do nothing else on Frya her day than celebrate happily.
Is this from a day of rest? Instead of Sunday being the day of rest, should it really be Friday, Frya's day? These are the Eva which belong to the Bergten. 1. As soon as a berg is built somewhere, then that Fudic must be lighted there at the base, Fudic at Textland. But that can never be done other than by the Mutter. 2. Each Mutter shall choose her own Famna, also those who are on the other Bergten, as Mutter. 3. The Mutter at Textland can choose her successor, but as soon as she fails, before she has done that, she must be chosen at a collective council by deliberation of all states together. 4. The Mutter at Textland can have 21 Famna and 7 spinning girls, so that there can always be 7 to watch by the Fudik, daily and at nightly, with the Famna who serve as Mutter on other Bergten just as many. 5. As soon as a fam wants a spouse, she must inform the Mutter and instantly return back to the people before she befouls the light with her thought-rich breath. 6. To the Mutter and each Berg fam one shall add 21 Berg nobles, 7 old wise men, 7 old combatants, and 7 old sea combatants. 7. From these will return home annually 3 of each 7, but they cannot be succeeded by their relatives closer than the 4th degree. 8. Each of them can have 300 young Berg defenders. 9. For these services they will learn Frya's text and the Eva, from the wise men their wisdom, from the old nobles their art, skill of the war, and from the sea kings those arts that are necessary for sailing abroad. 10. Of these defenders, 100 will come back annually. However, if some have become lamed, paralyzed, they can remain at the Berg for the rest of their lives. 11. When choosing the defenders, no one from the Berg can have a vote, not the Grevetmen or the heads, chiefs, but the naked, untitled folk only. 12. The Mutter at Textland, one shall give 3 times 7 strong messengers, with 3 times 12 fast horses. On other Bergten, each Berg fam, 3 messengers with 7 horses. 13. Also, each Berg fam shall have 50 farmers, chosen by the folk, but for that one can only choose those who are not able and sturdy for defender, not for seafarer. 14. Each Berg must support and nourish itself from its own round part, and from that part that they collect from the market money. 15. Is someone chosen to serve on the Bergten, and he does not want to, then he cannot become Berg noble, and therefore have no voice. If he is already Berg noble, then he will lose that honor. 16. As soon as someone desires counsel from the Mutter or from a Berg fam, he must report himself to the scribe, that one will bring him to the Berg master. Then he must go to the Letza, that is, the healer. He must look whether he is possessed by evil thoughts. If he is found to be good, he himself will remove his weapons, and 7 defenders will bring him to the Mutter. 17. Is the case about one state, then there can never be fewer than 3 messengers come. It is about all of Frya's land, then there must also be 3 times 7 witnesses with them. Therefore that no evil suspicions can arise or anything done underhandedly. 18. In all cases, the Mutter must supervise and take care that her children, that is, Frya's folk, remain as equally rich as possible. That is the greatest of her duties, and it is up to all of us to help her with that. 19. She has been called upon in a right-like legal case to make a verdict between a Grevetman and the community, and she finds the case doubtful. Then she must speak to the gain of the community so that there will be peace. And because it is better that one man is done unright than many. 20. If one comes for counsel and the Mutter knows counsel, then she ought to give it instantly. If she does not know a counsel instantly, then she can let them wait for 7 days. If she still knows no counsel, then they can go away. And they cannot pity themselves, because no counsel is better than evil counsel. 21. Has a Mutter given awful counsel out of evil will, then she must be killed or driven out of the land, naked and bare, without possessions. 22. Are the Berg nobles accomplices? Then one must do the same to them. 23. Is her guilt doubtful or just suspecting? Then one must deliberate and talk over that, if necessary, 1 and 20 weeks long. If the half part votes guilty, then they consider her for not guilty. 2/3, then one waits another full year. If they vote similarly, then they consider her guilty, but not kill her. 24. As soon as there are some among the third part who assume her to be so not guilty that they want to follow her, then they can do so with all their floating and liftable goods, and no one ought to disdain them over this, since the majority part can get lost, air, just as much as the minority part. Collective Eva. 1. All Frya children are born in an E-like manner. Therefore, they must also have E-like rights. Thus, even so, on the land as on the E, that is water, and on everything that Wralda gives. 2. Every male can ask the wife of his choice, and every daughter can marry after her hail toast, whom she loves. 3. Has he taken a wife, then one gives him a house and a yard. If there is none, then it must be built. 4. Has he gone to another village for a wife, and he wants to stay there, then one must give a house and a yard there, and also the benefit of the joint farmland. 5. To all males one must give a rear part as a yard at his house, but no one can have a front part at his house, much less a round part, only if he has done a deed that is of collective benefit, then it can be given to him. Also, his youngest son can inherit it. After that, the village must take it again. 6. Each village shall have a joint farmland according to its needs, and the greva shall take care that everyone manures his part and keeps it in good condition, so that the successors will not suffer any damage. 7. Each village can have a market to buy and sell or to exchange. All other land shall remain agricultural and forest, but the trees there no one can cut down without collective councils and without the knowledge of the forest greva, because the forests are for collective benefit. Therefore, no one can be master of them. 8. As market money, the village can take no more than the 12th part of the treasure proceeds, neither from the inhabitants nor from those far living. Also, the market treasure, harvest of the joint farmland, cannot be sold before the other goods. 9. All market money must be distributed annually, 3 days before the Joel day, to be distributed into 100 parts. 10. The grevet man, with his greva, shall collect 20 parts from each. The market writer, judge, 10 parts, and his helper, 5 parts. The volksmutter, 1 part. The wardmutter, 4 parts. The village, 10 parts. The poor, that is those who cannot or are not allowed to work, 50 parts. 11. Those who come to the market are not allowed to commit usury. If such a person comes, then it is the duty of the famna to make him known throughout the whole land, so that he will never be chosen for any office, because such have a vulture-like heart. In order to gather riches, they would betray everything, the folk, the mutter, their relatives, and at last themselves. 12. Is someone so awful that he sells poisoned cattle or decayed goods for very good, then the market writer must keep him out and the Famna must name him throughout the whole land. Those who come to the market are not allowed to commit usury. No usury. In earlier times, Finda's folk lived mostly together in their Muder's birthland, namely Aldland, which now lies under the sea, so they were far away. Therefore, we also had no war. When they were driven away and came here to rob, then self-evidently there came land defense, Hermen, army leaders, kings, and war. For all these came Setma, and from Setma came Eva.
Here are the Eva that were fixed from that. 1. Every Frya must ward off an opponent or enemy with all such weapons that he can make up, invent, obtain and handle. 2. As a boy 12 years old, then he must miss the 7th day of his learning time to become ready, capable with a weapon. 3. Is he capable? Then one gives him weapons and he is declared knighted, a defender. 4. Is he a defender for 3 years? Then he becomes burg noble, and he can help to choose his headmen, chiefs. 5. Is he a choser, voter for 7 years? Then he can help to choose a heerman or king, also be chosen there too. 6. Every 3 years a choosing must take place over that. 7. Except for the king, all officials can be chosen again who do right and according to Frya's counsel. 8. A king cannot remain king for longer than 3 years, so that he cannot stick in order to harm our freedom. 9. Has he rested for 7 years? Then he can be chosen again. 10. Has the king fallen due to his enemy? Then his relatives can also contend for that honour. 11. Has he retired during his time or died within his time? Then no relative can succeed him who is closer than the 4th degree. 12. Those who battle with weapons in their hands cannot make up, invent and remain wise. Therefore it does not befit a king to wield weapons in the battle. His wisdom must be his weapon, and the love for his champions must be his shield. Here are the rights of the Muder and the kings. 1. As soon as war comes, the Muder sends her messengers to the king sends messengers to the Grevet men of the land defence. 2. The Grevet men call all burg nobles together and deliberate how many men they will send. 3. All their decisions must be sent quickly to the Muder with messengers and witnesses. 4. The Muder let all decisions be gathered and gives the golden number. That is the mean number of all the decisions together. With that, one must be satisfied at first, and the king also. 5. Is the defence a combat? Then the king only has to deliberate with his headmen, though there must always be 3 burg nobles of the Muder sit in the front without a voice. These burg nobles must send messengers to the Muder daily, so that she can know whether something is being done battling with the Eva or with Frya's councils. Here are the rights of all Fryas to be sure, safe. 1. As soon as an Eva is being wrought or new setma fixed, thus it must be for collective benefit, but never for the gain of a single one of the people, nor of a single one of the tribes, lineages, nor of a single one of the states, nor of anything else that is single. 2. As soon as war comes and houses are destroyed, or ships, whatever it is it by the enemy or by collective decisions? Then the collective community, that is all the folk, together ought to heal it, make it whole again, Therefore, that no one will help to lose the collective properties in order to preserve his own goods. 3. Is war driven out, and some are so injured that they can no longer work, then the collective community must sustain them. At the feasts they ought to sit in the front, so that the youth will honour them. 4. Have widows and orphans come, then one must also sustain them, and the sons can write the name of their dad on their shield to honour their lineage. 5. Have some been captured by the enemy, and they come back, then one must take them far away from the battle, because they may have been released because of awful promises, and then they cannot keep their promise and still remain honest. 6. If we ourselves capture enemies, then they are brought deep into the lands. One teaches them our Frya morals. 7. Let one them walk afterwards. Then one let this be done with kindness by the famna, so that we win allies and friends instead of opponents and enemies.
Let them walk afterwards, and let this be done with kindness by the famna, so that we win allies and friends instead of opponents and enemies. No slavery. From Minno's writings. As soon as there is a man so awful that he robs our neighbors, commits murder, burns houses, violates girls, whatever it is that is awful, and our neighbors want to have that avenged, then it is that right that one catches the perpetrator and kills him in their presence, so that no war comes over this, through which the innocent would pay for the guilty. Do they want him to preserve his life and have the revenge bought off, then one can do that. Though is the evildoer a king, Grevetman, Greva, or whatever it is, who must watch over morals, then we must better that evil. But the evildoer must have his punishment. Does he carry an honorary name of his ancestors on his shield? Then his relatives cannot carry it any longer. Therefore, that one relative shall have care over the morals of the others. Eva for steersman. Steersman is the honorary name of the seafarers. 1. All Frya's sons have equal rights. Therefore, all hefty fellows can report themselves as seafarer to the elderman, and he cannot turn him away, except for when there is no place. 2. The steersmen can name their own masters. 3. The merchants must be chosen and named by the community to which they properly belong, and the steersman cannot have a voice therein. 4. If on a voyage one finds that the king is awful or incapable, then they can take another. Have they come back, then the king can pity himself, complain, to the elderman. 5. Has the fleet come home, and are there gains, then the steersman must have thereof a third part to be distributed thus: the wit king 12 band parts, the scout at night 7 parts, the boatmen each 2 parts, the skippers each 3 parts, the other ship folk each 1 part, the youngest apprentices each 1/3, the middle ones each a half part, and the oldest each a 2/3. 6. Are there some lamed, paralyzed, then the collective community must take care for their life. Also, they must sit in front at the collective feasts, at domestic feasts, yes, at all feasts. 7. Have some perished on the journey, then their nearest must inherit their part. 8. Have widows and orphans come from this, then the community must support them. Are they felled in battle, then the sons can carry their dad's name on their shields. 9. Have apprentices died, then their heirs must have a whole man's part. 10. Was he betrothed, then his bride may ask 7 man's parts to dedicate to her lovers a stone, but then for that honor she must remain a widow lifelong. 11. As soon as a community prepares a fleet, the ship owners must take care of his best provisions and for wife and children. 12. If a steersman is worn out and poor, and he has neither house nor yard, then that must be given to him. If he wants neither house nor yard, then his friends can take him in their house, and the community must improve it according to his status, except if his friends refuse the gains. Beneficial things from the bequeathed writings of Minnow. Minnow was an old sea king, seer and wise greedy sage. To the Creters he gave Eva. He is a child of the Linda Wards, and after all his experiences he enjoyed that luck to die at Lindaheim. 1. As soon as our neighbors have or know of a portion of land that looks good to us, then it befits us asking to buy it. If they do not want to do that, then one must let them keep it. That is after Frya her text, and it would be unright to take it out of their hands. 2. As soon as the neighbors bicker and whine together about small matters or about land, and they ask us to speak judgment, then one ought it right to omit. But if one cannot avoid it, then one should do so honestly and righteous. 3. Is there one coming and says, I have war, now you must help me? Or another comes and says, my son is immature and incompetent, and I am old. Now I want to install you as the guardian over him and over my land until he is of age. Then one ought to refuse that so that one cannot get into a quarrel over matters battling with our Frya morals. 4. As soon as an overland merchant comes at the admittance trade market at Waringa, there at Almondland, and he cheats, then he is instantly market banned and made known by the Famna over the whole land. If he then comes back, then no one will buy from him. He can go away just as he has come. Thus, as soon as merchants are chosen to go over the markets or to sail with the fleet, then one ought only to choose all such whom one knows through and through and are in a good call with the Famna. Does it happen none the less that there is an awful man among them who wants to cheat the folk, then the others ought to keep that out. If he has already done it, then one must better it and banish the criminal from the lands, so that everywhere our name will be named with honorability. 5. But if we find ourselves on an overland market, be it near or far, and it happens that the folk harms us or robs us, then we ought to strike with hasty will. For although we ought to do everything for the will of peace, our half-brothers must never disdain us nor delude that we are afraid. In my youth I have grumbled once in a while about the bonds of the Eva. After that I have often thanked Frya for her text, and our ancestors for the Eva which are fixed thereafter. Wralda, or All-Fooder, has given me many years over many lands and seas. I have traveled around, and from all that I have seen, I am convinced that we alone are chosen by All-Fooder to have Eva, only Frya. Lida's folk can neither make nor keep Eva. They are too dumb and wild for that. Many tribes of Finda are savvy enough, but they are greedy, pompous, vicious, unchaste, and murderous. Toads blow themselves up, and they can do nothing but crawl. Frogs call work, work, and they do nothing but hop and joke around. The ravens call save, save, but they steal and devour whatever comes under their beaks. Like all that is that Findus folk. They always boast about good Eva. Each wants to make Setma, to keep out evil, but no one himself wants to be bound by it. The one whose spirit, mind, is most cunning and therefore strong, his rooster crows king, and the others must become accustomed to be subjected to his might until another comes and drives him from the seat. That word Eva is too Fran to be named in collective affairs. Therefore, one has taught us to say Evan, even. Eva, that are Setma, that are E-like, imprinted in all people, in their mood, so that they can know what is right and unright, and through which they are mighty to be righten, judge, their own deeds and those of others, that is to say, thus reaching so far as they are brought up good and not criminal. So that basically means we have the morals imprinted in our heart. We have the Eva in our hearts. We know right from wrong. Also, there is yet another sense, meaning attached. Eva are also E-like, water-like, like water, right, and unright as water that has been disturbed through a storm wind or whatever else. If water is disturbed, then it becomes un-Eva, unright, but it eternally inclines to become Eva again. This lies in its self-evidentness, just as the inclination to right and freedom lies in Frya's children. We have this inclination because of Wralda's spirit, our fooder, who thrives in Frya's children. Therefore it shall stick to us eternally. Eva is also the other symbol of Wralda's spirit, which remains eternally right and undisturbed, although things go awful to bodies. Eva and undisturbed are the marks of the wisdom and righteousness that have to be sought by all righteous people and be possessed by all writers, judges. In German, judge is a Richter, a writer. Do people thus want to make Setma and Domar, which remain good forever and everywhere? Then they must be E-like for all people. According to these Eva, the writers ought to speak their judgment. Has any evil been done for which no Eva are fixed, then one must convene a collective council. There one judges according to the sense, meaning that where all the Spirit speaks in us, to be righten, judge, righteousness over everything. Thus doing so, our judgment shall never end up disastrous. Now if one does not right but unright, then quarrel and discord will arise between the people and states. From this sprouts inland war, which destroys and depraves everything. But oh, stupidity! While we're busy doing each other harm, the angry folk Findas with their false priests will come to rob your belongings, violate your daughters, undo, corrupt your morals, and at last they clap slave bands around every Frya's neck. 2. From the writings of Minnow. When Nihilenia, who from her own name was called Minerva, my inheritance, was well settled, and the Krekelanders loved her as much as our own folk, Then there came some principals and priests on the burg and asked Minerva where her inheritance lay. Helenia answered, "My inheritance I carry with me in my bosom. What I have inherited is love of wisdom, right, and freedom. Have I lost them, then I am like to the lowest of your slaves. Now I give counsel for nothing, but then I would sell it." The nobles went away and shouted out while laughing, "Your obedient servants, wise Helenia." However, thereby they missed their goal, because that folk who loved her and followed her took this name as an honorary name. When they saw that their shot had missed, then they went on to accuse her and said that she had bewitched the folk. But our folk and the good Krekelanders claimed everywhere that it was slander. Once they came and asked, "Then if you are not a deceiver, what then do you do with the eggs you always carry with you?" Minerva answered, "These eggs are the symbol of Frya's counsels, in which our future lies hidden, and the whole of humankind. Tide must hatch them, and we must watch that no harm comes to them." The priest, "Well said, but for what serves the dog on your right hand?" Helenia answered, "Does the shepherd not have a sheepdog to hold his herd together? What this dog is in the service of the shepherd, I am in Frya's service. I must watch over Frya's herd." "That seems good to us," said the priest. "But tell us, what is the beditness, meaning, of the night owl that always sits on your hat? Is that light-fearing animal ultimately the sign of your clear-sightedness?" "No," answered Helenia. "He helps me remember that there is a kind of people wandering over earth who, just like him, reside in churches and holes, rooting in darkness, though not like him, to help us from mice and other plagues, but to make up scams, to rob other people of their science, so that they can take the better ones to make slaves of them and suck their blood, just like vampires do." Once he came with a band of folk. Plague had come over the land. They said, "We all are busy to do sacrifices to the gods, so that they can keep out the plague. Will you not then help to still their grimness? Or have you yourself brought the plague over the land with your arts?" "No," said Minerva, "but I know of no gods who are awful doing. Therefore I cannot ask if they want to get better. I know of one good, which is Wralda's spirit, but because he is good, he also does no evil." "Then whence does evil come from?" asked the priest. "All evil comes from you and from the stupidity of the people who let themselves to be feigned by you. If your Drakten is so especially good, why does he not keep out the evil?" asked the priest. Helenia answered, "Frya has taken us on our way, and the cruder, that is Tide, must do the rest. For all disasters there is counsel and help to be found. Wralda wants that we ourselves shall seek them, so that we will become strong and wise. Do we not want, then he lets us ulcerate the ulcer, so that we shall experience what follows after wise deeds and what follows after dumb deeds." Then the principal said, "I would delude it would be better to keep that out." "Well possible," answered Helenia, "for then the people would remain like tame sheep. You and the priest would then want to shepherd, but also shear and lead to the slaughter bench. That thus our Drakten does not want. He wants that we help each other, but he also wants that everyone is free and becomes wise. That is also our will. Therefore, our folk chooses their principals, greva, counselors, and all the bosses and masters from among the wisest of the good people, so that all people shall do their best to become wise and good. Thus doing so, we shall one day know and teach the folks that being wise and doing wise alone leads to salvation. Equals also saligness. That likens a judgment, said the priest. But if you now mean that plague comes through due to our stupidity, would not Helenia then be so good as to lend us some of that new light of which you are so proud? Yes, said Helenia. The ravens and other birds only come to attack on foul carrion, but plague loves not only foul carrion, but foul morals, customs, and prisons. Now, if you want plague to depart from you and does not come again, then you must do away with the prisons, that you all become pure from inside and from outside. We want to believe that your counsel is good, said the priest. But tell us, how shall we get all the people to that who are under our might? Then Helenia rose from her seat and spoke. The sparrows follow the sowers, the folks their good principles. Therefore, you ought to begin by making yourselves so pure so that you can righten your gazes in and outwardly without becoming red of shame in front of your own mood. But instead of making the folk purer, you have invented foul feasts, at which that folk suppers so lavishly that they at last, like the pigs, root through the silt so that you can indulge your foul lusts. That folk began to yell and mock. Because of that, she dared not to spin the battle on again. Now everyone would delude that they have called the folk to heap together everywhere to drive us all together out of the land. No, instead of accusing her, they went in all directions, also to the near Krekelands as far as the Alps, proclaiming that it had pleased the supreme Drakten to send his wise daughter Minerva to be called nigh Helenia among the people from over the sea with a cloud, in order to give good counsel to the people, and that all people who would want to hear her would become rich and lucky, happy, and would one day become boss over all the kingdoms of earth. Her images they set up on their altars, or they sold them to the dumb people. They spoke counsels everywhere that she had never given, and told miracles she had not done. Through ruses they managed to make themselves master, get ownership, of our Eva and Setma, and through mal-speaking, twisting, they managed to alter and spoil everything. They also installed Famna under their guard, but seemingly under the guard of Fasta, our former honor-mooter, to watch over the Frana light. But that light they themselves had lit up, and instead of making the Famkes wise, and then sending them among the folk, care for the sick and teach the children, they made them dumb and dim by the light, and they were not allowed to go outside. They were also used as counselors, but that counsel was by appearance from their mouth, for their mouths were nothing but the shouters through which the priests spoke out their desires. When nigh Helenia had fallen, we wanted to choose another mooter. Some wanted to go to Texland, to ask for one there, but the priests, who with their own folk had retaken that dominion, would not allow it, and spoke out about us among their folk as unfrana. 3. From the writings of Minnow. When I had thus sailed away with my folk from Athenia. We came at last to an island called Creta by my folk because of the wild cries. Creta. The folk raised at our arrival. Then, seeing that we had not made war in our shield on our mind, they became meek, so that at last I exchanged for a boat with iron tools, a port mouth, and a piece of land. Yet when we had settled for a time, and they detected that we had no slaves, then they were amazed. But when I had told them that we had Eva to be Righten, judge, Elike, over all, then the folk also wanted to have such. Though hardly had they had any, or the whole land came to the table, ended in chaos. The principals and priests came complaining that we had made their deet folk disobeying, and the folk came to us for help and refuge. Though when the principals saw that they would lose their dominion, then they gave that folk freedom and came to me for an saying, right speaking book. But that folk was not used to freedom, and the lords continued to rule according to that which they thought good. When that storm was over, they began to sow discord among us. They told my folk that I had invoked their help to become steadfastly king. Once I found poison in my food. Then, when a ship of the fleet ended up with us, I quietly disappeared. But leaving my experiences aside, I only want to say, with these histories, that we cannot live with the Findus folk from wherever they are, for that they are full of false scams, eternally to be feared, as their sweet wines with deadly venom. End of Minos' writings. King Minos, or Minno, appears in Greek literature as the king of Gnosis as early as Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Thucydides tells us Minos was the most ancient man known to build a navy. He reigned over Crete and the islands of the Aegean Sea 3 generations before the Trojan War. He lived at Gnosis for 9 years, where he received instruction from Zeus in the legislation he gave to the island. He was the author of the Cretan constitution and the founder of the naval supremacy.
Here below are 3 knowings, facts. Thereafter, these setma are made. 1. All the males know that he must do his needs. But is someone's needs withheld, then no one knows what he shall do to hold on to his life. 2. All fertile people are being have an urge, to produce a child. Is that kept out, then no one knows what awful things can come thereof. 3. Everyone knows that he wants to live free and without suffering, and that others that also want. To be sure, safe, these Setma and Domar were made. That folk Findas also has Setma and Domar. But these are not according to right, but only for the gain of the priests and principals. Therefore, their states are always full of discord and murder. 1. As soon as someone has an emergency and cannot help himself, the Famna must make it known to the Greva. Therefore, that it does not befit a proud Fryas to do that himself. 2. If someone becomes poor because he does not want to work, he must be driven out of the land. For the cowardly and languid are troublesome and awful thinking. Therefore one ought to keep those out. 3. Every young fellow ought to seek a bride, and is he 25, he ought to have a wife. 4. Is he 25, and he has no spouse, then one ought to keep him out of his house. The fellows ought to avoid him. If he still does not take a spouse, then one must declare him dead. so that he goes out of the land and cannot give annoyance here. 5. Is he impotent, then he must say it publicly, that no one has to fear nor to dread him. Then he can go where he wants. 6. Does he afterwards commit whoredom, then he can flee. Does he not flee, then he is left to the vengriance of the deceived, and no one can help him. 7. As soon as someone has any goods, and another likes it so much that he thereof grabs, steals, then he must even the score, pay, 3 times. Does he steal again, then he must go to the tin mines. If the robbed one wants to give him freedom, then he can do so. But if it happens again, then no one can give him freedom. These domar are made for angry people. 1. If anyone in haste temper, but out of anger breaks another's limbs, stabs eyes out, or tooth, whatever it is, then the assailant must pay what the sufferer demands. Well, can he not do that, then publicly must be done to him what he did to the other. If he will not allow that, then he must turn to his burgfam, whether he can work in the iron or tin mines, until his debt is collected, according to the general rule. 2. If anyone is found who is so awful that he kills a Frya, he must pay for it with his life. If his burgfam can help him to the tin mines forever before he is caught, she can do so. 3. As soon as the evildoer can prove with known witnesses that it occurred by unluck, accident, then he shall be free. But if it happens again, he must still go to the tin mines, so that one, through that, avoids all incongruous vengriances and feuds. These are domar for nobodies. 1. If someone, out of anger, sets off the red rooster, sets fire to another one's house, he is no Fryas, he is a nobody with bastard blood. Can one catch him by the deed, then one must throw him on the fire. He can flee if he can, yet never shall he be sure for avenging hands. 2. No ect Fryas shall speak ill of lapses of his nearest, nor shout about it. Is he misdoing, criminal, of himself, but not terribly far and different, then he can righten himself. Does he become so awful that he becomes terrible, then one must reveal it to the greva. But is there anyone who underhandedly accuses another instead of doing it by the greva, that is a nobody. In the marketplace he must be tied to the pole, so that the young folk can spit at him. Then one leads him over the markings of Frya's land, but not to the tin mines, because an honor robber is to be feared there too. 3. As soon as there is someone so awful that he went to betray us to the enemy, pointing out paths and inroads in order to reach our Filbergden, or to sneak into them at night, those are wrought only from Finda's blood. He shall have to be burned. The steersman shall have to bring his mom and all his relatives to a distant island, and scatter his ashes there, so that no venomous herbs can wax from that here. The Famna then must spit out his name over all our states, so that no child receives his name, and the old one can throw it out. War had been driven out, but emergency had come in its place. Now here were 3 people who each stole a pouch of corn from the owners below, for they were all caught. Now the first went and brought the thief to the scout. The Famna, who spoke about it all, said that he had done according to right. The other took away the thief's corn and left him further with peace. The Famna said he had done well. But the third owner went to the thief his house. As he now saw how emergency had set up its seat there, then he went back and returned again with a cart full of emergency necessities, with which he drove emergency from the hearth. Frya's Famna had it widely appreciated of him, and had written his deed in the eternal book, while they wiped out all his leaks, mistakes. The honor motor was told, and she let it be known through the whole land.
What here stands below is written on the wall of the Warsburg. What is standing above are the signs of the Joel. That is the form, basic symbol, Wralda's. Also of the commencement or the beginning, from which came tide. That is the cruder that eternally must go around with the Joel.
Joel equals Yule equals wheel. Notice that Frya had the wheel, Yule, from the beginning, whereas Lida only had the wheel when introduced to them by Fryans.
After that, Frya made the standing script that she used for her text. When Fasta was Honormutter, she made it into the run also walking script. The wit king, that is seeking, Godfredgeth, the elder made from it the below standing, counting numbers, numerals for standing and run script both. Therefore, it is not too exaggerated that we annually celebrate a feast for it. We can bestow eternal thanks to Wralda that he let his spirit as shepherd hover over our ancestors. During her time, Finda also invented a script, but it was so pompous and full of curls and whirls that the descendants have quickly lost the bedientnesses, meanings, thereof. Then they have learned our writing, namely the Finns, the Thagers, and the Krekelanders. But they did not know well that it was made of the Joel, and that therefore it must always be written, with the sun round. In addition, they wanted that their writing would be illegible to other folks, for they always have secrets. Thus, in doing so, they went hard off the wise, go astray, to such an extent that the children can barely read the writings of their parents. Whereas, we can read our very oldest writings as well as those that were written yesterday. Here is the standing script. Below it is the run script. Furthermore, the numbers in both ways.
This stands written on all Bergton. Before the awful time came, our land was the most beautiful in Wralda, the world. The sun rose higher, and there was rarely frost. On the trees and bushes, fruits and nuts waxed, which are now lost. Among the grass seeds, we find not only corn, clover, and blide, but also sweet ones that shone like gold, and that one could bake under the sun's rays. Years were not counted, because the one year was as happy as the other. The Golden Age, a time of peace and rest and life and creation, where years were not counted, because the one year was as happy as the other. The Iron Age. Today we are in the Iron Age, the last age, winter, the bottom of the cycle, the lowest age. Anyone with eyes can see how low humanity has descended. On one side we were enclosed by Wralda's sea, whereupon no folk outside us was allowed or able to sail. On the other side we were gardened off by the wide Twiskland, where through Finda's folk did not dare to come, because of the dense forests and because of the wild animals. In the morning we staked out over the far end of the Easter Sea, in the evening at the Middle Sea. Thus, besides the small ones, we had 12 large sweet Rhine streams given to us by Wralda to keep our land fertile and to point our adventurous folk the way to his sea. The shores of these Rhine streams were ultimately altogether occupied by our folk, also the fields and the Rhine from the one end until the other end. Opposite the Denmarks and the Jutter's land, we had folk settlements with the Berg fam. There we won copper and iron, as well as tar, pitch, and some other needs. Opposite our former Westland, there we had Britannia with its tin mines. Britannia, that was the land of the band, who were Brit away, leave, with the help of their Berg fam to keep their lives. But in order that they would not come back, a bee was first pricked on their foreheads. The band with red blood paint, and the other criminals with blue paint. Outside and besides that, our steersmen and merchants had many storage places in the near Krekelands and in Lydia. In Lydia, there are the black people. Since our land was so roomy and large, we had many names as written below. Opposite our former Westland, there we had Britannia with its tin mines. Britannia, that was the land of the band, who were Brit away, band. Britannia was therefore the land of the band. Notice too, opposite our former Westland, I would think that means the west part of Doggerland, opposite to that, since former suggests no longer there. Those who sat east of the Denmarks were called Juters because they ultimately did nothing else than collect jute, amber. Those who sat there on the islands were called Line because they usually lived abandoned, left behind. All beach and shore dwellers from the Denmarks to the Sandfall, now the Schelde, were called steersmen, sea combatants, and anglars. Anglars, so one named the sea fishermen before, because they only fished with hooks, angle, or rod, and never nets. Those who sat from there to the near Krekelands were just called quay dwellers because they never sailed out to the sea. Those who sat in the high marks areas, which bordered the Twisklands, were called Saksmannen because they were always armed for the wild animals and the gone wild Brits. There and above we had the names land dwellers, lake dwellers, and wood or forest dwellers. Anglars, so one named the sea fishermen before, because they only fished with hooks, angle, or rod, and never nets. The Anglars became the Anglo. The Saxons used a tool similar to an axe to fell trees, the woodsman. Hence, the Anglo-Saxons were the fishermen and woodsmen of Frya.
How awful time came. All that summer the sun was hidden behind clouds, as if she did not want to see earth. Wind rested in its pouches, through which, because of that, smoke and steam stood like sails above house and pools. The air was thus sad and dim, and in the hearts of the people was neither happiness nor joy. In the midst of this stillness, earth began to tremble as if she was dying. Mountains split apart, spitting fire and flames. Others sank down into her lap, and there, where she had fields before, she raised mountains up, Outland, called Atland by the steersman, sank down, and the wild waves stepped abundantly over mountains and valleys, so that everything was buried under the sea. Many people were buried in earth, and many who had escaped the fire perished in the water afterwards. Not only in the lands of the Finders did mountains spit fire, but also in the Twiskland. Forests burned one after the other because of it, and the wind that came from there afterwards blew our lands full of ash. Rin streams were diverted, and at their mouths came new islands of sand and floating animals. 3 years earth was thus suffering, but when she was better one could see her wounds. Many lands had sunken, Others had risen from the sea, and the Twistland was half deforested. Bands of Findus folk came travelling into the empty spaces, our away britted or destroyed, or they became their allies. Then watchfulness was doubly commanded to us, and time taught us that unity is our strongest burg. This stands written on the Weersburg near the Aldgamouth. The Weersburg is not a Famnaburg, but in it all the foreign and overland things are being kept, which the steersmen brought with them. It has 3 poles, which is a half-tide located southward of Miedesblick. Thus is the forward. Mountains bow your crests, clouds and streams weep, yes, Schoonland blushes, slave folks step on your dress, O Frya. Thus is the history. 101 years after Aldland sank, a folk came away from the east. That folk had been driven out by another folk. Behind our Twistland they got discord. They shifted, split themselves into 2 heaps, groups. Each here went its own way. From the one part no language, message came to us, but that other part overran behind in our Schoonland. Schoonland was sparsely populated, and at the back quay the sparsest of all. Therefore they could conquer it without a battle, and because they did not harm others, we did not want to have a war about that. Now that we have learned to know them, so we want to write about their morals. After that, how we fared with them.
The splitting up of a people is exactly what happened to the Ugric people and is evidenced in their language. The part that went north and behind our Schoonland are the Finns, and the part that was never heard of again were the ones that went south to the area known today as Hungary, where the Hungarians are, also known as Magyars, Maggie.
That folk was not as wild, like many of the lineages Findus, but like to the Egyptalanders. They have priests like them, and now that they have churches, statues too. The priests are the only lords. They call themselves Magyars. The supreme one is called Magi. He is the head priest and king in one. All the other folk is 0 in the number, unimportant, and entirely and all under their might. That folk does not even have a name, but us they are named Finns, because although their feasts are altogether sad and bloody, yet they are so fine on that, regulated in detail, that we lag behind them. Further, they are not to be envied, for they are slaves to the priests and also, yet much worse, to their opinions. They assume that everything is full of evil spirits that creep into men and animals, but of Wralda's spirit they know nothing. They have stone weapons, the Magyars copper ones. The Magyars tell that they can ban and banish the awful spirits. About that, the folk is always in fearful dread, and on their faces there is never no happiness to be seen.
Further, they are not to be envied, for they are slaves to the priests, and also, yet much worse, to their opinions. A slave to their own thoughts. This is what happened to Finda back then, but now also to most Frya folk today. Wake.
When they were well settled, the Magyars sought alliance with us. They boasted our language and morals, our cattle and our iron weapons, which they gladly exchanged for their gold and silver, jewellery, and they always kept their teat, folk within the poles. But that gobbled our watchfulness. 80 years further, just was a Jolfest. There they came unexpectedly like snow driven by a storm wind over our lands running. Those who could not flee were murdered. Frya was invoked. but the Skoonlanders had neglected her counsel. Then powers were collected, 3 poles from Gouda, her burg. They were resisted. The war remained. Cat, or Catherine, thus the fam was called who was burgfam of Godaburg. Cat was proud and pompous. Therefore she did not let counsel nor followers be asked from the Mudir. But when the burg nobles grasped that, then they themselves sent messengers to Texland, to the Mudir there. Mina, thus was the Mudir her name. Let all the steersmen be summoned, and all the other young folk from East Flyland, and from the Denmarks.
Out of this journey the history of Woden was born, as it is written on the Bergden and written here. At the Aldergamoth there rested an old sea king. Styrik, strong, was his name, and the call about his deeds was great. This old seaman had 3 cousins. Woden, the eldest, lived at Lumkamakia by the east mouth in East Flyland at his parents' home. Once he had been Heerman. Tunis and Inca were sea combatants, and just now at their uncle's house at the Aldergamoth. As the young combatants now came together, they chose Woden as their Heerman, or king. And the sea combatants chose Tunis as their sea king, and Inca as their scout at night. The steersmen then set sail for the Denmarks. There they took in Woden with his adventurous land defense. Wind was roomy, and thus in a sigh they were in Skoonland. When the Nordic brothers had joined themselves to them, divided Woden his mighty army into 3 adventures. Frya was their call to arms, and so he beat the Finns and Magyars backward, as if it were children. When the Magi learned how his folk were all killed, then he sent messengers with staff and crown. They said to Woden, "O you greatest of all kings, we are guilty, yet all that we have done is done out of need. You assume that we have attacked your brothers willingly, but we have been beaten forth by our enemy, and they are all still on our heels. We have often asked for help from your Bergfam, but she has not noticed us." The Magi said, "As soon as we murder each other to half, then the wild cattle herders will come and murder us altogether. The Magi has much wealth, but he has seen that Frya is mightier than all of our spirits combined. He wants to lay down his head in her lap. You are the most adventurous king of earth. Your folk is from iron. Become our king, and we will all want to be your slaves. What an honor it would be for you if you could drive back the wild ones again. Our ship, horns would blow it around, and our stories would go ahead of you everywhere." Woden was strong, fierce, and adventurous, but he was not clear-seeing. Therefore he was caught in their trap and crowned by the Magi. His many steersmen and land defenders, not liking this turn, went quietly away, taking Cat with them. But Cat, who did not want to appear for the motor, nor for the collective council, jumped overboard. Then came Stormwind and thrashed the ships down on the shores of Denmark without missing a single man. After that they have named the strait Cat's Gate. When Woden was crowned, he went loose on the wild ones. These were all horsemen. Like a hailstorm they came against Woden's army, but like a whirlwind they turned around and dared not again appear. As Woden now came back, the Magi gave him his daughter as wife. After that he was smoked with herbs, but there were magic herbs among them, for Woden gradually became so very audacious that he dared to disavow and mock Frya and Wralda's spirit, while he bowed his Frya neck in front of false Drukten-looking statues. His dominion held on 7 years, then he disappeared. The Magi said he was taken up among their gods, and that from there he ruled over them, but the folk laughed at his language. When Woden had been away for a while, there came discord. We wanted to choose another king, but the Magi would not allow it. He claimed it was right, given to him by his Drukna. Beyond and besides this quarrel, there was another one between his Magyars and Finns, who did not want to honor Frya nor Woden. But the Magi did as it pleased him, for his daughter had won a son from Woden, And now the Magi wanted that this one would be of high origin. While everybody whined and quarreled, he crowned the lad king and installed himself as guardian and foremouth, or counselor. Those who loved their belly more than the right, they let him go on, but the good went away. Many Magyars fled with their folks backwards, and the steersmen went to ship. An army of bold Finns went as rowers with them.
The Magi said that he, Woden, was taken up among their gods, and from there he rules over them. But the folk laughed at his language. But they don't laugh today, do they? So many Fryans are duped by the Magi pagan religion and believe that Woden is a god. It doesn't help that it gets perpetuated in shows like The Vikings. Imagine having a show about the history of Fryans with their true belief in Wralda and the nature of our world. But the Magi would never let that happen because they need our people to stay asleep and follow their programming. It will never happen.
Now the histories of cousin Tunis and his cousin Inca first come right on the path. All this stands not only on the Warsburg, but also on the Berg Stavia, which is located behind the port Stavern. When Tunis wanted to return home with his ships, he went first to the Denmarks, but then he was not allowed to land there. That the motor had shown. Also at Flyland, he was not allowed to land, and further nowhere else. He would thus have died with his folks from leak and lack. Therefore, he went to rob the lands by night and sailed by day. Thus sailing forth along the quay, they came to the folk settlement, Kadik, so called because their harbor was formed by a stone quay dike. Here they bought all kinds of provisions, but Tutya, the Bergfam, would not tolerate them settling themselves down. When they were ready, they got into a quarrel. Tunis wanted to go through the Strait of the Middle Sea to sail for the rich king of Egypt lands, like he had done earlier, but Inca said that he had had his fill of all the Findus folk. Inca assumed that there may be a high part of Atland, by way of an island, would have remained, where he would be allowed to live peacefully with the folks. As the two cousins thus could not agree, Tunis went on and stabbed a red banner into the beach, and Inca a blue one. Thereafter, everyone was allowed to choose whom he wanted to follow. And wonder to Inca, who despised serving the kings of Findus folk, most Finns and Magyars walked over. As they had now counted the folk and divided the ships accordingly, then the fleets separated from one another. From cousin Tunis came word afterwards, from cousin Inca, never.
The land being Lyda's Atland makes more sense, as Alex pointed out, because Inca said that he had his fill of all that Findus folk. So we know he wasn't looking for Finda's Atland, and he most likely knew, as was common knowledge among Fryans, where Frya's Atland was. So that left Lyda's Atland in the Atlantic.
Cousin Tunis sailed along the quay all throughout the gate of the Middle Sea. When Atland sank, also at the shores of the Middle Sea, things had gone awful. As a result, many people came from the Findus land to our near and far Krekelands, and also many from Lyda's land. There against also many of our folk had gone to Lyda's land. All this had wrought that the near and far Krekelands had been lost for the might of the motor. That was what Tunis had counted on. Therefore, he wanted to choose a good port and sail from there for rich principles. But because his fleet and his folk were so ragged in appearance, the quay dwellers assumed they were robbers, and therefore they were kept out everywhere. Then at last they came to the Phoenician quay. That was 193 years after Atlant sank.
The country of Tunisia was named after cousin Tunis, with its capital called Tunis.
Near the quay they found an island with 2 deep ditches, so that it looked like 3 islands. On the middle one there they set up their shelter. Then they built there a berg wall around. Now, as they wanted to give it a name, they got a disagreement. Some wanted to call it Frya's, others Neftunia. But the Magyars and the Finns prayed it should be called Thyrhisburg. Thyr thus was called one of their Drokten, and on this year day they had landed there. In countervalue, they wanted to eternally recognize Tunis as their king. Tunis let himself be read, persuaded, and the others did not want to have a war about it. Now when they were well seated, then they sent some old steersmen and Magyars ashore and further to the Berg Sidon. But at first the quay dwellers wanted to have nothing to do with them. "You are far-living tramps," they said, "whom we cannot respect." But when we wanted to sell them of our iron weapons, at last everything went well. Also, they were very curious about our amber, and the questions about it took no end. But Tunis, who was far-seeing, claimed that he no longer had neither iron weapons nor amber. Then the merchants came and commanded that he should give 20 ships, which they all wanted to be equipped with the finest wearers, and they wanted to give him as many folks to row as he desired. 12 ships he let be equipped with wine, honey, and tanned leather. Among them were belts and saddles decorated with gold as one had never seen. With all that treasure, Tunis sailed into the fly lake. The Graveman of West Flyland was enchanted by all these things. He took care that Tunis could build a storehouse at the mouth of the fly lake. After that, that place was called Almanaland, and the market Ringa, where the barter was allowed, then a trade market. The motor recommended that we should sell everything except our iron weapons, but one did not notice her. Since the Thyrs thus had free play, they came again and again to transport our goods both near and far, to our own sea combatants' damage. Thereafter it was decided at a collective council to allow 7 Thyr ships yearly and not more.
What became thereof? In the northernmost corner of the Middle Sea there lays an island near the quay. Now they came asking to buy that. A collective council was convened about that. Mudr's counsel was obtained, but Mudr preferred to see them far off. Therefore she assumed there was no evil in it. But as we afterwards saw how we had done wrong, we have named that island Missalia, Missal. Hereafter it shall become apparent how we reasoned to that. The Gauls, thus a missionary priest of Sidon, are called. The Gauls had seen clearly that the land there was scarcely populated and was far from the Mudr. Now to give themselves a good appearance, they let themselves be called in our language, consecrated to fidelity, truth, Trovida. But it would have been better if they had called themselves turned away from fidelity, or in short, Trovinda, like our steersmen later have done. When they were well settled, then their merchants exchanged beautiful copper weapons and all kinds of jewelry for our iron weapons and wild animal hides, of which in our southern lands were much to become. But the Gauls celebrated all kinds of foul, drochinous feasts and tied the quay dwellers to them through the doings of their whorish girls and the sweetness of their venomous wine. Was there someone of our folk who had so badly spoiled it that his life came to be feared? Then the Gauls lent him aid and refuge and transported him to Phoenicia, that is Palmland. Was he settled there, then he had to write his relatives and friends and allies that the land was so good and the people so happy, as no one could imagine himself. In Britannia there were now many men, but few wives. When the Gauls got to know this, they they let girls being kidnapped everywhere, and these they gave to the Brits for nothing. But all these girls became their servants, who stole the children of the Wralda in order to give them to their false drachne.
The goals equal the Gauls.
Now we want to write about the war of the Bergfamna, Calta, and Minerva, and how we through that have lost all our southern lands and Britannia to the Gauls. Near the southern Rhine mouth and the Scheldt, there are 7 islands, named after Frya's 7 watchfamkes of the week. In the middle of one island is the berg Wahalagara, on the walls of which is written the following history. Above it stands, read, learn, and watch. 563 years after Aldland sank, here sat a wise berg fam, Minerva was her name, by the steersman by named Nihallinya. This by name was well chosen, for the counsel she lend was new, nigh, and bright hell, above all others. Over the Scheldt, at the Flyberg, sat Sered. That fam was full of scams. Beautiful was her face, and quick was her tongue, but the counsel she gave was always in obscure words. That is why she was called Calta, chatterer, by the steersman. The land dwellers assumed it was an honorary name. In the last will of the deceased Mutter stood Rosa Muvda, the first, Minerva the second, and Sered the third as successor written down. Minerva had no wit about that, not offended, but Sered was broken by it. Like an overland principal, she wanted to be honored, feared and worshipped by Minerva, only wanted to be loved. At last all steersmen came here to confirm her hail, even from the Denmarks and from the Fly Lake. That wounded Sered, for she wanted to excel above Minerva. So that one would have a great thanks over her watchfulness, she made a rooster on her banner. Then Minerva went and made a shepherd's dog and a night owl on her banner. The dog, she said, watches over his master and over his herd, and the night owl watches over the fields so that they will not be destroyed by the mice. But your rooster has for no one friendship, and though his fornication and pomposity, he has often become the band of his nearest relatives. As Calta saw that her work came out disastrous, then she went from evil to worse. Silently, she let Magyars come here in order to learn sorcery. As she had had her fill of that, she threw herself in the arms of the Gauls. Yet from all those misdeeds she was not getting any better. As she saw that the steersmen more and more withdrew from her, then she wanted to win them through fear. Was the moon full and the sea tempestuous, and she walked over the wild waves, shouting at the steersmen that she would perish as soon as they would not want to worship her. Further, she blinded their eyes so that they mistook water for land and land for water. Through that many ships perished with man and mouse. At the first defense feast, when all her land dwellers were weaponized, armed, she let kegs of beer being poured, and that beer she had done magic potion. As the folk now altogether drunk, was she went to stand atop her steed, leaning with her head against her spear. Red of dawn could not be more beautiful. When she saw that all eyes were fastened upon her, she opened her lips and spoke. Sons and daughters of Frya, I do know that in recent times we have suffered much leak and lack, because the steersmen no longer come to sell our script felt, but you do not know through that came to be. For long I have kept it inside, but now I cannot bear it any longer. Hear then, friends, so that you can know where you can bite, at the other side of the Scheldt, where you ultimately have the entrance of all seas. There they make script felt from decayed leaves. With that they save linen and can well miss us. Now that the script felt making has always been our greatest business, so the Mutter has wanted that one should teach us that. But Minerva has bewitched all the folk, yes, bewitched friends, just as all our cattle that died the other day. Out it must go, I want to tell you, Were I not a Berg fam, I would well know it. I would burn that witch in her nest. When she had uttered the words, she hurried herself toward her burg, but that drunken folk had thus been so enchanted that they could not watch over their reason. In frantic, bold fervor, they went over the sandfall, and after night had perched in the meantime, they went just as bold on the berg loose. But Kalta missed her goal again, because Minerva and her Famna and the Fudic were all saved through the swift steersman.
Herewith comes the history of John. John, 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 and Jan is all alike with to give. Yet this is due to the pronunciation of the steersman, who through habit abbreviate everything to make fast and loud shouting when sailing possible. John, that is, giving, was sea king, born at Aldurga, had sailed out of the Flea Lake with 127 ships, equipped for a great sea voyage, richly loaded with amber, tin, copper, iron, sheets, linen felt, Famna felt of otter, beaver, and rabbit hair. Now he would take with him from here script felt. When John came here and saw how Kalta had destroyed our glorious burg, then he became so extremely vehement that he with all his folks went off to the Fleaburg and lit the red rooster there in retaliation. But by his scout at night and some of his folks, the Fudic and the Famna were saved. But Sirhed, or Kalta, they could not catch. She clawed at the last merlin. Everyone thought she must perish in the flames. But what happened? While all her folks stood rigid and stiff with fright, she came more beautiful than before on her fast horse, shouting, "To Kalta mine!" There the other shelled folk streamed to heap together as the steersman saw that they shouted, "For Minerva we!" A war came out of that through which thousands have fallen. Under these times Rosamund, that is Rosa Muda, Rose Mouth, was Mutter. She had done much amicably to protect the peace, yet now that things were getting so awful, she took resolute action. Instantly she sent messengers through the land poles and let a general emergency ordinance be declared. Then the land defenders came away from all wards. The battling land folk were all caught, but John hid himself with his folk on his fleet, taking with him both Fudics and also Minerva and the Famna of both Bergton. Helprick, the Hierman, let him be banned, but while all the defenders were still over the Scheld, John sailed back to the Flea Lake and further again to our islands. His folk, and many of our folk, took wife and children on ship board, and when John now saw that one wanted to punish him and his folk as criminals, he went away quietly. He did right, because all our land dwellers and all the other Scheld folk who had fought were brought to Britannia. That step was wrongly done, for now comes the commencement of the end. Kalta, of whom was said she could walk as happily on water as on land, went to the mainland shore, and subsequently headed for the Missalia. Then the Gauls came with their ships from out of the Middle Sea, sailing into Cadic and all our outer land. Subsequently, they fell on and over Britannia, but they could get no foothold there, because the shore dwellers were mighty, and the band were still Frya's. But now Calta came and spoke. You are born free, and for small leaks, faults, one has made you outcasts, not to better improve you, but to win 10 by your hands. Do you want to be free again and live under my counsel and guard? Then express yourself. Weapons shall be yours, and I shall watch over you. Like lightning fire it went over the islands, and before the Cruiter's Joel had gone round one, she was masterin' over the whole, and the Thoyers of all our southern states till the Sagen. Because Calta did not feel herself fully trusted, she let in the northern mountain land, a burg being built. Calta's burg, that was named. It is still there, but now it is called Karanak. From that burg she ruled like an echt Mutter, not for the sake of, but over her followers, and who subsequently called themselves Kaltanen. But the Gauls gradually ruled over all of Britannia. It was partly because she did not have more Burgton, secondly, that she had no Burg Famna there, and thirdly, because she had no Echt Fudic. Because of all these causes, her folk could not return. They became dumb and barren, lack of wisdom, and were eventually robbed by the Gauls of all their iron weapons, and at last, like a bull led around by the nose. Celts are followers of Calta. Celts, or Celts, are just Fryans who followed the rebellious burg Mutter Calta. Celts wore kilts.
Now we want to write how John fared. This stands written at Texland. 10 years after John had rid away, 3 ships came here falling into the fly lake. The folk shouted, "What a blessing!" From their tales, the Mutter let this be written down. When John came to the Middle Sea, the mare story of the Gauls had preceded them everywhere, so that he was nowhere safe at the quay of the near Krekelands. So he crossed over with his fleet to Lydia, that is Lydda, her land. There the black people wanted to capture them and eat. At last they came to Thyris, but Minerva said, "Hold off, for here the air is long since polluted by the priests." The king was descended from Tunis, so we later heard, but because the priests wanted to have a king who was according to their understanding, thus they had elevated Tunis to a god, to the annoyance of his followers. As they now had Tyr behind them, the Thyriers came to rob a ship from the rear. Because that ship was too far, we could not win it back, but John swore revenge over that.
Neptunus equals Neptune. Thus they had elevated Tunis to a god. Neptunus is Neptunus, Neptune, the god of the sea.
When night came, John turned to the far Krekelands. At last they came to a land that looked very desolate, but they found a harbor mouth there. "Here," said Minerva, "shall probably no fear of principals nor priests be necessary, since they altogether love fat food." Yet when they sailed into the harbor, they found it was not roomy enough to enclose all the ships, and yet most all were too weak to go again. Thus John, who wanted to go on, went with his spear and banner to call the young people, who willingly wanted to join him. Minerva, who wanted to stay, did also. The largest part went to Minerva, but the youngest steersman went to John. John took the Fudic of Calta and her Famna with him, and Minerva kept her own Fudic and her own Famna. Between the far and near Krekelands, John found some islands which he liked. On the largest he went to build a burg in the forest between the mountains. From out of the little islands he went to rob the Thyriers, ships, and lands out of revenge. Therefore, the islands are called Robber Islands, as well as John's Islands. When Minerva had viewed the land, which is named by the inhabitants Attica, she saw that the folk were all goat herders. They kept themselves alive with meat, herbs, wild carrots, and honey. They were covered with skins, and they had their shelters on the slopes, Hellinga, of the mountains. Because of that, they were named Helligers of our folk.
Hellenes equal Hellingers. The Hellenes of Greece are the Hellingers of the OLB. They were not Phryans, as some have speculated. They were a mixed Finda race, goat herders and cliff dwellers. The Athenians were Phryans, who founded that famous city and brought civilization to Greece. That is why the pantheon of gods were actually Phryans, people that the Magi priests turned into gods so as to manipulate and rule over the people with. The Greeks are the Hellingers of the OLB and have a much swarthier appearance with olive skin.
At first they went on the run, but when they saw that we did not aspire after their treasure, then they came back and showed great allyship. Minerva asked if we could settle ourselves down in their amicability. That was granted on the condition that we would help them battling with their neighbors, who continually came to kidnap their children and rob their treasure. Then we built a burg 1.5 poles from the harbor. On the council of Minerva, it was named Athenia, because she said the descendants ought to know that we came here not through ruses nor violence, but received like allies, Atha. While we were working on the burg, the principals came. As they now saw that we had no slaves, they did not like it, and let it be shown to Minerva, because they thought she was a principal. But Minerva asked, "How then have you become by your slaves?" They answered, "Some we have bought, others we won in the battle." Minerva said, "As soon as nobody wants to buy people, then nobody shall rob your children, and you would have no war over that. So if you want to remain our allies, then you must let your slaves free." Now that the principals did not want, they wanted to drive us away, but the cleverest of their folks came to help build our burg, which we now made of stone. This is the history of John and Minerva. Now when they had told all that, they honorably asked for iron burg weapons, because they said, "Our enemies are mighty, but if we have etched weapons, we shall reply them well." When she had agreed to this, the folks asked if the Frya's morals would bloom at Athenia and the other Krekelands. The Mutter answered, "If the far Krekelands belong to the heritage of Frya, then they will bloom there. Do they not belong to that? Then there will have to be battled over for a long time, because the Kruder shall go round with his Joel for another 5,000 years, before the Findus folk is ripe for freedom."
Unlike what it says in Tacitus's book Germania, the Phryans were the ones that had the advanced iron weapons, not the Findans. They sought to trade their wares with Phryas for them, to the dismay of the Burgmutter. This is about the Geertmen. When Helenia, or Minerva, had died, then the priests pretended as if they were with us, so that would be clearly apparent. They proclaimed Helenia to be a goddess, nor would they let another Mutter be chosen, saying they had fear that among her Famna there was nobody whom they could trust as well as Minerva, who was by named nigh Helenia. But we did not want to acknowledge Minerva as a goddess, because she herself had said that nobody could be good or perfect than Wralda's spirit. Therefore we chose Geert, Desire, Pyre his daughter, to be our mutter. As the priests saw that they could not cook their herring on our fire, then they went outside Athenia and said that we would not acknowledge Minerva as a goddess out of envy, because she had shown so much love to the inhabitants. Further on, they gave that folk images of her likeness, asserting they could ask anything of them, reaching so far as long as they remained obedient. Because of all these tales, that dumb folk was turned away from us, and in the end they attacked us. But we had our stone berg wall with two horn-shaped curves to the sea, therefore they could not reach us. Though what happened? In Egypt lands there was an over-priest, bright from eyes, bright of brain, and enlightened of mind. His name was Cecrops. He came to give counsel. As Cecrops saw that he and his folks could not storm our wall, then he sent messengers to Thrace. After that, 300 ships full of salt allies, soldiers, Dutch soldaten, from the wild mountain folks, came unexpectedly, sailing into our harbor, while we with all of us were battling on the walls. Just as they had taken the port, the wild soldiers wanted to rob the village and our ships. One soldier had already violated a belly, but Cecrops would not allow it, and the Thurier steersmen, who still had Frya's blood in their bodies, said, "If you do that, then we will lit the red rooster in our ships, and you will not see your mountains again." Cecrops, who loved neither murder nor destruction, sent messengers to Geert to ask her the berg off. She was free to walk out with all her floating and portable possessions, her followers as much. The wisest of the Berg nobles, seeing very well that they could not keep the Berg, recommended Geert she should quickly agree, before Cecrops became furious and began all over. 3 months after, Geert went away with the very best of Frya's children and 7 times 12 ships. When they were some way out of the harbor, as many as 30 ships came from Thrace with wife and children. They wanted to go to Athenia, but when they heard how it was shaped there, they went with Geert. The water king of the Thuriers brought the whole through the strait, which under these times ran into the Red Sea. At last they landed at Pong Ob, that is in our speech 5 waters, due to the 5 Rhine streams that flow to the sea here. Here they set themselves down. That land they have named Germania. There they landed at Pong Ob. Ponge, live, and Ob, water, live water. They arrived at the location known today as Punjab, where the 5 major rivers meet in India: the Ganga, Yamuna, Indus, Godavari, and Brahmaputra. The king of Thrace, after seeing that his very best steersman had brid away, sent all his ships with his wild soldiers to capture them, either dead or alive. But when they came to the strait, both trembled, sea and earth. Subsequently, earth raised up her body there, so high that all the water of the strait ran out of it, and that all the dregs and shores, like a berg wall, rose up before them. This happened over the Geertmen, their virtues, as all people can see bright and clear. The story of Moses in the Magi Bible, parting the Red Sea, is based on the story of the Geertmen sailing through the Red Sea right before it rose and closed up. In the year 1051, after Adlon had sunk, This was written on the eastern wall of Fryansburg. After we had not seen a Krekelander or Almenland in 12 years, 3 ships came as stylish as we did not have, and had never seen before. On the sturdiest of them was a king of the Johns Islands. His name was Ulysses, and the call about his wisdom great. This king had been foretold by a priestess that he would become king over all Krekelands if he knew a way to obtain a Fudic that was lighted at the Fudic at Texland. To obtain him, he had brought with him many treasures, above all famed jewelry, like there were no more beautiful ones made in Wralda. Troy. The fabled city of Troy, mentioned here in the OLB and in Homer's Iliad, was proven to be true after the fact by the archaeological dig of Heinrich Schliemann, a German businessman, in northern Turkey in 1871. He came from Troy, a city the Krekelanders had taken. All these treasures he offered to the Mutter, but the Mutter wanted to know nothing of it. As at last he saw that she was not to be won, he went to Valhalla Gara. There was a femme seated, her name was Cat, but in the walk, commonly, she was called Cadlip, on account that her lower lip stuck out like a lookout sign. There he hung around for years to the annoyance of all who knew it. According to a statement of their Famna, he got a Fudic from her at last. But this was not a gain to him, for when he came to sea, his ship perished, and he was naked and bare, taken up by the other ships. From this king is here a writer of pure Frya's blood left behind, born at the new port of Athenia, and what follows here he has written for us about Athenia. From this one can decide how true the Mutter Bright Light has spoken when she said that Frya's morals could not held firm at Athenia. From the other Krekelanders, you have surely heard much evil about Cecrops, because he was in no good call, but I dare say he was an enlightened man, highly praised, just as much by the inhabitants as by us, because he was not one to demean the people like the other priests, but he was virtuous, and he knew how to value the wisdom of the far living folks. Therefore, because he knew that, he had allowed us that we could live according to our own like saying book, right speaking book. Cecrops was a legendary king of Attica, and remember that Attica was a name given to that area of Greece by the Hellingers. He was the founder and the first king of Athens itself, though, preceded in the region by the earth, born King Actius of Attica. Okay, so we know that part's not right because he wasn't the founder. The founder was Athenia, right? Minerva, she was the founder. So this part is incorrect. This is what they have in the wiki. Cecrops was a culture hero, teaching the Athenians marriage, reading and writing, and ceremonial burial. But I beg to differ because it was actually the Burgmutter, Athenia, Minerva, Nihilenia that did all that. And then he made them leave, right? The Gurtmana had to leave after she died, and then he took over. And he was only part Fryan. He had blue eyes, but he was part Finda because he actually came from Egypt. There was a tale that he was affectionate to us because he would have been suckled from a Frya's girl, an Egyptian priest, on account that he had blue eyes, and that many girls from us were kidnapped and sold in Egypt lands. He himself never validated it, How it is with that, however it may be, it is for sure that he proved more allyship to us than all the other priests together. But when he had fallen, his successors soon began to tear at our Eva, and gradually made so many mist-looking distortions that at long last, of being E-like and of having freedom, nothing else remained but the appearance and the name. Further, they would not tolerate a setma being brought into writing, through which, because of that, the science of it was hidden from us. Beforehand, all matters within Athenia were stipulated in our language. Then it had to be done in both languages, and at last only in the land's language. In the first year, the male folk in Athenia took only wives of our own race, but the young folk waxed with the girls of the land dwellers, took from there also. The bastardized children that came from that were the most beautiful and savvy in Wralda, but they were also the worst, limping between both sides. They did not care about morals, nor about customs, except when it was their own hail. As long as a ray of Frya's spirit was still ruling, all the building stuff was used for collective works, and no one was allowed to build a house more roomy and richer than that of his nearest. When some bastardized city people became rich through our sailing and through the silver that the slaves won from the silver mines, then they went to live outside on the slopes or in the valleys. There behind high walls of foliage, there of stone, they built courts with expensive household goods, and in order to be in a good call with the foul priests, they set up their false Drochten-looking and lewd statues. With the foul priests and principals, the boys were ultimately desired more than the daughters, and often diverted from the path of virtue, even through wealth or through violence. Now that riches among the spoiled and bastardized race counted far above virtue and honor, one saw ultimately fellows adorning themselves with glorious clothes, their parents and famna to disgrace, and their manhood to mockery. Did our simple elders come at a collective council at Athenia and wanted to complain about it, so it was shouted, "Hear, hear, there shall speak a sea mama, sea ghost." Thus Athenia has become E-like, a swamp in the hot lands, full of leeches, toads, and venomous snakes, in which no man of hardened morals can dare his foot. Mama. Mama is a mask, translated as ghosts. In the old days, perhaps still in the South, a ghost meant a bad woman or girl. A ghost was a woman who looked good to the outside but was bad on the inside, a hypocrite.
This stands in all our Bergden, how our Denmarks were lost to us 1,602 years after Atland perished. Through Woden's barren lack of wisdom and levity, the Magi had become boss over Skoonland's eastern part. Where there were mountains and where a sea, he dared not come. The motor did not want to have it back. She spoke and declared, "I see no fear in his weapons, but I do in taking the Skoonlanders back again, because they are bastardized and degenerate." At the collective council, one thought the same. Therefore, it was left to him. More than 100 years ago, the Denmarkers began to exchange with him. They gave him iron weapons and tools, for which they exchanged gold jewelry, as well as copper and iron earth. The motor sent messengers and recommended them that they should let go of the exchange. There was fear, she said, for their morals, and with that they unlearn their morals, that they shall also lose their freedom. But the Denmarkers had no ears for it. They did not want to understand that their morals could be spoiled. Therefore they did not notice her. At long last they brought their own weapons and provisions away, but the evil wrought its consequences. Their bodies were laden with glitter and shiny, but their fields languished and barns became empty. Barely 100 years after the day the first ship sailed from the quay with provisions, poverty came and leaked inside through the windows. Hunger spread its wings and perched upon the land. Discord walked proudly over the streets and onwards into the houses. Love could no longer find a place, and unity ran away. The children wanted food from their mom, and the mom did have jewelry, but no food. The wives came to their husbands. These went to the greva. The greva had nothing themselves, or were hiding it. Now one had to sell the jewelry. But while the steersmen were brit away with those, Frost came and laid down a plank on the sea and over the streets. When Frost had finished that bridge, watchfulness crept over it, out of the land, and treachery climbed on his seat. Instead of watching the shores, they harnessed their horses and their vehicles and ran towards Schoonland. The Schoonlanders, who were curious of the land of their ancestors, came to the Denmarks. On a bright night they all came. Now they said they had a right to the land of their ancestors, and while they were battling over that, the Finns came into the empty villages and ran away with the children. Because of that, and that they had no good weapons, made them lose the case, and with it their freedom, because the Magi became boss. And that came to be because they did not read Frya's texts, and had neglected her counsels. There are some who assume that they were betrayed by the greva, and that the Famna had long detected that. But whosoever wanted to speak about that, his mouth was gagged with golden chains. We cannot pass judgment on that, but we want to shout at you. Do not lean too much on the wisdom and virtue of your principles, nor of your Famna, for when push comes to shove, so all people must watch over their own thoughts and for the collective hail. 2 years later, the Magi himself came with a fleet of light canoes to rob the motor of Texland and the Fudik. That awful business he accomplished at night in winter at storm tide as wind raged and hail beat against the windows. The lookout, who assumed he heard something, lit his searchlight. As soon as the light from the tower fell on the round part, he saw that already many armed men were over the berg wall. Now he went to ring the bells, but it was too late. Before the defenders were ready, 2,000 were already busy to ram the gate. Battle therefore was short, for because the defenders had not held a good watch, all died. While everyone was battling, there was a foul Finn who creeped into the fleet or bedroom of the motor and wanted to rape her, but the motor warded him off, so he stumbled backward against the wall. When he was on his legs again, he stabbed his sword into her belly, saying, "If you do not want my penis, then you shall have my sword." After him came a skipper of the Denmarks. This one took his sword and raised the Finn through his head. From it flowed black blood, and over it floated a blue flame. The Magi let the motor be nursed on his ship. When she was once again so far whole and better that she could speak firmly, the Magi said that she must sail with him, and that she would keep her Fodik and Famna, that she would enjoy a status so high as she had not known before. He further said that he would ask her in the presence of his principals whether he would become master over all the lands and folks Fryas. He said she must confirm and validate that, otherwise he would let her die under a lot of pain. As he thereafter had gathered all his principals around her bed, he asked loudly, "Frana, since you are clear-seeing, you must say to me whether I shall become master over all the lands and folks Fryas." Frana acted as if she did not notice him. At long last she opened her lips and spoke. My eyes are darkened, but that other light draws up in my seal. Yes, I see it. Hear, earth, and be happy with me. During the times that Atlan sank, the base spoke of the Yule stood on top. Then he went down, and our freedom with him. When two spokes, or 2,000 years have tumbled down, then the sons will rise, whom the principals and priests by whoredom have produced by the folk, and testify against their dad. Those will all succumb to murder, but what they have declared shall henceforth remain and become fruitful in the bosoms of the clever people. Thus, like good seeds which are laid down in your lap, another 1,000 years the spoke shall then bow down and further sink into darkness, and pour out in blood over you through the lies of the principals and priests. Then the red dawn will commence to glow again. Seeing this, the false principals and priests together shall battle and wrestle with freedom. But freedom, love, and unity shall take the folk into their scales and rise with the Yule out of the foul pool. The right, which at first just glowed, shall then gradually become a flame. The blood of the awful shall stream over your body, but you are not allowed to take in any of it. At last the venomous animals shall prey on it and die from it. All the foul histories that have been made up to exalt principals and priests shall be sacrificed to flames. Henceforth all your children shall live with peace. When she had finished speaking, she sank down. But the Magi, who had not understood her properly, shouted, I have asked you if I shall become boss over all the lands and folksfryas, and now you have spoken to another. Frya rightened herself again, looked at him rigidly, and declared, Before 7 days and nights have passed, your seal shall wander around with the night birds over the graves, and your corpse shall lie at the bottom of the sea. Very well, said the Magi, with hidden fury. Just say I am coming. He further said to one of his rascals, Throw that wife over shipboard. Thus was the end of the last of the motors. Revenge! We do not want to shout over that. That tide will take. But 1,000 times, 1,000 times, we want to shout after Frya. Wake, wake, wake.
How the Magi fared henceforth. After the Mutter was murdered, he let the Fudic and the Famna being brought to his ship along with all the household contents he liked. Subsequently, he went up the Fly Lake because he wanted to seize the fam of Medeasblick or of Stavern and make her to a Mutter. But there they were brought on their guard. The steersmen of Stavern and of the Aderga had gladly have gone to them, but the great fleet was out on a far voyage. Now they went and sailed with their little fleet to Medeasblick, and kept themselves hidden behind the protection of the trees. The Magi reached Medeasblick by bright day and shining sun. Nevertheless, his folk set off boldly, running towards the burg. But when all the folk with the boats had landed, our steersmen came out of the creek and shot their arrows with turpentine balls at his fleet. They were so well aimed, that many of his ships were instantly on fire. Those waiting on the ships also shot toward us, but that didn't achieve anything. When at last a ship on fire was drifting towards the ship of the Magi, he ordered his skipper he should hold off. But the skipper, that was the Denmarker, who had felled the Finn, answered, You have sent our honor Mutter to the bottom of the sea to give notice that you would come. You must have forgotten that because of the bustle. Now I want to take care that you keep your word. The Magi wanted to ward him off, but the skipper, an etched Fryas and strong like a yoke ox, clapped both his hands around his head and raised him overboard into the welling waves. Subsequently, he hoisted his brown shield on top and sailed right to right on straight towards our fleet. Through that the Famna came to us uninjured, but the Fudik had gone out, and no one knew how that had come about. When they heard on the undamaged ships the Magi had drowned, they went away, because the steersmen of them were mostly Denmarkers. After the fleet was far enough away, our steersmen turned and shot their burning arrows down at the Finns. When the Finns thus saw how they were betrayed, they all walked in disarray, and obedience was no longer commanded. In this state running, then they were out of the burg. Those who did not flee were slaughtered, and those who fled found his end in the pools of the Krillinger forest. Postscript. When the steersmen lay in the creek, there was a mocker from Stavron among them, who said, Medea can laugh, if we rescue her from her burg. Therefore, the Famna have named that creek Medea can laugh. The events that have happened after that, all people can remember. The Famna ought, according to their way, to tell and let them be well described. Therefore, we hereby count our labor accomplished. Hail, end of the book.
The writings of Adelbrast and Apollonia. My name is Adelbrast, son of Apol and of Adela. By my folk I was chosen Grevetman over the Lindewards. Therefore I want to continue this book in such a way as my mom has promised. After the Magi had fallen and Frya's was brought to style, a Mutter had to be chosen. In her lifetime, the Mutter had not named her successors. Her last will was lost and nowhere to be found. 7 months after, a collective council was convened, and this was at Grenega, from the cause that it borders at Saxonomarks. My mom was chosen, but she did not want to be a Mutter. She had saved the life of my dad. Because of that, they had started to love each other, and now they also wanted to be married. Many wanted to dissuade my mom from her decision, but my mom said, an honor Mutter ought to be as pure in her mood as she appears outwardly, and equally mild for all her children. Since I now love Apol above everything in Wralda, so I cannot be such a Mutter. So spoke and declared Adela. But the other Bergfamna all wanted to be Mutter. Each state stipulated for its own fam, and would not yield. Through that, none was chosen, and the territory thus bondless. After this you can understand. Ludgert, the king who recently fell, was chosen by the Mutter's life, apparently by all states with love and trust. It was his wish to live at the great court at Dockheim, and by the Mutter's life that great honor was bestowed upon him, for it was ever so full of messengers and knights from near and far as had not been seen before. Yet now he was lonely and deserted, for all were afraid that he would make himself master above the right and rule like the slaves' kings. Each principal further deluded that he did enough if he watched over his own state, and the one cared nothing about the others. With their Bergfamna, things were even worse. Each of these boasted about their own wisdom, and as soon as the Grevetmen did anything outside of them, they wrought distrust between them and his folks. Did a matter happen that concerned many states, and had one obtained the counsel of one fam, then all the others proclaimed that she had spoken to the advantage of her own state. Through all such scams they brought discord upon the states, and torn the bond from one in pieces in such a way that the folk of the one state was angry at the folk of another state, and, for the very least, regarded them like far living ones. The result of it has been that the Gauls, or Troida, won from us all the land, all until the Scheld, and the Magi all until the Versara. How he went about that, my mom has dissected, otherwise this book would not have been written, although I have lost all hope that it shall help to gain. So I do not write under the delusion that I will thereby win or preserve the land. That is, in my estimation, impossible. I write only for the after coming generations, so that they can all together know in what way we went lost, and so all people can learn from this that every evil produces its consequences. Venne mi Apollonia. 32 days after Mom her death, one has found Adelbrast, my brother, slayed in the shipyard, his head split and his limbs torn apart. My dad, who was suffering from illness, died of fright. Then Apol, my youngest brother, sailed from here to the west side of Schoonland. There he has built a burg called Lindisburg, in order to afterwards avenge our suffering. Wralda lent him many years to do so. He won 5 sons. All of them bring the Magi fright and my brother profit. After Mom and brother's death, the most righteous from the lands have come together. They have closed a bond called Adel bond, so that no injury would come to us. They have brought me and Adelhert, my youngest brother, to the Burg, me with the Famna, and my brother with the defenders. When I was 30 years old, one chose me Burgfam, and when my brother was 50, he was chosen Grevetman. From Mom's side, my brother was the 6th, but from my dad's side, the 3rd. By right, therefore, his descendants were not allowed to carry over the Linda after their name, but all the people wanted to have it in honor of my mom. On top of that, they also gave us a transcript of the book of the Adela followers. With that, I am the most happy, because through my mom's wisdom, it came into Wralda. In the Burg, I have also found other writings, which are not in the book, also eulogies about my mom, although that I want to write hereafter.
These are the bequeathed writings of Bruno, who has been a writer of this burg. After the Adela followers had everything copied, each in his own territory, which was written on the walls of the Burgton, they decided to choose a mutter. To this end, a collective council was convened in his home. After the former council of Adela, Tuntya was recommended. Also, it would have succeeded, but now my Burgfam asked the word to speak. She had always been under the delusion that she would become mutter, from the cause that she sat here at the Burg where mostly all mutters were chosen. When she was granted the word, she opened her false lips and declared, "You all seem very attached to Adela's counsel, but that will therefore neither shut nor chain my mouth." Who after all is Adela, and where does it come from that such high praise is swayed towards her? Like me today, she has been Burgfam here before. But is she therefore wiser or better than me and all others, or is she more devoted to our morals and customs? Were that the case, then she would have become mutter when she was chosen to be one. But no, she rather wanted to have a husband with all the joy and satisfactions that are attached to it, instead of lonely watching over herself and the folk. She is very clear-sighted, good, but my eyes have been far from darkened. I have seen that she loves her lover very much. Now good, that is praiseworthy. But I have further seen that Tuntya is Apol, his niece. More I don't want to say. The principals understood very well where she sought protection, but among the folk came discord, and since most of them came from here, they did not want to grant Tuntya that honor. Reasonableness was stopped. The knives were drawn from the sheaths, but no mudder was chosen. Soon after, one of our messengers had felled his companion. To this day, he had been freed. Therefore, my Bergfam had allowed herself to help him outside the land poles, though instead of helping him to the Twiskland, so she herself fled with him over the Warsara and onward to the Magi. The Magi, wanting to please his Frya's sons, installed her as mudder at Godaberg in Skunland, but she wanted more. She told him that as soon as he could clean up, get rid of, Adela, he would become master over the whole of Frya's land. She was an enemy of Adela, she said, because through her scams she had not become mudder. As soon as he would promise her Texlan, then she would have her messengers serve his adventurers as guide. All these things her messenger himself confessed.
The other writing. 15 months after the last council, it was friendship, or win-a-month. All people gave in to mirth, joy, and happiness, and no one wanted to do anything but the fulfillment of his satisfactions. Yet Wralda wanted to point out to us that watchfulness cannot be neglected. In the midst of the feasting, mist came to blanket our wards in thick darkness. Satisfaction ran away, but watchfulness did not want to return. The beach guards had walked away from their emergency fires, and on the access paths no one was to be seen. As mist moved away, the sun beckoned through the crevices of the clouds on earth. Everybody came out again, cheering and yelling. The young folk paraded around singing with the fragrant tree, and it filled the air with its lovely breath. But while everybody was bathing in satisfaction, treachery had landed with horses and knights. Like all awful things, they were aided by darkness and sneaking in through the paths of the Linda forest. In front of Adela's door walked 12 girls with 12 lambs, and 12 fellows with 12 calves. A young Saxman rode a wild buffalo that he himself had captured and tamed. With all kinds of flowers they were decorated, and the girls' linen tunics were fringed with gold from the Rhine. As Adela came out from her house onto the terrace, a shower of flowers fell down on her head. All cheered loudly, and the blow horns of the fellows sounded above everything else. Poor Adela, poor folk, how briefly happiness will stay here. When the long crowd was out of sight, a group of Magyar knights came running, linear right, straight, at Adela's house. Her dad and husband were still seated on a sidewalk bench. The door was open, and in there stood Adelbrast, her son. When he saw how his parents were in fear, he grabbed his bow away from the wall and shot at the front one of the robbers. He swung and tumbled down on the grass. For the second and third was an E-like fate designated. Meanwhile, his parents had grasped their weapons and went unsteadily, uncertain, towards them. The robbers would have caught them quickly, but Adela came. On the Berg she had learned to wield all weapons. 7 earth feet she was tall, and her whip as many. 3 times she swung it over her head, and when it came down, a knight was grass-fallen. Followers came around the corner of the lane. The robbers were felled and caught, yet too late. An arrow had struck her bosom. Unreasonable Maggie. In venom was its point dipped, and from that she died. The Berg fam's praise. Yes, far-living allies, thousands have already come, and even more are on their way. Well, they want to hear Adela's wisdom. Certainly she is principal, for she has always been the first. Oh wait, to what would she serve? Her shirt is linen, her tunic wool, which she herself spun and wove. With what would she enhance her beauty? Not with pearls, for her teeth are whiter; not with gold, for her hair is more brilliant; not with stones, though her eyes are soft as lamb's eyes, yet at the same time so shining that one hardly could look into them. But what am I talking about beauty? Frya was certainly not more beautiful. Yes, allies, Frya, who had 7 beauties, of which her daughters have inherited only 1 each, 3 at the most. But even if she had been ugly, she would still be dear to us. Whether she is adventurous? Here, allies, Adela is the only child of our Grevitman. 7 earth feet high she is. Even greater than her body is her wisdom, and her mood, courage, is like both together. Look there. There was once a peat fire. 3 children had jumped on the farthest gravestone. Wind was blowing fiercely. Everybody was screaming, and the moms were distraught. There came Adela. "Why do you still stand and procrastinate?" she cried. "Try to lend help, and Wralda shall give you powers." There she leaps to the shrubwood, grabs some bushes, tries to make a bridge. Now the others also help, and the children are saved. Every year the children come here to lay flowers. There 3 Phoenician shipfolk came and wanted to abuse them, but Adela came. She had heard their call. Swooning, she beat the attackers, and so that they themselves would validate that they were unworthy men, she tied them together to a spinning wheel. The far-living lords came to ask her deet explanation. When they saw how Scots, gruff, they were wronged, fury arose. But one told how it had happened, what they further did. They bowed in front of Adela and kissed the slip of her tunic. Come, far-living allies, the forest birds flee from the many visitors. Come, allies, so you can hear her wisdom. At the gravestone, of which was mentioned in the praise-speaking, Mom had her corpse buried. On her gravestone one had written these words: "Walk not too hastily, for here lies Adela." Adela, noble Fryan, stood 7 feet tall and was full of courage and wisdom.
The forum, basic teaching, which is written on the outer wall of the Burg Tower, is not further written in the book of the Adela followers. Why that was omitted, I do not know to write. Since this book is my own, therefore I want to put that in here for the sake of my kin. Forum teaching. All good loving Frya's children be hail, because through these it shall become seelich, soulish, on earth. Learn and proclaim to the folks, Wralda is the most old or over oldest, for it created all things. Wralda is everything, in everything, for it is eternal and unendless. Wralda is everywhere present, but nowhere to be seen. Therefore the being is called Spirit. All that we can see of him are the creatures that come through his life and again go back to him. Because from out of Wralda all things come and all things return. From Wralda comes the commencement and the end, all things go up into him. Wralda is that one almighty being, because all other might is lent from him and returns back to him. Therefore is he alone the creating being, and there is nothing created outside him. Out of Wralda all powers come, and all powers return back to him. Wralda laid eternal Setma, that is Eva, in all that is created, and there are no good Setma, or they have to be fixed in accordance with those. But although everything is in Wralda, the evil of the people is not of him. Evilness comes through laziness, submission, and stupidity. Therefore, it can surely harm people. Wralda never. Wralda is the wisdom, and the Eva that he has fixed are the books from which we can learn, and there is no wisdom to be found, nor to be gathered, outside of him.
Eva, the eternal Setma fixed in our mood, conscience, e-mood, and the below written Pleiton duties. All Eva and Setma who were made later on all comply with these Pleiton. The 8 nature Pleiton. 1. Self-govern plight. Only your Seelie governs you. 2. Self-respecting plight. Respect your Seelie with deeds, Wahrheit and Realis. 3. Self-responsibility plight. Only yourself is responsible for your life, behavior, feelings, and decisions. 4. Self-protection plight. Do not do to another what you do not want to be done to yourself. 5. Self-Heilen plight. Support your Seelie and body by ensuring Vielleicht, Pax, and the Libertite to Heilen. I would say Heilen is heal. 6. Self-defense plight. Defend yourself against attacks that bring your life in danger. 7. Self-determination plight. Only your Seelie determines your life path and your contribution in the creation of an Erd in Pax and Libertite. 8. Self-verbent plight. Enter into an anima verbent with other Germane Seelen, with other Fryans. Anima, virus personality. Dietz, nature, anima. Nature, biological software programs. Behavior, Werden and Virtuosis. Highland, development. 8 natural Pleiton. Actions, skills. Life strategies. Survival instinct. Senses, Gewissen, Verbinden. Identity, race. Phenotype, clan, sexus. Essence, life of the individual, continuation of the race. In the second circle, learning abilities, analytical abilities, problem-solving abilities, logical thinking, overseeing consequences, making causal relations, courage, determination abilities, concentration abilities, perseverance abilities, creativity, musicality, sportive, information processing. In the last circle, collective memory of the race, Seelie and Tideweisheit, Wissenheit, experiences, memories, links, information storage, long-term memory. The books of wisdom in our mood.
The people can see many things, but Wralda sees all things. The people can learn many things, but Wralda knows all things. The people can unlock many things, but for Wralda everything is opened. The people are male and birthing female, but Wralda created both. The people love and hate. The Wralda alone is righteous. Therefore Wralda alone is good, and there are no good ones outside him. With the Jol, all created things exchange and change, but good alone is unchanging. Through that, because Wralda is good, thus he also can never change. And because he remains, therefore he alone is being present, and everything else appearance. The other part of the forum teaching. Among Finda's folk are malwise, unwise, who through their over-inventiveness are so awful that they make themselves wise, convince themselves, and deceive the initiates that they are the best part of Wralda, that their mind is the best part of Wralda's mind, and that Wralda can only think through the help of their brain, that every creature is a part of Wralda's unendless being that they have snatched from us, but their false reasoning and their unbridled pomposity has brought them to go astray.
Mag Rab equals Maggie Rabbi. Among Finda's folk are malwise, unwise, who through their over-inventiveness are so awful that they make themselves wise, convince themselves, and deceive the initiates that they are the best part of Wralda, that their mind is the best part of Wralda's mind, and that Wralda can only think through the help of their brain. That should ring a bell. Who says they are the chosen people? And of those people, their rabbis, priests, have to think for God and tell the people what he means.
Was their mind Wralda's mind? Then Wralda would be very dumb, instead of enlightened and wise, because their minds addict themselves always to make beautiful statues, which they afterwards worship. But Finda's folk is an awful folk, for although the malwise make themselves wise, that they are drachni, there they have created for the uninitiated false drachni, to proclaim in all directions that these drachni have created Wralda, with all what is in it, greedy drachni, full of anger and fury, who want to be honoured and served by the people, who want blood and sacrifice, and ask for treasures. But those malwise false men, who let themselves be called goods, skulks, or priests, demand and collect and take all that for drachni that are not there, in order to keep it themselves. All that they practice with a roomy mood, without conscience, because they delude themselves to be drachni, who owe nothing to anybody else. Are there some who fathom their scams and make it public? Then they are taken by their rascals, henchmen, and burned for their slander. Everything with much stately customs. Their false drachni to an honour, but in truth only therefore that they would not harm them, so that our children may now be armed against their Drochten-like doctrine. Thus the Famna ought to learn by heart what will follow here. Wralda was before all things, and after all things he shall be there. Wralda is thus eternal, and he is unendless. Therefore there is nothing outside him. From out Wralda's life, tide and all things are being born, and his life takes tide and all things away. These things must be made clear in public with all the wise, so that you can bedit, explain, and prove it to others.
It is so far one, then one says further, concerning thus our magnitude, quantity, thus we are part of Wralda's unendless being, thus the magnitude of all that is created. But what concerns our appearance, Our attributes, our mind, and all our thoughts, these do not belong to the being. All these are ephemeral things that appear through Wralda's life, yet which by his wisdom appear in such a way and otherwise do not appear. But because his life continuously goes forwards, thus they can never remain in its place. Therefore, all created things change place, appearance, and also way of thinking. Therefore, neither earth herself nor any creature can say, I am, but can say, I was. Nor can any human being say, I think, but only I thought. The fellow is bigger and different from when he was a child. He has different desires, thoughts, and way of thinking. The man and dad is and thinks differently than when he was a fellow, even the elderly. All people know that. As soon as all people now know and must validate that he is ever changing, so must he also validate that he changes every moment, also while he says, I am, and that his thought images change while he says, I think. Instead of us thus unworthy following the awful Findas chatting and declaring, I am, or am the best part of Wralda, yes, through us alone he can think. So we want to declare everywhere and in all directions where it is necessary. We, Frya's children, are appearances through Wralda's life. At the commencement, minor, insignificant, and bare, unwritten page, yet always becoming and reaching to perfection, without ever becoming as good as Wralda himself. Our mind is not Wralda's mind. He is only an imprint of it. When Wralda created us, in his wisdom, he lent us brain, senses, ears, eyes, skin, tongue, nose, memory, and many good attributes. With these we can contemplate his creatures and his Eva. From that we can learn, and about that we can talk. Everything and only for our own hail. Had Wralda not given us senses, common sense, then we would know of nothing, be ignorant, and we would be even more helpless than a jellyfish who is driven forth by low and high tide. This is written on writing felt, lingo and answers for the Famna, to an example. An unmarried, miserly man came complaining to Trost, Comfort, who was Fam at Stavia. He said, thunder and lightning had taken his house away. He had prayed to Wralda, but Wralda had lent him no help. Are you an echt Frias? Trost asked. From parent to parent, answered the man. Then, she said, I want to sow something in your mood, trusting that it can germinate, grow, and give fruit. She further spoke and declared, when Frya was a child, our mooder stood naked and bare, unprotected against the rays of the sun. No one she could ask, and there was no one who could lend her help. Then Wralda went and wrought in her mood inclination and love, fear and fright. She saw all around. Her inclination chose the best, and she sought shelter under a sun-warding linda tree. But rain came, and the displeasure, discomfort, was that she got wet. Yet she had seen how the water dripped off the sloping leaves. Now she made a roof with sloping sides. On sticks she made them. But storm wind came and blew rain there under. Now she had seen that the trunk gave protection. Then she went on and made a wall of branches and sod, first on one side and further on all sides. Stormwind came back, yet more furious than before, and blew away the roof. But she did not complain about Wralda, nor against Wralda, but she made a thatched roof and laid stones upon it. Having found how it hurts to toil alone, so she bedight it, explained her children how and why she had done so. These wrought and thought together. In this way we got houses with sidewalk benches, a terrace, and protective linden trees against the sun's rays. At last they made a burg, and subsequently everything else. So if your house has not been strong thus far, you must try to make the other better. My house was strong enough, he said, but the high water lifted it up and Stormwind did the rest. Then where did your house stand? Trost asked. Along the Rhine, answered the man. Did it then not stand on a knoll or mound? Asked Trost. No, he said. My house stood lonely by the shore. I built it alone, but I could not make a mound there alone. I did know, said Trost. The Famna have reported it to me. All your life you have had a loathing for the people because of fear that you have to give or do something for them. Yet with that one cannot get far, for Wralda, who is mild, turns away from the miserly. Fasta has recommended us, and above the doors of all the Burgton it is written in stone. When you like gains much, said Fasta, guard then your nearest, then bedight it, make wise your nearest, then help your nearest, so they shall do it to you also. Is her counsel not good enough for you? I know for you no better one. Red for shame, the man became, and he quietly drooped off.
Now I want to write myself first about my burg and then about what I was able to see. My burg is at the north end of the Ludgarda. The tower has 6 sides. 3 times 30 feet it is high, flat from above. A small house up there from which one can view the stars. On each side of the tower stands a house, long 3 times 100, broad 3 times 7 feet, a like height except the roof, which is curved. All that of here baked stone, and from outside are no other. Around the burg is a ring dike, around it dug out 3 times 7 feet, wide 3 times 12 feet. Looking down from the tower, one sees the shape of the Joel. On the ground between the southern houses there are all kinds of herbs from near and far, from which the Famna must learn the powers. Between the northern houses there is only field, the 3 northern houses full of corn and other needs. 2 southern ones are for the Famkis, to school and to live. The southernmost house is the Burgfam, her home. In the tower hangs the Fuduk. The walls of the tower are decorated with expensive stones. On the south wall is written the text. On the right side there one finds the form teaching. On the left side, the Ewa. The other matters are found on the other 3. Against the dike, near the Fam's house, stands the oven grinding mill, cruted, driven forth by 4 buffalo. Outside our burg wall is the field, on which the burg nobles and the defenders live. The ring dike there is an hour large, no steersman but sun hour, of which 2 times 12 come in a day and night. On the inside of the dike is a flat 5 feet below the crest. On it are 300 crossbows, covered with wood and leather. Besides the inhabitants' houses, inside, along the dike, there are yet 3 times 12 emergency houses for surrounding residents. The field serves for combating and grazing. On the south side of the outer ring dike, the Ludgardas is gardened off by the large Linda forest. Its shape is triangular, the broad outside, so that the sun can shine into it, for there are many bushes and flowers from far lands brought with them by the steersmen. As the shape of our burg is, so are all the others. Though ours is the greatest, but the one of Texlan is the greatest of all. The tower of Frya's burg is so high that it towers into the clouds. To the tower is everything else. At our burg it is arranged thus. 7 young famna watch by the footic. Each one watches for 3 hours. In the other time they must do homework, learn, and sleep. Having been watching for 7 years, thus they are free. Then they can go among the people, look after their morals, and giving counsel. Has she been fam for 3 years, then she can ultimately go with the old famna. The writer must teach the famkis to read, write, and calculation. The greys, or greva, must teach them right and duty, seed skills, science, herbal skills, healing skills, histories, tales, and songs. In addition, all kinds of things which are necessary for them to give counsel. The burg fam must teach them how they have to work with all that by the people. Before a burg fam takes her place, she must travel through the land a full year. 3 greva, burg nobles, and 3 old famna go with her. Thus it happened to me also. My journey has been along the Rhine. Up this quay, along the other side downward, the higher I came up, the poorer the people seemed to me. Everywhere in the Rhine one had made protrusions. The sand that came out of that was poured with water over sheep furs to win gold. But the girls did not wear golden crowns from it. In the past there had been more, but since we missed Skunland, they have gone to the mountains. There they excavate iron earth from which they make iron. Above the Rhine, between the mountains, there I have seen lake dwellers. The lake dwellers, those are people who live on the lake. Their houses are built on stilts. That is for the wild animals and the evil people. There are wolves, bears, and black hideous lions, and they are the neighbors or palanders of the near Krakalanders, of the Kulta followers, and the gone wild Twiskers, all greedy for robbery and booty. The lake dwellers help themselves with fishing and hunting. The skins are worked on by the wives and prepared with bark from birch trees. The small skins, soft like famna felt.
There are wolves, bears, and black, hideous lions. The OLB tells us there were lions in Europe, as well as archaeological finds in the Doggerlands. Reading the wiki on Doggerland, we read, the archaeological potential of the area was first identified in the early 20th century. Interest intensified in 1931 when a fishing trawler operating east of the Wash dragged up a barbed antler point that was subsequently dated to a time when the area was tundra. Vessels have since dragged up remains of mammoths, lions, and other animals, and a few prehistoric tools and weapons. Most archaeological evidence of human habitation dates to the Mesolithic period during the early Holocene. 1854. The first traces of an ancient lake dwellers' village were found in Lake Zurich in 1854, a year in which the waters of the lake dropped to an exceptionally low level. Excavations revealed hundreds of wooden piles driven into the earth, along with all sorts of unusual objects extremely well preserved.
The burg fam of Frya's burg told us they were good, simple people. However, had I not heard her speak before, I would have assumed that they were not Frya's, but wild ones. So bold they looked. Their furs and herbs were exchanged by the Rhine dwellers and brought outside by the steersmen. Along the Rhine it was everywhere the same until Leidesburg. There was a large lake. On this lake there were also people who had houses on stilts. But these were not Frya's folk, but they were black and brown people who had served to row to help the seafarers home. They had to stay there until the fleet left again. At last we came to the Alderga. At the south harbor head stands the Warsburg, a stone house. In it are kept all kinds of casings, ships, weapons, and cloths from distant lands, brought with them by the steersman. A forepart after that is the Alderga, a large lake bordered with warehouses, houses and gardens, everything richly decorated. On the lake lies a large fleet ready, with banners of various colors. On Frya's day, the shields hang around the boards. Some shone like the sun. The shields of the White King and of the Scout at the knights were bordered with gold. Behind the lake, a moat was dug, to run then along the berg Forana, and further with a narrow mouth into the sea. For the fleet that was the exit, and the fly the entrance. On both sides of the moat are beautiful houses painted with bright shining colors. The gardens are bordered with evergreen hedges. I have seen wives there who wear felt tunics as if it were riding felt. Like in the Stavern, the girls were decorated with gold crowns on their heads with rings on arms and feet. Southward from Forana is the Alkmarum. Alkmarum is a lake or flit in which lies an island. On that island the black and brown people stay even as at Leidesburg. The Berg fam of Forana told me that the Berg nobles went to them daily to teach them what echt freedom is, and how the people ought to live amicably in order to win the blessing of Wralda's spirit. Was there any one who wanted to hear and could understand, so he was retained until he was fully learned. This was done to make the far-living folks wise and to win allies everywhere. Earlier, I have been in the Saxana marks to the Berg, Mana Gardaforda. Yet there I had seen more scarcity than I detected wealth here. She answered, as soon as a lover comes in the Saxana marks to court a girl, thus the girl asks him, can you keep your house free from the band Twisklanders? Haven't you felled any yet? How many buffalo have you caught? And how many bear and wolf skins have you already brought to the market? Through that it came about that the Saxmen left the cultivation to the wives, that of 100 together not one can neither read nor write. Through that it came about that no one has a proverb on his shield, but just a deformed shape of an animal that he has felled. And inly, through that it has come about that they have become very adventurous, but ultimately are just as dumb as the animals they catch, and just as poor as the Twisklanders from whom they are warring. For Frya's folk, earth and a sea are created. All our Rin streams run to the sea. That Lyda's folk and that Finda's folk shall exterminate each other, and we must populate the empty lands. In the from and around traveling lies our hail. Now if you want the Upperlanders to share in our wealth and wisdom, then I will give you a counsel. Let it become the girls' habit to ask their lover before they say yes. Where have you already traveled around in Wralda? What can you tell your children about distant lands and far-living folks? If you do thus, then the adventurous fellows will come to us. They shall become wiser and richer, and we will no longer have need of that foul diet folk. The youngest of the famna of those who were with me came away from the Saxana marks. When we now came home, she asked leave to go to her house. After that, she became the Berg fam. And through that, it has come about that today so many Saxmen sail with the steersman. End of the Apollonia book.
The Holy Land, Helgo land, was on the southeastern corner of Aldland. But notice they make the Holy Land now Holland, Holy Land, on the northwestern part of the Netherlands. And who was living in the northwestern part of the Netherlands? We know who. I don't have to say it. And if we look at the wiki, we see that there was tin mining in Cornwall. The thing about Cornwall is there was talk that the Phoenicians went there, right? The tin mining and stuff. But what it actually was were the Fryans, the band Fryans went there and mined the tin in Cornwall.
The writings of Frederick and Wiljo. My name is Frederick, by named Orlinda, which means over the linden. At Ludwardja I was chosen Asga. Ludwardja is a new village within the ring dike of the Berg Ludgardja, whose name was come to humiliation. During my times much happened, lots have I written about that, but afterwards many things have also been reported to me. Of one and others I want to write a history after this book, the good people to an honor, the awful to humiliation. In my youth I heard despair all around. Awful time came, awful time had come. Frya has left us, her watch found 'cause she has kept behind, for Drukten-looking statues had been found within our land pole. I burned with curiosity to see the statues. In our neighborhood an old Famke stumbled out and in between the houses, always talking about awful time. I went alongside her, she stroked my chin. Now I became bold and asked if she would show me awful time and the statue story. She laughed friendly and brought me to the Berg. A graveman asked if I could already read and write. No, I said. Then you must first go learning, he said, otherwise it may not be pointed out to you. Daily I went to the writer to learn. 8 years later I heard our Bergfem had committed whoredom, and some Berg nobles had committed treason with the Magi, and many people were on their side. Everywhere discord came. There were children who rose up against their parents. Sneaky Frood people were murdered. The old Famke, who made everything public, was found dead in a ditch. My dad, who was a judge, wanted to avenge her. At night, he was murdered in his house. 3 years later, the Magi became boss, without a battle. The Saxmen had remained righteous and Frood. To them all good people fled. My mom died from it. Now I did like the others. The Magi bragged about his savviness, but Earth would show him that she could allow neither Magi nor idolatry on the holy lap out of which she gave birth to Frya. Just as the wild horse shakes its mane after it's made its rider grass-fallen, likewise Earth shook her forests and mountains. Rhine streams were spread over the fields. Sea boiled. Mountains spat at the clouds, and what they had spat, the clouds swung back onto Earth. At the commencement of Arnamont, August, Earth inclined northward. She sank down, lower and lower. In the Wolfa month, December, the low areas of Frya's land were buried under the sea. The forests in which there were statues were lifted up and became a plaything of the wind. The following year, frost came in the Herdemont, January, and laid all the Frya's land hidden under a plank. In the Stella month, February, storm wind came away from the north, carrying with it mountains of ice and stone. When spring came, Earth raised herself up, ice melted away, ebb came, and the forest with statues drifted out to sea. In the Winna, or Minna month, May, all who dared went home again. I came with Fam to the Berg Ludgarda. How sad it looked. The forests of the Lindewards were mostly gone. Where the Ludgarda had been, there was sea. Its waves beat the ring dike. Ice had brought away the tower, and the houses were scattered. On the slope of the dike, I found a stone. Our writer had written his name on it. That was a beacon to me. As it had gone with our Berg, it had gone with the others. In the highlands, they had been destroyed by earth. In the lowlands, by water. Only Frya's at Texland had been found unharmed. But all the land that had lain northwards was under sea. Still it is not brought above. At the quay of the Fly Lakes was, according to reports, 30 salt lakes had come, created by the forests, which with soil had all been driven out. At West Flyland, 50. The moat that had run from Alderga across the land was silted up and destroyed. The steersmen and other sailing folk who were at home had saved themselves with relatives and family on their ships. But the black folk of Ladysburg and Alikmarum had done the same. While the blacks drifted southward, they had rescued many girls, and since no one came to ask for them, they kept them as their wives. The people who came back went all living within the ring dikes of their burgden, because outside it was all slime and swamp. The ramshackle houses were tacked together. From the upper lands, one bought cow and sheep, and in the large houses, where before the famna had sat, sheets and felt were made for living will, upkeep. This happened 1,888 years after Atland was sunk. In 282 years, we had not had an otter motor. And now that ultimately all seemed lost, one went to choose one. The lot, fate, fell on Goza, by named Makonta. She was Bergfam at Fryansburg at Texland. Bright of head and clear of sense, common sense, whole good, and because her burg was the only one spared, everyone saw from that her calling. 10 years later, the steersmen for Verona and of Ladysburg came. They wanted to drive the black people with wife and children out of the land. About that, they wanted to obtain the motor, her counsel. But asked Goza, can one and other go back to their lands? Then you ought to make speed, hurry, or they will not find their relatives again. No, they said. Then Goza said, they have tasted your salt and eaten your bread. Their bodies and lives they have placed under your guard. You must research, inquire your own hearts. But I want to give you a counsel. Keep them under your supervision until you can sell them home again. But keep them out of your burden. Watch over their morals and teach them as if they were Frya's sons. Their wives are the strongest here. Like smoke, their blood will dissipate until the last nothing but Frya's blood shall remain in their descendants. That's how they stayed here. Now I do wish that my descendants would pay attention how far Goza spoke truth. When our lands were passable again, bands of poor Saxmen and wives came to the wards of Stavern and the Alderga to seek gold and other jewelry from the murky soil. But the steersmen would not allow it. Then they went to inhabit the empty villages at West Flyland to preserve their life.
Now I want to write how the Geertmen and many Hellenja followers came back. 2 years after Gossa became Muda, a fleet came falling into the fly lake. The folk shouted, what a blessing! They sailed until Stavern. There they shouted again. The banners were on top, and at night they shot fire arrows into the sky. When day was ready, some rowed with a small boat into the harbour. They shouted again, what a blessing! When they landed, a young fellow jumped onto the shore. In his hands he had a shield. On it was bread and salt laid. After that, a greva came. He said, we came away from the far Crecalands to preserve our morals. Now we wish you would be so mild as to give us so much land that we can live on it. He told whole histories that I will write down better later. The greva did not know what to do. They sent messengers in all directions, also to me. I went to them and said, now that we have a Muda, we ought to ask her counsel. I myself went along. The Muda, who knew everything, said, let them come, then they can help us hold on to our land, but do not let them stay in one place, so they do not become mighty over us. We did as she had said. That was entirely to their liking. Frieso remained with his folks at Stavern, which they again made into a sea city, as well as they could. Witchhirta went with his folks eastward to the Emouth. Some of the Joners, who assumed they had sprouted from the Alderga folk, went there. A small part, who deluded that their ancestors came away from the Seven Islands, went away and settled themselves down within the ring dike of the Burg Walhalagara, Yardgert, the scout at night of Witchhirta. became my ally, then my friend. From his daybook, diary, I have the history that will follow below.
Which Herta means brave heart, because he brought his people back safely to their native Frya land. Which Herta is translated into the English name Richard.
After we had sat at the 5 waters for 12 times 100 and twice 12 years, while our sea combatants had sailed all the seas to be found, Alexander the king came with a mighty army from above along the stream, sailing into our village. No one could return words with him, but we steersmen, who were seated by the sea, we embarked with all our liftable goods and left. When Alexander learned that such a large fleet had escaped him, he became furious, swearing he would sacrifice all the villages to flames if we would not come back. Witch-Herta lay sick in bed. When Alexander learned of that, he waited until he was better. Thereafter he came to him, chatting very kindly, but he threatened, as he had done before. Witch-Herta then answered, O greatest of kings, we steersmen come everywhere. We have heard of your great deeds. Therefore we are full of reverence for your weapons, but even more of your science. But we are different. We are freeborn Frya's children. We cannot become slaves. Whether I wanted, the others would rather want to die, because so it is ordered by our Eva. Alexander said, I do not want to make your land my booty, nor your folk my slaves. I just want that you would serve me for wages. About that I want to swear by both our gods that no one will grumble over me. When Alexander then shared bread and salt with him, Witch-Herta has chosen that wisest part. He let the ships fetched by his sons. When those were all back, Alexander had hired them all. With them he wanted to sail his folk to the holy Ganges, which he had not been able to reach by land. Now he went and chose all those from among his folk, and from his soldiers, those who were accustomed to sailing over the sea. Witch-Herta had fallen ill, therefore I alone went along, and Nearchus from the king's ways. That journey came to an end without advantage, on account that Jonjars were always at odds with the Phoenicians, so that Nearchus himself could not remain boss over them. Meanwhile the king had not been still. He had let his soldiers cut down trees and make them into planks. With help from our carpenters, he had made ships out of them. Now he wanted to become Sea-King himself and sail up the Ganges with his entire army. But the soldiers who came from the mountain land were afraid of the sea. When they heard that they had to come along, they set fire to the wood warehouses. As a result, our whole village was laid down in ashes. At first we deluded that Alexandra had ordered it, and everyone stood ready to choose sea. But Alexandra was furious. He wanted to have the soldiers killed by his own folk, but Nearchus, who was not only his first principal, but was also his friend, recommended him to do otherwise. Now he revealed, pretended, as if he believed that unluck, misfortune had done it. But he dared not resume his journey. Now he wanted to turn back. But before he did that, he let it first be researched who were guilty. As soon as he knew that, he let all those stay without weapons to make a new village. Of his own folk he left armed to tame the others and to build a burg. We had to bring wife and children. When we came to the mouth of the Euphrates, we could either choose a place there or turn around. Our wages would be just as happily be distributed. In the new ships that had escaped the fire, he let Jonjars and Crekelanders go. He himself went with his other folk along the quay through the barren deserts. That is through the land that earth had raised up from the sea, when she raised up the strait after our ancestors, when they came into the Red Sea. When we came to New Germania is a port that we made ourselves to enter the water there. We met Alexander with his army. Nearchus went ashore and stayed 3 days. Then it went on again. When we reached the Euphrates, Nearchus went ashore with his soldiers and many of his folk. But he came back quickly. He said, "The king let you be prayed. You shall make another little journey for his will, until the end of the Red Sea. After that, each one will get as much gold as he can carry." When we came there, he let point out to us where the strait had been before. Then he hung around for 31 days, continuously looking out over the desert. At last a group of people came carrying along 200 elephants, 1,000 camels loaded with wooden beams, ropes and all kinds of tools to pull our fleet to the Middle Sea. This baffled us and seemed madness to us. But Nearchus told us his king wanted to show the other kings that he was mightier than the king of Tyrus had been before. We should but help along, surely it would do us no harm. We did have to succumb, and Nearchus knew how to write and everything so promptly that we were in the Middle Sea before 3 months were over. When Alexander learned how it had ended with his design, he became so audacious that he wanted to deepen the dry strait, earth to mockery. But Wralda let his sailor loose, let go of. Therefore he drowned in the wine and in his overcouragement, overconfidence, before he could begin. After his death, the dominion was divided by his principles. They would each keep a part for his sons under their protection, but they were unmeaning liars. Each wanted to keep his part and even enlarge it. Then came war, and we could not turn around. Now Nearchus wanted we would settle down at the Phoenician quay, but nobody wanted to do that. We said, rather, we want to venture to Frya's land. Then he brought us to the new port of Athena, where all Frya's children had formerly gone to. Subsequently, we went to sell soldiers, provisions and weapons. Among the many principals, Nearchus had a friend with the name Antigonus. These both battled for one goal, so they said, as successors for the royal lineage, and further to give all the Crecolans their old freedom again. Antigonus had, among many others, a son whose name was Demetrius, afterwards by named the city's winner. This one once went off to the city of Salamis. After he had battled for a while with them, he had to battle with the fleet of Ptolemaeus. Ptolemaeus, so was the name of the principal who ruled over Egyptaland. Demetrius won that case, but not because of his soldiers, but because we had helped him. We had done so through alliedship for Nearchus, because we had acknowledged him for bastard blood, because of his fresh, light skin and blue eyes with white hair. After that, Demetrius went loose on Rhodes, to where we brought his soldiers and provisions. When we came to Rhodes on the last voyage, war had left. Demetrius had sailed to Athenia. When our king understood that, he led us back. When we came at the port, the whole village was buried in mourning. Frya, who was king over the fleet, had a son and a daughter at home so exceptionally fresh, as if they had just come away from Frya's land, and as astonishing beautiful as no one could remember. The call about that went over all the Crecolans and came into the ears of Demetrius. Demetrius was foul and immoral, and he thought that everything stood him free to do. He let the daughter publicly being kidnapped.
Demetrius thought that everything stood him free to do. Do as thou will, even back then. But notice, Demetrius was not a Fryan. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt, Alistair Crowley.
The mother did not dare wait for her Joy. Joy, the steersmen's wives call their husbands, which is joy. Also they say sweetheart. The steersmen call their wives Comfort, and Fro, or Fro, which is happy. Also Mary, which is like to happy. Because she did not dare to wait for her husband, she went with her son to Demetrius and prayed. He would give her her daughter again. But when Demetrius saw her son, he let him be brought to his court, and did the same with him as he had done with his sister. To the mother he sent a pouch of gold, yet she plunged it into the sea.
Notice how Frau, F-R-O-W, phonetically sounds just like Frau, F-R-A-U, which means wife in German.
When she came home she became insane. In all directions she ran over the streets. Have you not seen my children? Oh wait, let me seek shelter with you, for my Joy wants to kill me, because I brought his children away. When Demetrius learned that Frya was at home, he sent a messenger to him, saying that he had taken his children to him in order to raise them up to a high status, to reward him for his services. But Frya, who was proud and harsh, sent a messenger with a letter to his children there. In it he ordered them they should do as Demetrius wanted, because he desired their luck, happiness. However, the messenger had yet another letter with venom. With that he ordered they should take it, because he said, unwillingly is your body befilled, that shall not be blamed on you, but as soon as you befill your seele, then you shall never come to Valhalla. Your seele shall then roam the earth, without it being able to see the light. Like the bats and night owls, you will hide in your holes every day, come out at night, then on our graves weep and cry, while Frya must turn her head away from you. The children did as they were ordered. Demetrius let their corpses thrown into the sea, and to the people it was said that they had fled. Now Frya wanted to sail with everyone to Frya's land, where he had been before, but most did not want to do that. Now Frya went on and shot the village with the royal stockpile barns, storehouses, at fire. As a result, no one dared to stay, and all were happy to be outside. Except for wife and children, we had left everything behind, but we were loaded with provisions and war gear. Frya had not yet peace. When we came to the old harbour, he went with his bold folks and unexpectedly shot fire into the ships that he could reach with his arrows. After 6 days we saw Demetrius' war fleet coming towards us. Frya ordered us we were to keep the smallest ships behind in a wide line, the sturdy ones with wife and children ahead. Furthermore, he commanded we should take the crossbows from the front and fasten them on the stern, because, he said, we ought to fight while fleeing. No one can intend to pursue a single one of the enemy. Thus, he said, is my decision. While we were busy doing so, wind came upon us. To the cowards and the wives, their fright. Since we had no slaves, except those who had followed us of their own will, we could thus not escape them by rowing. But Wralda knew why he did so, and Frya, who got it, let the fire arrows quickly laid in the crossbows. At the same time he commanded that no one was allowed to shoot before he had shot. He further said that we all had to shoot toward the centre ship. Is that goal well accomplished, he said, then the others will come to his aid, and then everyone has to shoot as best he can. Now when we were a cable and a half away from them, the Phoenicians began to shoot, but Frya did not answer before the first arrow fell down 6 fathoms from his ship. Now he shot. The others followed. It seemed like a rain of fire, and as our arrows went along with the wind, they all stayed on fire, and reaching even the 3rd layer, All people yelled and cheered, but the cries of our opponents were so loud that it squeezed our hearts. When Friezo assumed it could be done, he let us hold off, and we sped away. However, after we had pulled forwards for 2 days, another fleet of 30 ships came in sight, which steadily won in on us. Friezo made us ready again, but the others sent a small boat full of rowers ahead. Their messengers prayed, out of all their names, if they could sail with them. They were Jongers. By Demetrius they had been forcefully sent to the old harbour, where they had heard of this case, and now they had submit the proud sword and had followed us. Friezo, who had sailed with the Jongers a lot, said yes, but Witchhirta, our king, said no. The Jongers are idle servants, idolaters, he said. I myself heard how they invoked them, Friezo said. That is because of the exchange with the Echt Krekelanders. I have often done that myself. Yet I am as hardened a Frya as the finest of you. Friezo was the man who had to guide us to Frya's land, so the Jongers went along. It also seems to be to Wralda's liking, for before 3 months had gone around, we went alongside Britannia, and 3 days later we could shout, "What a blessing!"
This writing was given to me about Northland or Schoonland. During the times that our land sank down, I was at Schoonland. There it went like this. There were great lakes, which expanded from the bottom like a bladder, then spilt apart. From out of the crevices came dust, as if it were blazing iron. There were mountains whose crests swayed off. These tumbled down and brought away forests and villages. I myself saw a mountain was being torn from the others. Linear, right, straight, it sank down. When I afterwards went looking, a lake had come there. When earth had bettered, a Duke of Lindisberg came with his folk and a fam. The fam declared everywhere, the Magi is guilty of the suffering we have suffered. They marched on, and the army became bigger and bigger. The Magi fled, one found his corpse, he had destroyed himself. Then the Finns were driven to one place, there they were allowed to live. There were bastardized blood, those were allowed to stay, but many went with the Finns. The Duke was chosen king. The churches that had remained whole were destroyed. Since then the good Northmen come more often to Texland for the Moder her council. But we can no longer consider them right Fryas. In the Denmarks it surely went as with us. The steersmen, who call themselves the proudest sea combatants, went on their ships, and then they went back. Hail! As soon as the cruder and tide had cruded on, the descendants will delude that the leaks and lacks that the swampmen brought with them belonged to their ancestors. Over that I want to watch, and therefore write as much about their customs as I have seen. Over the Geertmen I can step readily. I have not interacted much with them, but as far as I have seen, they have mostly strayed by language and morals. I cannot say the same of the others. Those who come away from the Krekelands are evil in language, and about their morals one cannot boast at all. Many have brown eyes and hair. They are angry and bold and scared through over-superstitiousness. As soon as they speak, they name the words first that must come last. To old they say odd, to salt, sad, ma for men, zel for shall, zod for should. Too many to mention. They also carry mostly overlandish and abbreviated names to which one can attach no sense. The Jonyers speak better, but they silence the H, and where it must not be, it is spoken out. As soon as someone makes a statue after a dead person and it resembles, then they believe that the spirit of the deceased fares in it. Moreover, they have hidden all the statues of Frya, Fasta, Medea, Thyna, Helena, and many others. When a child is born, then the relatives come together and pray to Frya that she let her famkas come bless that child. Have they prayed, then no one can stir nor be heard. If the child comes to cry, and this continues for an hour, thus it is a sign of evil. And one has a superstition that the mom has done whoredom. Over that I have already seen awful things. If the child comes to sleep, then that is a sign that the famkas have come over it. Does it laugh in its sleep, then the famkas have promised luck to that child. They also believe in evil spirits, witches and sorcerers, little old men and elves, as if they come away from the Finns. With this, I want to end now. I assume I have written more than any of my ancestors. Frederick.
Superstitions. When you let your thoughts, religion, control you, not nature-based, not as Wralda intended, Maggie-based lies. Little old men, kabooters. Kabooters live in mushrooms in the forest, so the fairy tale goes. I guess this is where the fairy tale of Santa Claus and his elves come from. Fretherick, my spouse, lived 63 years. Since 108 years, he is the first of his folk who died peacefully. All the others succumbed to the blows. Over that all battled with their own and far-living residents over right and duty. My name is Wiljo. I am the fam who traveled home with him from the Saxonomarks. Through language and interaction, it came out that we were both of Adela, her folk. Then came love, and after that, we became husband and wife. He left me 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Conored, thus my first is named, Hachgana, my other. My eldest daughter is called Adela, the other Frulik, and the youngest Nocht. When I traveled to the Saxonomarks, I saved 3 books: the Book of Songs, the one with tales, and the Healing Book. I write this so that one may not think they are from Apollonia. I have suffered a lot over that, and so I also want to have that honor. Also, I have done more. When Gosa Monconta has fallen, whose goodness and clear-sightedness became a proverb. Then I went alone to Textland to transcribe the writings which she has left behind. And when the last will was found of Frana and the bequeathed writings of Adela or Helenia, I did so again. These are the writings of Helenia. I put them first because they are the oldest. All echt Frya's hail. In earlier times, the slave folks knew nothing of freedom. Like oxen, they were brought under the yoke. In earth, her wound, they were hunted to excavate metal, and from the hard mountains, they had to hew houses for principals and priests' homes. With all that they did, that was not for themselves, but everything had to serve to make the principals and priests even more richer and mighty, harming themselves. Sounds just like today. Under this labor, they became gray and stiff before they were mature age, and died without satisfaction, although earth gave them abundantly much for the gain of all her children. But our Brits came, and our exiles through the Twisk lands traveled in their marks, territories, and our steersmen came into their ports. From them they heard statements about Eli freedom and right and about the Eva, outside of which nobody can go around, nobody can do without. All that was soaked up by the sad people like dew by the barren fields. When they were full, the most bold people began clattering their chains until it hurt the principals. The principals are proud and adventurous. Therefore, there is also still virtue in their hearts. They deliberated together and gave some of their abundance. But the cowardly, pretend Frana priests could not suffer that. Among their made up gods, they had also created bitter, cruel Drukton. Plague came upon the lands. Now they said, the Drukton are furious at the disobedience of the evil ones. Then the most bold people were strangled with their chains. Earth drank their blood. With that blood she fed fruits and nuts, and all who ate thereof became wise.
16 times 100 years ago, Atlant sunk, and at those times something happened that no one had counted on. In the heart of Finda's land, in the mountains, lies a valley that is called Casimir, which is rare. There a child was born. His mom was the daughter of a king, and his dad was a head priest. To escape shame, they had to escape their own blood. Therefore, he was brought outside the city to poor people. Meanwhile, it had not been concealed from him. Therefore, he did everything to get and gather wisdom. His common sense was so great that he understood everything he saw and heard. That folk regarded him with reverence, and the priest became scared over his questions. When he became of age, he went to his parents. They had to hear hard things. In order to get rid of him, they gave him an abundance of expensive stones. But they did not dare to publicly acknowledge him as their own blood. Covered with sadness at the false shame of his parents, he went wandering around. While traveling on, he met a Frya's steersman who was serving as a slave. From him he learned our morals and customs. He bought him free, and until their death they remained friends. Everywhere he went further on, he taught the folks that they must not tolerate neither rich nor priests, that they must guard themselves against false shame, which everywhere does evil to love. Earth, he said, bestows her gifts after the amount one claws at her skin, that one ought to excavate, dig in it, to irrigate, and to sow, if one wants to shave thereof. Yet, he said, no one needs to do this for another, or it be that it is by collective will or done out of love. He taught that no one is allowed to root in her wound for gold, silver, nor expensive stones, to which envy sticks and love flees from. To adorn your girls and wives, he said, her rhinestreams give enough. No one, he said, is mighty to give all people measurely, equally, riches, and like luck, happiness. But that is the duty of all people, to make people as measurely rich and give as much satisfaction as is to be reached. No science, he said, can be disdained, but like sharing is the greatest science that time can teach us, because it keeps out annoyances from earth and feeds love. His form name was Jesus, yet the priests who hated him severely called him foe. That is false. That folk called him Chrisen, that is shepherd, and his Frya's friend called him Buddha, pouch, because he had in his head a treasure of wisdom, and in his heart a treasure of love. At last he had to flee over the Vendrians of the priests, but everywhere he came, his teaching had gone ahead of him, and everywhere he went, his enemies followed him like his shadow. When Jesus had thus traveled around for 12 years, he he died. But his friends preserved his teaching and declared where it found ears.
Jesus christened Buddha is Jesus Christ Buddha, a mortal who once again was made into a god after his death by the crafty Magi priests.
Now, what do you assume the priests did? I must report that to you. Also, you must give severely attention to that. Further, you must watch over their business and scams with all the powers that Wralda has laid into you. While Jesus' teachings traveled over the earth, the false priests went to the land of his birth to reveal his death. They said they were of his friends. They revealed great mourning, torn their clothes to shreds, and shaved their heads bald. In the holes of the mountains they went to live, but in them they had brought their treasure. Inside they made their statues of Jesus. These statues they gave to the not much thinking, naive folks. At long they said that Jesus was a Drukten, that he himself had confessed that to them, and that all who would believe in him and his teaching would hereafter enter his kingdom, where there is happiness and satisfaction. Because they knew that Jesus had gone to fields in arms against the rich, so they declared in all directions that having poverty and being simple were the doors in order to come into his dominion, that those who had suffered most here on earth hereafter would have the most satisfaction. While they knew that Jesus had taught that one must control and govern his thoughts, so they taught that one had to kill all his thoughts, and that the perfection of the people consisted of that he would become just as undisturbed as cold stone. Now to make that folk wise believe that they had did so, thus they revealed poverty over the streets, and to further prove that they had killed all their thoughts, they took no wives. However, as soon as a daughter had done a misstep, then that was her forgiven quickly. The wrecked, weak, they said, one must help, and in order to preserve his own seal, one must give a lot to the churches. Thus doing so, they had wife and children without a household, and they became rich without working. But that folk became much poorer and more miserable than before. The doctrine by which the priests need no other science as Druid-like reasoning, Frya pretense, and commit unrights, injustices, extended itself out of the east to the west, and shall also come over our lands. But if the priests should delude that they have extinguished all light of Frya and of Jesus' teaching, then people shall stand up in all wards, who silently preserve the truth between one another, and have hidden it from the priests. These shall be the principles of blood, of priest's blood, of slave's blood, and of Frya's blood. They will bring their foodics and that light outside, so that all people can see truth. They will shout pain over the deeds of the priests and principals. The principals who love truth and right, they will depart from the priests. Blood shall stream, but out of that the folk shall gather new powers. Finda's folk shall apply their inventiveness for the collective benefit, that Lyda's folk its powers, and we our wisdom. Then the false priest shall be swept away from the earth. Wralda, his spirit, shall be honored and called upon all around and everywhere. The Ewa that Wralda laid in our mood at the commencement will be the only ones being adhered to. There shall be no other masters, nor principals, nor bosses, than those who have been chosen by collective will. Then Frya will rejoice, and earth will bestow her gifts only to the working people. All that shall commence 4,000 years after Atlan is sunk, and 1,000 years later there shall no longer be a priest nor coercion on the earth. Della, by named Helenia, wake.
After that shall commence 4,000 years after Atlan is sunk, and 1,000 years later There shall no longer be a priest nor coercion on earth. Man needs to rise up, rise above religion, be free from their thoughts. This was a teaching of Jesus on how to be free. And if you notice too, that he never talked about religion either. You know, he was hoping man would rise above religion. He was a follower of Nietzsche, Kant, and Schopenhauer. And they talked about the struggle of man and living in nature and not being a slave of your thoughts. So basically the same thing.
Thus sounded Frana's ultimate will. All good Frya's hail, and the name of Wralda, of Frya, and the freedom I greet you and pray to you. As soon as I have fallen before, I have named a successor. I recommend to you Tuntya, who is Bergfam on the Berg Medeasblick. To this day is she the best. This bequeathed Goza. All people hail. I have not named an honor mutter because I knew none, and it is better for you to have no mutter than one on whom you cannot rely. Awful time has sailed by, but another is coming. Earth did not give birth to it, and Wralda did not create it. It comes from the east, out of the bosoms of the priests away. So much suffering will it breed, that earth cannot drink all the blood of her slain children. Darkness, it shall spread over the minds of the people, like thunder its clouds over the sunlight. All round and everywhere, Rus and Draktim business shall combat with freedom and right. Right and freedom will succumb and we with them. But this winning will rot its loss. Of 3 words our descendants shall teach to their folks, and slaves the bediatness, meaning. These are collective love, freedom and right. At first they shall glow, then battle with darkness, until it becomes bright and clear in everyone's heart and head. The coercion shall be swept from earth, like thunderclouds by storm wind, and all Draktim business shall be unable to do anything against it. Goza.
The writing of Conrad. My ancestors have, after each other, written in this book. This I want to do above all else, because there is no burg left in my state in which events are written down like before. My name is Conrad. My father's name was Fretherick. My mother's name was Wiljo. After Dad's death, I was chosen his successor, and since I counted 50 years, one chose me to be Grevetman. My dad has written how the Linda wards and the Ludgarda have been destroyed. Lindaheim is still gone, the Linda wards partially. The northern Lugarda have been buried by the salty sea. The roaring waves are licking at the ring dike of the berg. Like Dad has reported, so the people without possessions went on and built small houses inside the ring dike of the berg. That is why that round part is now called Ludward. The steersmen say Luvverd, but that is mouse speak, bad speak. In my youth, the remaining land, which lies outside the ring dike, was all pool and swamp. But Frya's folk is steadfast and diligent. They neither get tired nor weary, because their goal leads to the best. By excavating ditches and making quays from the soil that came out of the ditches, thus we have again a good field outside the ring dike, which has the form of a hoof, 3 poles eastward, 3 poles southward, and 3 poles westward measured. Today we are busy driving poles into the ground to win a harbor and at the same time to protect our ring dike. When the work is ready, we will attract steersmen. In my youth, it all stood in a sad state, but today the small houses are already houses standing in rows, and leaks and lacks that had slipped in here with poverty have been driven out by diligence. From this, all people can learn that Wralda, our all feeds all his creatures, provided that you keep mood, courage, and collectively want to help others. Now I want to write about Friezo. Friezo, who was already mighty by his folk, was also chosen to chief Greva by Stavern's surrounding inhabitants. He mocked our way of land defense and sea combating. Therefore he founded a school in which the fellows learned fighting after Krekalander manner. But I believe he did that to tie that young folk to his mustache. I've sent my brother there also, which is now 10 years ago. Because, thought I, now we no longer have a mooter to protect the one from the other, I ought to be doubly watchful that he does not become our master. Gosa has not named us a successor. About that I do not want to pass judgment, but there are still old, awful thinking people who assume that she has agreed with Friezo about that. When Gosa had fallen, then the folk of all wards wanted to elect another mooter, but Friezo, who was busy to make a dominion for himself, Friezo desired neither counsel nor messengers from Textland. When the messengers from the land dwellers came to him, he spoke and declared. Gosa, he said, had been far-sighted and wiser than all Greva together, and yet she had found neither light nor clarity in the matter. Therefore, she had not had the courage, to choose a successor, and to choose a successor who was doubtful, she had seen evil in that. Therefore, she wrote in her ultimate will, "It is better for you not to have a mooter than one on whom you cannot rely yourselves." Friezo has seen much. At war he was brought up, and from the scams and ruses of the goals and principles he has exactly that much learned and taken, as he needed to point the other Greva where he wanted them. See here how he proceeded with that. Friezo had taken another wife here, the daughter of Wilfretha, want peace. In his lifetime he had been chief Greva at Stavern. With her he had won 2 sons and 2 daughters. Through his policy, Cornelia, his youngest daughter, was married with my brother. Cornelia is Frya's and must be written Cornelia. Vemud, his eldest, has bound herself to Kvatch. Kvatch, who also went to his school, is the son of Wichurta, the Geertman king. But Kvatch is also Frya's and must be Cap. But they have brought with them more evil languages than good morals. Now I must return with my history. After the great flood my dad has written about, many Juters and Lettners had drifted with low tide out of the Balda, or evil sea. At Catscat they drifted in their canoes with ice stuck on the Denmarks, and on it they remained seated. There were nowhere no people in sight. Therefore they took that land. After their name they called that land Juterland. After that many Denmarkers did come back from the high lands, but these settled themselves further south. And when the steersmen came back, who had not perished, one went with the other to the sea, or elands, islands. Through this arrangement the Juters could keep the land to which Wralda had pointed them. The Sealander steersmen, who did not want neither to help themselves nor feed themselves with just fish, and who had a great dislike for the Gauls, though then went to rob the Phoenician ships. In the southwest corner of Schoonland there lies Lindisberg, by named Linda's Nose, founded by our Apol, as is described in this book. All quay dwellers and surrounding inhabitants thereafter had remained echt Fryas, but through the lust of their revenge against the Gauls and against the Kaltana followers, they joined forces with the Sealanders. But that doing together did not hold, because the Sealanders had taken over many nauseous customs and habits from the foul Magyars, Frya's folk to mockery. Subsequently, each went robbing for themselves, but when it suited them, then they collectively stood by each other faithfully. However, at last, the Sealanders began to have a lack in good ships. Their shipmakers had perished, and their forests had been swept away from the land with soil and all. Now unexpectedly 3 ships came to moor at the ring dike of our burg. Due to the breaches of our lands, they had gotten lost and missailed the Flea mouth. The merchant who had gone with them wanted to have new ships from us. For this he had brought with him all kinds of expensive wares, which he had robbed from the Kaltaner lands and from the Phoenician ships. Since we had no ships of our own, I gave him hefty horses and 4 armed Rhine messengers with him to Frieso, because at Stavern and along the Aldurga, there the best defense ships were made of hard oak, where no rod ever gets at. While the sea combatants stayed with me, some Juters had sailed to Texland, and after that they had been to Frieso. The Sealanders had robbed many of their sturdiest fellows, who had to row on their benches, and of their sturdiest daughters, to thereby produce children. The sturdy Juters could not ward it off, because they did not have good weapons. When they had told their suffering, and many words had been exchanged about it, Frieso asked at last if they had no good harbor in their area. Oh yes, they answered, a best one created by Wralda. She is like your beer pitcher there. Her neck is narrow, but in her belly can easily lay thousands of great canoes. But we have neither berg nor berg weapons to keep the robbed ships out of there. Then you should make one of those, Frieso said. Good reasoned, answered the Jutters, but we have no craftsfolk nor construction tools. All of us are fishermen and Juters. The others are either drowned or fled to the high lands. While he was declaring that, my messengers came with the Sealander nobles at his court. Here you must now take heed how Frieso knew to bury, overwhelm, all to the satisfaction of both parties and to the gain of his own goal. The Sealanders, he promised, they would have 50 ships yearly, according to fixed size and to fixed funds, equipped with iron chains and crossbows, and with full rigging, thus for defender ships, needy and necessary. But the Juters should then let them with peace, and all the folk who belonged to Frya's children. Yes, he wanted to do more. He wanted to invite all our sea combatants, that they should fight and rob with them. So you can see during Frieso's time how much the Phryans' morals have been corrupted, where before they would only attack others if attacked upon, now they would fight and rob for self-gain. The age of the Vikings had begun. When the Sealanders had Brit away, Then he had 40 old ships loaded with Berg weapons, wood, here baked stone, carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths, in order to build Bergten with that. Witto, that is, White One, his son, he sent along to supervise. What exactly has occurred there has not been reported to me, but so much has become apparent to me on both sides of the harbor mouth as Withberg was built. In it, folk is laid that Friso took from the Saxana marks. Witto has courted Suchurta and taken her as his wife. Wilhelm, thus was her dad's name. He was chief alderman of the Jutters, that is, chief grevetman or greve. Wilhelm died shortly afterwards, and Witto was chosen in his place.
How Friso did further. From his first wife he had retained 2 brothers-in-law, who were very clever. Hetto, that is Hot One, the youngest, he sent as sent messenger to Kataberg, which lies deep in the Saxana marks. He had received from him, from Friso, 7 horses besides his own, loaded with expensive things robbed by the sea combatants. With each horse were 2 young sea combatants and 2 young riders dressed with rich clothes and money in their pouches. Just as he was sending Hetto to Kataberg, he sent Bruno, that is Brown One, the other brother-in-law, to Managarda wards. Managarda wards was written earlier in this book, Managarda Forda, but that is misdone. All the riches they had with them were given away according to circumstance, to the principals and female principals and the chosen girls. Did his fellows come there at the tavern, lit pouring, in order to dance there with the young folk? Then they let baskets of spice cake come and kegs of barrels of the best beer. After these messengers, he always let young people travel over the Saxana marks, who had all the money in their pouches and all brought giveaways, lit pourings, or gifts with them. And in these taverns they then wined and dined unconcernedly away. Now if it happened that the Saxana fellows looked jealous at it, they laughed friendly and said, "If you dare to battle the collective enemy, you can give your bride even much richer gifts and living even more principle-like, regally." Both of Friso's brother-in-laws are married with daughters of the most illustrious principals, and after that the Saxana fellows and girls descended to the fly lake in whole herbs. The Berg Famna and the Old Famna, who still knew of their former greatness, did not incline to Friso's business. Therefore, they declared no good of him. But Friso, more savvy than them, let them chat. But the young Famna he spun with golden fingers to his case. They said everywhere, "We no longer have a mudder, but that is because we are adults. Now befits us a king, so that we can win our lands again, which the mudders have lost by their unsteadfastness." They further stated all Frya's children are given freedom to let his voice be heard before a decision is made when choosing a principal. But if it can come so far, that you again choose a king, so I want also to say my opinion. After all that I can consider, so Friso is the one chosen by Wralda, for he has miraculously guided him here. Friso knows the scams of the Gauls, whose language he speaks. He can thus watch against their ruses. Then there is something else to consider there. Which Greva should one choose as king? Without that, the others will become angry over that. All such languages were declared by the young Famna. But old Famna, though few in number, tapped their reasonings from another keg. They declared everywhere and to all people. Friso, they declared, does as the spiders do. By night he spins nets on all sides, and by day he gobbles his unsuspecting friends in them. Friso said that he cannot suffer neither priest nor puppet principals. But I say, he cannot suffer anyone but himself. Therefore he will not tolerate the burg Stavia to be restored again. Therefore he does not want to have a mutter again. Today Frya is your counselor, but tomorrow he wants to become your king, so that he can reign over you all. In the bosom of the folk now arose two parties. The old and the poor wanted to have a mutter again, but that young folk, who were full of battle lust, wanted to have a dad or king. The former called themselves mutter's sons, and the others called themselves dad's sons. But the mutter's sons were not noticed, for because many ships were made, there was abundance for shipmakers, blacksmiths, sailmakers, rope makers, and for all other craftsfolk. On top of that, the sea combatants brought all kinds of jewelry with them. Of that, the wives had enough, the famna had enough, the girls had enough, and all of that all their relatives had enough, and all their friends and allies. When Frya had held house at Stavern for nearly 40 years, he died. By his holding together he had brought many states closer together again. But whether we thereby become better, I dare not to validate. Of all the Greva who were before him, there was none so famed like Frya had been. But, as I said before, the young Famna declared his praise, while the old Famna did everything to despise him and make him hated by all people. Now with that, the old Famna could not disturb him in his holding together, but with their complaining they have achieved so much that he died without being king.
Now I want to write about Adel, his son. Frya, who had learned our histories from the book of the Adelings, had done everything to win their friendship. Her first son, whom he won here from Sweterta, his wife, he instantly called Adel, and although he combated with all his might to neither restore nor rebuild Bergten, yet he sent Adel to the Burg at Texland, so that he steadily could become acquainted with everything that belongs to our Eva language and morals. When Adel counted 20 years, Frya let him come to his own school, and when he had finished learning there, he let him travel over the states. Adel was an amicable chap. During his travels he had won many allies. That is why it came to be that the folk called him Atha Rich, Ally Rich, which served him so well afterwards, because when his dad had fallen, he remained in his place, without there being any talk about choosing another Greva. While Adel was learning at Texland, there was also a very lovely fam on the Berg. She came away from the Saxana marks, from the state which is named Swobaland. Therefore at Texland she was named Swobine, although her name was Ivka. Adel had fallen in love with her, and she loved Adel, but his dad prayed him he should still wait. Adel was obedient, but as soon as his dad had fallen and he was settled, he instantly sent messengers to Bertholda, her dad, if he could have his daughter for a wife. Bertholda was a principle of unbastardized seed. He had sent Ivka to Texland, learning in the hope that one day she would be chosen Bergfam in his own land. However, he got to know their mutual desire. Therefore he conceded and gave them his blessing. Ivka was a edgy, sharp Fryas. As far as I got to know her, she always rotted and rooted until the Frya's children could come again under the same Eva and under one bond. In order to get the people on her side, she had traveled with her beloved from her dad through all the Saxana marks and further to Gertmania. Gertmania, thus, the Geertmen had named their state, which they had received through Gosa, her holding together. After that they went to the Denmarks. From the Denmarks they went by ship to Texland. From Texland they went to West Fleeland, and so along the sea to Valhallagara. From Valhalla they went along the southern Rhines until they came with great fear above the Rhine at the lake dwellers, of which our Apollonia had written. When they had been there a while, they went again to the delta. Now, when they had traveled to the delta for a long time, until they came in the region of the old Berg Aachen, therefore chaps were unexpectedly murdered and stripped naked. They had come a little behind. My brother, who was present by everything, had often forbid them, yet they had not listened. The evildoers who had done it were Twisklanders, who today come boldly over the Rhines to murder and to rob. The Twisklanders that are banned and brit away Frya's children, but their wives they have robbed from the Tartars. The Tartars are a brown Findus folk, so called because they goad Tart all folks to battle. They are all riders and robbers. From that the Twisklanders have become so bloodthirsty. The Tartars are a brown Finda folk. Yes, it was commonly known that Tartars, Tartarians, were synonymous with Mongolians. The Tartars did not have a great empire that expanded over Europe, and they most definitely didn't build the beautiful architecture in Europe. That was done by the Fryans, the builder race. The Twisklanders had done the annoyances, called themselves Frya or Franks. There were, my brother said, red, brown, and white among them. Those who were red or brown, bit decolorized, their hair with chalk water white. Now that their faces were brown with it, thus they became all the uglier thereby. Just as Apollonia, they went afterwards sightseeing Leidesburg and the Aldurga. Then they went around over Stavern's ward among their folks. So amiable had they set themselves up that the people everywhere wanted to keep them. 3 months on, Adele sent messengers to all the allies he had won and let them pray they should send enlightened folks to him in the minimonth. At least 2 pages missing. His wife, he said, who had been femme at Texland, had afterwards received a transcript. At Texland many more writings had been found, which had not been transcribed into the book of the Adelingen. Of these writings, Gosa had laid down one by her ultimate will, which was to be made public by the eldest femme Albetha as soon as Friso had fallen. Here is the writing with Gosa's counsel. When Wralda gave children to the Muters of the human sort, mankind, he laid one language in all the tongues and on everyone's lips. This gift Wralda gave to the people so that they can make known to each other with that what one must avoid and what one must hunt for, pursue, in order to find selichtness and to keep selichtness in all eternity. Wralda is wise and good and all foreseeing, because he now knew that luck, happiness, and selichtness must flee from earth when evilness can deceive virtue. Thus he has tied to that language a righteous ownershipness attribute. This ownershipness lies in the fact that with it one cannot tell lies nor speak deceptive words without voice suffering, stammering, stuttering, nor without becoming red for shame, by which one can recognize the evil of heart instantly. Because our language thus leads to luck, happiness, and to selichtness, and thus watches along against evil inclinations, therefore it is with all right, rightfully, named Gude's language, and all those who keep it in honor have profit from it. God's language. But what has happened? As soon as deceptors arose among our half-sisters and half-brothers, who presented themselves as good, his skulks, thinkers, so quickly that changed. The deceitful priests and the bitter cruel principals, who always held together, wanted to live at will and do without Guds Eva. In their jodishness, and we see jodishness means Jode. Later, Jode is not an ood word. Jo equals IE in Dutch. So these should have become in Dutch side or tide. However, it is wrongly modernized to Jode, Jude, Jew. See Annex 4 for more info. In their Jodishness, Jewiness, they went on and have made up other languages so that they could speak secretly in the presence of all others about all evil things and about all unworthy things, without that voice suffering could betray them, nor red for shame could mess up their face. But what is born out of this? Just as happy as the seed of good herbs germinate from out of the ground, sown publicly by good folks by bright day, just as happy does time bring to light the harmful herbs that are sown by evil folks in hiding and by darkness. The degenerate girls and the unmanly fellows who fornicated with the foul priests and principals unlock the new languages in their lovers. In this way they spread among the folks until they have completely forgotten God's language. God's language. Now, do you want to know what became of that? Now voice suffering nor face no longer betrays their evil thoughts. Now virtue has departed from their midst. Wisdom has followed, and freedom has gone with them. Unity got lost, and discord has taken its place. Love has fled, and whoredom sits with envy at the table. And where first righteousness ruled, rules now the sword. All have become slaves, the folks of their nobles, and the nobles of envy, evil lusts and greed. Now, if only they had made up one language, possibly things would still have gone a little good, somewhat well. But they have invented as many languages as there are states. Because of that, the one folk can understand that other folk as little as the cow can understand the dog, and the wolf the sheep. The steersman can testify to this. However, because of this, it has now come that all slave folks regard each other like other people, and that they, as punishment for their submissiveness and of their temerity, must warring and combating each other for so long until they are all destroyed. Here is now my counsel. Are you thus so greedy that you want to inherit earth alone, then you ought to never again let another language come over your lips than God's language, and then you ought to take care that your own language remains free of exotic sounds. Do you want that some of Lida's children and of Finda's children remain, then do equally so. The language of the East Schoonlanders is spoiled by the foul Magyars. The language of the Kaltana followers have been degenerated by the smug Gauls. Now we have been so mild as to take back into our midst the returning Helena followers, but I hesitate and am very afraid that they will repay our being mild with the spoiling of our pure language. Much have we experienced, but of all the Burton that have been destroyed and exterminated by awful time earth has preserved Frya's unharmed. Also I can report in addition that Frya's or God's language has equally unharmed been kept here. The language of the East Schoonlanders is spoiled by the foul Magyars. The East Schoonlanders would be the Finns of Finland. Their language was spoiled with Ugric, like in Hungary. The language of the Kaltana followers has been degenerated by the smug Gauls. And we know the followers of Kalta were the Celts or Celts. So the Celtic language is a degenerate language, not Wralda's language. Here at Textland, therefore, one must found schools. Of all the states that hold on to the old morals, the young folk must be sent here. Then those who are learned can help the others spread it at home. Do the other folks want to buy ironware from you and speak to you about it and bargain? Then they must return to Gude's language again. If they learn Gude's language, then the words be free and have right will come to them. In their brain it shall then begin to glimmer and glow until everything becomes a flame. These flames shall digest all evil principles and all pretend Frana and smug priests. The near and far living send messengers, took satisfaction in that writing. However, there came no schools. Then Adel himself founded schools. After him, the other principals did like he. Yearly Adel and Ivka went to see the schools. When they found among the inhabitants and outhabitants, immigrants, Selichen, soulish ones, who revealed each other's friendship, then both showed great happiness. If some Selichen had sworn friendship to each other, then they let all the people come together. With great status, they then let their names be written in a book, named by them, the Book of Friendship. Afterwards, feasting was held. All these customs were done in order to tie the undergoing twigs of Frya's tree trunk together again. But the Famna, who envied Adel and Ivka, said that they did it for nothing else than having a good calling and to gradually rule over another one's state. So instead of God, Wralda, confusing the languages, as written in the Magi Bible's story in Genesis 11 of the Tower of Babel, it was the Magi who confused Wralda's language so they could hide their evil schemes. It is no coincidence that the EU Parliament building today is a replica of the original Tower of Babel. By their works, we know who rules over us.
Among my dad, his writings, I have found a letter written by Lutgerd, the Gertman. Except for some matters that apply to my dad alone, I give here that other to the best ones. Pangab, which is 5 waters, and where beside we come from is a running stream of exceptional beauty, and named 5 waters because 4 other run streams flow through its mouth into the sea. Very far eastwards is another great run stream, which is named Holy Frana, Ganga, have gone. Between these run streams is the land of the Hindus. Both run streams run down from the high mountains to the delta.
The mountains whence they stream down from are so high that they laya, up to the heaven, Himmel. That is why the mountain range is called Himalaya mountain range. Notice Himalaya is a Fryan word, not a Finda word. This mountain range was named by the Fryans, Gertmana, who lived in India.
Among the Hindus and others from the lands are some folks who come together in silence. They believe that they are unbastardized children Findas. They believe that Finda was born from the Himalaya mountain range, after which she and her children have gone to the delta, or emptiness. Some of them believe that she has gone downward with her children on the foam of the holy Ganga. That is why that run stream would be called the Holy Ganga. But the priests who come away from another land had the folk speared up and burned. Therefore, they do not dare to come out openly for their cause. In the land, all the priests are fat and rich. In their churches, all kinds of Drukden-like statues were found. Among them are many gold ones. West of the Pangab, there are the Oera, or bitter ones, the Gedrosna, runaways, or Britna, and the Virgetin, or forgotten ones. All of these names were given to them by the angry priests, because they fled from them because of morals and belief. Upon their arrival, our ancestors had also settled themselves on the eastern shore of the Pangab, but because of the priests' will, they also sailed to the western shore. As a result, we have come to know the Oera and the others. The Oera are not Oera, but good people who do not allow statues nor worship them. Also, they do not want to tolerate neither churches nor priests. And just as we hold up the Frana light of Fasta, equally they hold up permanent fire in their houses. However, does one come very westwards, thus one arrives at the Gedrasna. Of the Gedrasna, they are bastardized with other folks and all speak separate languages. These people are truly Oera, bitter, evildoers, who always wander with their horses over the fields, who always hunt, rob, and who hire themselves out as soldiers to the surrounding principles, for whose sake they hew down everything they can reach. The land between the Pangab and the Gonga is as flat as Frya's land by the sea, interspersed with fields and forests, fertile in all parts. But that cannot prevent that at times thousands by thousands succumb through hunger. These hunger emergencies, famines, can therefore not be attributed neither to Wralda nor the earth, but only to the principles and priests. The Hindus are just as naive and afraid of their principles as the Hinds are of the wolves. That is why the Oera and others have called them Hindus, which, bidayats, means Hinds, but from their naivete is made atrociously misuse off. When the far-living merchants come to buy corn, so everything is made into money. By the priests it is not being warded off, for they are even more savvy and greedy than all the principals together, knowing very well that all the money in the end comes into their pouches. Beyond and apart from that, the folks there suffer a lot from their principles. They must also suffer a lot from the venomous and wild animals. There are sturdy elephants who walk in whole herds. There at times trample whole fields of corn and whole villages. There are pied and black cats, named tigers, which are as big calves, who devour human and animal. Besides many other wrigglings, there are snakes from the size of a worm, all to the size of a tree. The biggest ones can devour a whole cow, but the smallest are even more terrible than those. They keep themselves hidden between flowers and fruits to grab the people who want to pick from them. Is one bitten from those, then one must die, because against their venom, earth has not given any herbs, as long as people have made themselves guilty of idolatry. Furthermore, there are all sorts of high dizzies, lizards, nigh dizzies, worm lizards, and dizzies, amphibians. All of these dizzies are just as the snakes, from a worm to a tree trunk large. After that they are big or terrible. They are named, which I all cannot name, but most large dizzies have been named allgetters, alligators, because they are just as grubby biting at the decaying animals which float from the stream from above the delta as the living animals that they can grab. On the west side of the Pangab, after which we come away, and where I was born, there bloom and wax the same fruits and nuts as on the east side. In the past, the same wrigglings were found, but our ancestors have burned all the undergrowth and hunted the wild animals for so long that few remain. Does one come very westward of the Pangab, then one finds, besides fat agricultural land, also barren ghost lands that seem infinite. at times interspersed with lovely regions, to which the eye remains bonded. Among the fruits of my land are many species amid which I have not found here. Among all kinds of corn there is also golden amid, also golden yellow apples, some of which are as sweet as honey, and some as bitter as vinegar. With us, nuts are found like children's heads so big. There is hardened milk, and milk in them. When they are old, then one makes oil from that. From the bark one makes rope, and from the kernels one makes chalices and other utensils. Here in the forests I have seen creeping and stockberries. With us, berry trees are like your linden trees, which the berries are much sweeter and 3 times larger than stockberries. When the days are at their most longest, and the sun shines from the top, then it shines down linear right, straight, on your head. Has one sailed with his ship very far south, and one's face turned east at noon, then the sun shines against your left side, as it would otherwise do against your right side. With this I want to end, but after my writing, it will be easy for you to separate the lying tales from the true tales. Your Ludgard.
When the days are at their most longest, and the sun shines from the top, then it shines down linear, right, straight, on your head. Has one sailed with his ship very far south, and one's face turned east at noon, then the sun shines against your left side, as it would otherwise do against your right side. So this tells us the sun is traveling along the equator, and if you sail on either side of it, between the tropics, you will notice that the sun falls either left side or right side, depending on if you are north of the equator or south of the equator. This proves that the sun is local, small, and not a million miles away.
The writing of Baden. My name is Baden, Hachgana, his son. Conarid, my uncle, has never married and thus died childless. One has chosen me in his place. Adel, the third king of his name, approved the case, provided I would acknowledge him as my master. Apart from the full inheritance of my uncle, he has given me a whole piece of land adjoining my yard, on condition that I would stall Therian people who would never, his folks. 20 or more pages are missing.
Letter from Lika, the old fam, said, read out loud in Stavron at the Jol feast. All of you whose ancestors came here with Frizo, my references to you. Thus you assume you are innocent of idolatry. I do not want to talk about that today, but today I want to point out a leak which is little better. You know, or you do not know, how Wralda has 1,000 glory names. Though that you all know that he is being named All-Feeder, All-Father, All-Father, from cause that everything becomes and waxes from him to feed his creatures. It is true that earth at times is also being named All-Feedress, because she bears all fruits and nuts with which human and animal feed themselves. Yet she would bear neither fruit nor nut if Wralda did not give her powers. Also wives who let their children be feed, at her breasts are called feedress. But did Wralda not give in them, then the child would not find gain from it. So that at the end of the account, Wralda remains as the only feeder. That earth at times is named All-Feedress, and a mam is called Feedress, is still possible by a twist, but that a man lets himself be named Feeder because he is dad, the combats against all reason. But I know from where this foolishness comes. Listen here, it comes from our opponents, and as soon as that is followed, you will thereby become slaves, to the grief of Frya and your haughtiness, to a punishment. I will report to you how it went with the slave folks, from that you can learn. The puppet kings who are living at will stab Wralda to his crown, jealous, out of envy that Wralda is named All-Feeder. So they wanted to be called All-Feeders of the folks. Now all the people know that a king does not rule over waxdom, and that to him his food, is brought by the folk. Yet they wanted to harden in their temerity, so that they could come to their goal. Thus they have formalized it, not being content with the free, voluntary gifts, but have imposed a tax on the folk. From that treasure, which came from that, they hired overlandish soldiers, whom they laid in and around their courts. Subsequently, they took as many wives as they lusted, desired, and the lesser principals and lords did the same. When quarrel and discord slipped into the households after that, and complaints came about it, then they have said, "Every man is the father of his household, therefore he shall also be master and writer, judge over it." Then arbitrariness came, and just like he ruled with men over the households, he went with kings doing it over their state and folks. When the kings had brought in thus far, that they were called feeders of the folks, then they went on and let statues being made after their appearances. These statues they let being set up in the churches beside the statues of the drachne, and those who would not bow before them were killed or put in chains. Your ancestors and the Twisklanders have interacted with the puppet principles. From that they have learned this foolishness. But not only that some of your men make themselves guilty of robbery of glory names, also I must complain about many of your wives. Are there among you men found who want to be in one line with Wralda? There among you wives are being found who want it with Frya. Because they have borne children, they let themselves be called mother. But they forget that Frya bore children without entrance of a man. Yes, not only that they want to rob Frya and the honor mothers of their glory-rich names, to which they cannot reach, they do the same with the glory names of their nearest. There are wives who let themselves be called Frova, although they know that this name belongs only to principals' wives. They also let their daughters be called Famna, despite them knowing that no girl can be called so, except if she belongs to a burg. You all delude yourselves that by this robbery of names you are getting better. But you forget that envy sticks to it, and that every evil sows its disciplinary rod. If you do not turn around, then tide will give you waxdom to it, so strong that one cannot see the end of it. Your descendants will be beaten with it. They will not understand where these blows come from. But although you do not build the Famna a burg and leave them to their fate, yet there will some remain. They will come out of the forests and holes. They shall prove to your descendants that you are willfully guilty of this. Then they will damn you. Your apparitions will rise afraid from out of the graves. They shall invoke Wralda. They shall invoke Frya and her Famna, but no one shall be able to improve it. Before the Joel steps into another walk ring, loop. But that shall only happen when 3,000 years have passed after this century. End of Lika's letter.
That is why I want to firstly write about Black Adel. Black Adel was the fourth king after Frya. In his youth he had learned at Texland. Then he learned at Stavern, and subsequently he travelled over all states. Then when he was 24 years old, his dad has made that he was chosen to Sega Aska, right speaking questioner, judge. Once he was asker, he always judged in favour of the poor. The rich, he said, commit enough unright things by means of their money. Therefore, we ought to take care that the poor look towards us. Through this and other reasonings, he became the friend of the poor and of the rich fright. So awful did it come to that his dad saw him to the eyes, disliked him. When his dad had fallen, and he climbed on his seat, then he wanted just as well to keep his office, like the kings of the East do. The rich do not want to tolerate that, but now all the other folk ran to heap, rose up, and the rich were happy to come out of the council whole-skinned, uninjured. From then on, one never heard any more talk of E-like right. He thumbed, keep under his thumb, the rich, and he stroked, preferential treatment, the poor, with whose help he judged all cases where he had a stake in. King Asker, as he was always called, was almost 7 earth feet tall. As great as his stature was, so were his powers. He had a bright sense, so that he understood all that was spoken about, yet in his deeds one could detect no wisdom. By a beautiful face he had a smooth tongue, but even blacker than his hair was his seelie be found. When he was king for 1 year, he necessitated all the fellows of his state they should annually come to the camp and make pretend war there. In the beginning he had stuff, hassle with that, but at last it became so common that old and young from all the wards came away asking if they could join. When he had brought it this far, he had defence schools founded. The rich came complaining and said that their children now learned neither reading nor writing. Asker did not notice it. But when pretend war was held again shortly thereafter, he went up on a stage and declared loudly, "The rich have come to me complaining that their fellows do not learn to read nor write. I have said nothing on that, but here I want to say my opinion and have it discussed in the collective council." When everyone now curiously looked up to him, he said further, "To my understanding, one must today leave the reading and writing to the famna and the old consignment. I do not want to speak evil about our ancestors. I only want to say, among the times about which some boast so hard, the Burgfamna have brought discord upon our lands, and the Moeders before and after could not drive discord out of the land again. Even worse, while shouting and talking about needless customs, the Gauls have come and robbed all our beautiful southern lands. Today they have already come with our spoiled brothers and their soldiers over the Scheld. What remains to us is to choose between carrying yoke or sword. Do we want to remain free? Thus the fellows ought to omit that reading and writing for the time being, and instead of playing seesaw and sway games in the taverns, they must play with sword and spear. Are we practised in all parts, and the fellows are sturdy enough to wear helmet and shield and wield the weapons? Then I shall throw myself with your help on the enemy. The Gauls can then write the defeats of their helpers and soldiers on our fields with the blood that is dripping from their wounds. Have we driven the enemy in front of us? Thus we must continue to do so until there are no Gauls, nor slaves, nor Tartars any more to drive off from Frya's inheritance." "That is right," shouted most of them, and the rich dared not to open their mouth. This speech he had surely made up in advance and let it transcribe, for on the evening of the same day the transcripts of it were in at least 20 hands, and all of them were sounding the same. After that he ordered the ship's men. They should make double prowers, to which one could fasten a steel crossbow. Those who omitted were fined. Could anyone swear that he had no means? Thus the rich had to pay for it from their wages. Today one shall see where all that upheaval ended up in. In the north end of Britannia, which is full of high mountains, there sits a Scots gruff folk. for the most part sprouted from Frya's blood. For one half they are from Kaltna followers, for the other parts from Brits and Band, who gradually with time from the tin mines fled there. Those who came from the tin mines all have overlandish wives or of overlandish origin. All of them are under the might of the Gauls. Their weapons are wooden bows and arrows, with points of deer's horns, also of flint. Their houses are of sod and straw, and some live in the holes of the mountains. Sheep they have robbed is their only treasure. Among the descendants of the Kaltna followers, some still have iron weapons, which they have inherited from their ancestors. In order to become well understood now, I must let my tale of the Scots folk resting, and write something about the near Crechalands. The near Crechalands have previously belonged to us alone, but since time immemorial, descendants of Llyda and Finda have settled there also. Of the latter came at last a whole bunch from Troge. Troge thus a city was called, which the folk of the far Crechalands captured and destroyed. When the Trojans were nested, settled in the near Crechalands, then they built there with time and diligence a strong city with walls and burgton, Rome, which is roomy, called. After that was done, that folk has made themselves, through ruse and violence, master of the entire land. The folk living on the south side of the Middle Sea came, for the most part, from Phoenicia away. The Phoenicians are a bastard folk. They are of Frya's blood, and of Finda's blood, and of Llyda, her blood. That folk of Llyda are there as slaves, but because of the fornication of the wives, these black people have bastardized all the other folk and painted them brown. This folk and those of Rome combat persistently for the mastery of the Middle Sea. Further, those of Rome live in enmity with the Phoenicians, and their priests, who want the dominion to rule over earth alone, cannot stand the Gauls. The former have taken away Masselja from the Phoenicians, then all the lands lying southwards, westwards and northwards, also the southern part of Britannia, and everywhere they have the Phoenician priests. That is called the Gauls, driven out. Then thousands of Gauls britted to Britannia. A short time ago, the chief of the Gauls was seated there on the burg, which is called Kerenac, which is Herne, corner, because he gave his orders to all the other Gauls. Also, all their gold was brought together there. Kerenhern, chosen corner, or Kerenac, is a stone burg, which used to belong to Calta. Therefore, the Famna of the descendants of the Kaltna followers want to have the burg again. Thus, by the enmity of the Famna and the Gauls, feuds and quarrel had come over the mountain land with murder and fire. Our steersmen came there often to get wool, which they bought for prepared hides and linen. Asker had often been with them. In silence he had closed an alliance with the Famna and with some principals, and bound himself in order to hunt, chase the Gauls out of Kerenac. When he came again afterwards, he gave the principals and most adventurous men iron helmets and steel bows. War had come along, and shortly thereafter streams of blood flowed down from the slopes of the mountains. When Asker assumed that chance was laughing to him, opportunity was upon him. He went forth with 40 ships, and took Kerenac, and the chief Gaul with all his gold. The folk with whom he had combated with the soldiers of the Gauls he had lured out of the Saxanamarks with promises of great lords, robbery and booty. So the Gauls was nothing left. After that he took 2 islands as storage for his ships, and from which he later went out to rob all the Phoenician ships and cities that he could grab. When he came back, he ultimately brought 600 of the sturdiest fellows of the Scots mountain folk with him. He said they had been given to him as guarantee so that he could be sure that the parents would remain loyal to him, but it was a lie. He kept them as bodyguard in his courts, where they all got lessons daily in riding and in wielding all kinds of weapons. The Denmarkers, who had long named themselves above all other steersmen proud sea combatants, had not heard so soon of Asker's glory-rich deeds, or they were getting angry about it. So much so that they wanted to bring war over the sea and over his lands. See here how he could avoid war. Between the ruins of the destroyed Burg Stavia was still seated one more savvy burgfam with some famna. Her name was Rentja, and a great call went out from her wisdom. This fam offered Asker her help under the condition that Asker would let the Burg Stavia be rebuilt again. When he had bounded himself to this, Rentja went with 3 famna to Hals. At night she went travelling, and during the day she declared at all the markets and inside all the taverns. Wralda, said she, had let her shouted at by thunder that all Frya's folk must become friends, like it behooves sisters and brothers, otherwise Finda's folk would come and exterminate them all from earth. After thunder, Frya's 7-watch Famkas had appeared to her in a dream 7 nights in a row. They had said, above Frya's lands hovers disaster with yoke and chains around. Therefore, all folks who have sprouted from Frya must throw away their by name and call themselves only Frya's children or folk. Further on, all must stand up and drive the Findus folk out of Frya's inheritance. Do they not want to do that? Thus they shall get slave bands around their necks. Thus the overland lords shall let their children be abused and tortured, so that the blood seeps into your graves. Then the apparitions of your ancestors shall come to wake you up and reproach you over your cowardice and subservience. That dumb folk, already accustomed to so much foolishness by the doings at the hands of the Magyars, believed everything she said, and the moms clasped their children to their breasts. When Rentja had brought the king of Hals and all the other people into unity, she sent messengers to Asker, and she herself went along the Balda Sea. Then she went to the Lithhors, so named because they always hew or haw their enemies to the face, Lith. The Lithhors are Brits and exiles from our own folk, who sit in the Twisklands and swirl, wander around. Their wives they have robbed most altogether from the Tartars. The Tartars are a part of Finda's race, and so named by the Twistlanders because they never want no peace, but always taunt, tart the people to battle. Subsequently she went behind the Saxonamarks across the other Twisklands, everywhere shouting out the same. After 2 years were up, she came home along the Rain. At the Twistlanders she had presented herself as Muda, and said they could come again as free and frank people. But then they had to go over the Rain and hunt the Gauls followers out of Frya's southern lands. If they did so, then her King Asker would go over the Scheld and win off that land there. Among the Twistlanders, many Jodish customs of the Tartars and Magyars have slipped in, but also many have remained of our morals. Because of this, they still have Famna who teach the children and give the old counsel. At the commencement they resented Rentja, but at last she was followed and served by them, and boosted wherever it was useful and necessary. As soon as Asker learned from Rentja, her messengers, how the Jutters were inclined, he sent instantly messengers from his end to the King of Hals. The ship with which the messengers went was laden with Famna jewellery, and with it was a golden shield on which Asker, his appearance was artfully depicted. These messengers were to ask if Asker could have the king, his daughter Frethilgunsta, to be his wife. Frethilgunsta came a year later to Stavern. Among her followers was also a Magi, for the Jutters had since long been spoiled. Shortly after Asker married Frethilgunsta, a church was built. In the church, Jodish Drochten-looking statues were set up with gold-wrought clothing. Also, it has been claimed that Asker bowed down there with Frethilgunsta at night and untide at all times. But this much is certain: the Burg Stavia was not being rebuilt. Rentja had already come back and went angrily to Prontlick, the Mooder at Texland, to complain. Prontlick went on and sent messengers in all directions who shouted out, "Asker has been given over, gone over to idolatry." Asker did as if he was not aware of it, but unexpectedly there came a fleet from Halls. At night the Famna were driven out of the burg, and in the morning all that could be seen of the burg was a glowing heap. Prontlick and Rentja came to me for shelter. When I thought about that afterwards, it seemed to me that it could signify disaster for my state. Therefore we have made up a ruse together, which had to be of gain to all of us. See here how we went about it. In the middle of the Krill forest, east of Ludverda, lies our fly, or keep out, which one can only reach through swirl paths. On that burg I had since long set up young watchmen who all had a loathing for Asker, and kept all other people away. Now it had come with us also so wide, far, that many wives, and also men, already talked about ghosts, white wives, and little old men, like the Denmarkers. Asker had utilised all this foolishness to his gain, and now we wanted to do the same for our gain. On a dark night I brought the Famna to the burg, and then they went with their Famna through the swirl paths, haunting in white clothing enveloped, so that after that no one dared to come any more. When Asker assumed he had his hands roomy, free, he let the Magyars travel under all kinds of names through his states, and outside Grenaga and outside my state they were not kept out. After Asker was thus bounded with the Jutters and the other Denmarkers, they went to rob together. However, this did not bear good fruits. They brought all kinds of overland treasures home, but precisely because of this, that young folk did not want to learn any craft, nor work in the fields, so that at last he had to take slaves. But this was entirely against Wralda's will and against Frya's counsel. Therefore punishment could not be omitted. See here how punishment has come. Once they had together won a whole fleet, which came from the Middle Sea. The fleet was laden with purple clothes and other valuables, all of which came from Phoenicia. The weak folk of the fleet was put ashore, south of the Sogin, but that sturdy folk was kept. Those had to serve them as slaves. The most beautiful were kept to stay on land, and the ugliest and blackest were kept on board to row on the benches. In the fly, the booty commodities were distributed, but without their knowledge their punishment was also distributed. Of the people who were stowed on the overland ships, there were 6 felled by belly pain. One thought that the food and drinks were poisoned, therefore everything was thrown overboard, but belly pain remained, and everywhere where slaves or goods came, belly pain also came inside. The Saxmen brought it over their marks. With the Jutters it sailed to Schoonland and along the quay of the Balder Sea. With Aska his steersman it sailed to Britannia. We and those of Grenaga, allowed no goods nor people to come over our poles, and therefore we remained free of the belly pain. How many people belly pain snatched away I do not know to write, but Prontlick, who afterwards heard it from the other famna, reported to me that Asker had killed 1,000 times more free people from his states than he brought in foul slaves. When plague has ceased for good, then the Twisklanders, who had become free, came to the reign. But Asker did not want to stand in one line with the principles of that foul bastardised folk. He would not tolerate that they would call themselves Frya's children, like Rachel had offered. But he forgot with that he himself had black hair. Among the Twisklanders there were two folks who did not call themselves Twisklanders. That one folk came away from very far in the southeast. They called themselves Alamana, all men. This name they had given themselves when they were still without wives in the forests swirling around as banished. Later they have robbed wives from the slave folk, just as the Lithors, but they have kept their name. That other folk who swirled around more near called themselves Franks, not because they were free, but Frank, thus the first king, had been called, who had, with the help of the spoiled famna, made himself hereditary king over his folk. The folks who bordered them called themselves Deet his sons, that is, folk his sons. They had remained free people because they never wanted to acknowledge a king, nor principal, nor master, than those ones who by collective will had been chosen at a collective council. Asker had already learned from Rachel that the Twisklander principles were mostly always in enmity and feuds. Now he proposed to them they should choose a duke from his folk, because he was afraid, he said, that they would quarrel with each other over the mastery. Also, he said, his principles could speak with the Gauls. That, he said, was also Muda's opinion. Then the principles of the Twistlanders came together, and after 3 times 7 days and nights, they chose Alric as their duke. Alric was Asker's cousin. He gave him 200 Scots, and 100 of them sturdy Saxmen with him as bodyguards. The principals had to send 3 times 7 of their sons to Stavern as guarantee of their loyalty. So far everything had gone according to wish, but when they were to sail over the Rhine, the king of the Franks did not want to stand under Alric orders. Through that, everything ran at the table. Messed up. Asker, who assumed that everything was going well, landed with his ships on the other side of the Schelde, but there one had long been informed of his arrival and on their guard. They had to flee as quickly as they had come, and Asker himself was caught. The Gauls did not know what they had caught, and so he was afterwards exchanged for a high Gaul, whom Asker, his folk, had taken with them. While all that was happening, the Magyars walked even more bold than before over our neighbours, their lands. At Egmond, where before the Burg Farana had stood, they let a church being built even bigger and richer than Asker had done at Stavern. After that, they said that Asker had lost that case with the Gauls, because the folk did not want to believe that Woden could help them, and that they therefore not wanted to worship him. Further, they went on and kidnapped young children whom they kept with them and brought up in the secrets of their spoiled doctrines. Were there people who? The rest of the book is missing.
Annex 2, Aldland and Textland. Aldland, the old land, is the part of Frya's land that perished. Opposite the former Westland lies Britannia. Textland is the Heilige Land, Holy Land, now called Helgoland. Helgoland now Helgoland in the past. See how in the past there was land that was above water around the raised land. During World War II, Churchill has tried to erase Tex land from the map. One of the biggest enemies of the Fryas, Churchill. Helgoland, Einigkeit und Recht und Freiheit equals unity and right and freedom. Dr. Helmut Lemke. Aldland, by the steersmen, called Atland, nowadays the popular Atlantis, the birthplace of Frya. On the map, Fryasburg is pointed out. Steingrund, stone ground, the place where amber was won. The firestone probably used for the Fudix and for electricity. With thanks to der Volkslehrer and his trip to Helgoland. Annex 3, Friesen and Netherlands. Friesen are not the Frizzy of Tacitus, and certainly not the Fryas of the OLB. Frizzy would be the small tribes in Flanders, northern France. Most likely it is a steersman shortening that has stuck with the descendants who did not know the original word at all, Fryzie. All of Frya's land is reduced by Tacitus to a few square kilometers in Flanders. The Friesen are thieves. The name is stolen, the language is stolen, and the history is stolen. On Wikiwand, the story of the Friesen is told. For the English speakers, please go yourself to Wikiwand and translate the fairy tale yourself if you are interested. It is a confusing story which takes the story of Flanders and mixes it with fantasy and places it in the Netherlands during the time that it was still a giant mud pool. The Graven of Holland are the Graven of Flanders. The Dutch history is based on the history of Flanders and the colonists who came to occupy the Dutch coastal areas who decided to call themselves after the Belgians, Frizzy. Those colonists were no Fryas, but Findas, the descendants of the Magyars from the OLB. We have Vikings who apparently came here to steal mud. We have Batavs who ruled over the mud. And we have Romans and Frizzy who built cities in the mud. Sure, sounds logical. They are speculating about where the name Friesland came from, and then they come up with the story of Flanders. Nothing to do with the Netherlands. The word Fries is being found in Middle Netherlands sources only in 1278. The last letter of the OLB is in 1256. That is the moment they started to build Maduro Dam. Sorry, Friesland. By now, the Vlie, the North Sea, is reduced to a small stream, the Vlie, between the islands of Vlieland and Terschelling. Where do the names Vlieland and Texel come from? They do not want you to know where Aldland and Texland is, the birthplace of Frya. So Aldland has been reduced to Texel, and Vlieland to an island of a few square miles. Almere or Flevo Lake or Flehe in Flanders, Belgium, now moved to North Holland. For more information about the so-called history of the Netherlands and the Friesen, go to noviomagus.info and lgpelaan.info, who expose the whole hoax. Friesen or Jews? Fries names. 50 most used Jewish names. Judas Namen. So you can look through the list here. On the left we have De Vries, De Jong, Dijkstra, Boer, Visser, Hoekstra, Postma, Veen, Veenstra, and Mayer. And on the right we have De Jong, Jansen, De Vries, Van de Berg, Van Dyck, Baker, Johnson, Blosser, Schmidt, Major, De Boer, Mulder, De Grant, Bos, Vos, Peters, Hendricks, von Leuven, Decker, Brewer, De Witt, Dijkstra, Smits, De Graal, De Grant, Vandermeer, van der Linden, Keck, Jacobs, De Haars, Vermuten, Van de Heuvel, Van der Veen, Van den Broek, De Bruin, Van der Heiden, Schouten, Van Beck, Willems, Van Vliet, Van der Van, Hoekstra, Maas, Verhoeven, Koester, Van Dam, Van der Waal, Prince, Blom, and Hulsman. The people in Volendam, Dutch town in West Netherlands, are all descendants of Sephardic Jews from Portugal. The whole west coast and Friesland exists of Jewish settlements, with a capital, of course, the Jewish ghetto, Amsterdam. The Netherlands, 3rd to 10th century. The red area is inaccessible. The Netherlands around 1300. Still a bunch of mud. Germany and the Netherlands as it must have looked like, more or less. From this situation I assumed with my map of after the flood of 1888 after Aldland sank. During the OLB there were no dikes yet, so the water could just flow in. It is not clear where the coastline was. It also changed during the times of the book. In 1888 years after Aldland sank, 30 salt lakes were added at the North Sea coast and 50 salt lakes in West Vlieland. In the beginning there was more land, later less. The entire coastline retreated inland. If there was land where Friesland is, it disappeared during that flood, and with it all the Bergton. However, those are all still in use afterwards. With that, it is certain that the book cannot be about Friesland. All the places mentioned are further inland. The Friesen had to prove to themselves and others that their club of race-mixed people was a folk. But if you are not a folk, you also have no history. So what do? You just steal it from another folk and put a lot of money in promoting your history while oppressing the folk whose history you have stolen. The Netherlands has no history older than the 10th century because before that it was either water or mud. It was a floodplain until the sea level went down and we built dikes before the sea level rose again. The only people with a history in this country live in the south and east. The Fryas who lived in Vlieland. The OLB is part of our history, not of the Friesen, not of the Netherlands. Friesen and the Netherlands are fiction. Annex 4, Jude. Because the two words Jode and Jode, I don't know how to pronounce those, have the same meaning, my conclusion is that they are the same word. The word Jode, Jew, is a collective word of the bad traits and practices of the Findas as previously mentioned. Insidious, pompous, lying, swindling, cheating, stealing, usury, violent, over-superstitious, over-inventiveness, making foul, dirty, Drockton-looking statues, and idolatry, etc. Jew, Jode, Jude became the name of people who possess these traits and indulge in these practices. Later came the fairy tale that they were called Jude, because they came from Judah. The original meaning is the reason why you are not allowed to call a Jew a Jew. All the bad traits and practices are locked up in that word. Interesting that the word Jode is of the time that the north and west is being occupied by the Jews. Jude, extortionist, deceiver, usurer, scrape lust person, saying having been surrendered to the Jews, having fallen in evil hands, to abusers without a caring heart, like the Jews are. Jew, to cheat, to drive a hard bargain. The Jews, which is from Latin, as an offensive and opprobrious term, person who seeks gain by sordid means. Jew's harp, simple mouth harp, is from 1580s earlier. In uneducated times, inexplicable ancient artifacts were credited to Jews based on the biblical chronology of history, such as Jews' money, 1570s, Roman coins found in England. In Greece, after Christianity had erased the memory of classical glory, ruins of pagan temples were called Jews' castles, and in Cornwall, Jews' houses was the name for the remains of ancient tin smelting works. In uneducated times, read, before the brainwashing when people were still speaking the truth. Chioda customs, churches and statues. Roman coins are Chioda coins. Rome was built by Jews. The Roman Empire was the Jewish Empire that went murdering, torturing, and raping through Europe in order to force people to believe in Jewish fairy tales. Annex 5, Replacement. While you're being distracted by the alternative media with replacement by Arabs and black Africans, there is already a replacement going on for thousands of years now, about which nobody is talking. The replacement of Fryas with race-mixed white Jews. Not just our identity is being exchanged, but also the Jews are taking over the appearance of us Fryas, so nobody realizes that there are not many Fryas left. The exchange of identities by the Jews. Schizophrenic Jews who delude themselves to be Fryas. The well-regarded Orthodox rabbinical authority Rabbi Emanuel Feldman explains the idea of Jewish superiority that Neuser touches on in a fictional dialogue as follows. David, I do not want to repeat what is obviously a cliché, but doesn't chosenness imply superiority? Do we actually consider ourselves superior to the rest of mankind? Rabbi Emanuel Feldman. That is another false supposition. Superiority per se is not an evil. Certain athletes are superior to others. Certain musicians are superior to others. Certain doctors are superior to others. The fact is that certain nations are superior to others in specific areas of endeavor. Yes, we believe that the Jewish people is chosen for its mission by God because it possesses certain God-given talents, a clear vision and knowledge of God and how He wants mankind to live on His earth, and the ability to connect with God and with the sacred in life. The Jewish people was seen by God as having certain qualities: steadfastness, spiritual resilience, courage, faith, self-discipline, which made us the most suitable agent for bringing the concepts of God and holiness into the world, that is to say, our national character. From Carl Wralda on Substack or renegadetribune.com. One of the foremost current scholars of Judaism, Rabbi Jacob Neuser, comments regarding a passage from the Mishnah tractate Avodah Zarah on the moral difference between Jews and Gentiles in the Mishnah as follows. The basic theory of Gentiles, all of them assumed to be idolaters, is, first, Gentiles always and everywhere and under any circumstance are going to perform an act of worship for one or another of their gods. Second, Gentiles are represented as thoroughly depraved, not being regenerated by the Torah, so they will murder, fornicate, or steal at any chance they get. They routinely commit bestiality, incest, and various other forbidden acts of sexual congress. Here is how the Mishnah law expresses these premises. Do not leave cattle in Gentiles' inns, because they are suspect in regard to bestiality, and a woman should not be alone with them, because they are suspect in regard to fornication, and a man should not be alone with them, because they are suspect in regard to bloodshed. Meanwhile, it is in the Jewish interest, it is in humanity's interest, that whites experience a genocide. Until white children are burned alive, white women raped, mutilated, murdered, and all white men who have not been slaughtered watched powerlessly as their people are terrorized, only then will mankind be on a more equal footing, ready to discuss white privilege and the apparent chip on the shoulder that minorities have. Jewish Rabbi Ishmael Levitz. The Jews believe that they are Fryas and that we are Findas. The Friesen also believe they are Fryas. The schizophrenia knows no boundaries. The Jews have stolen the identity of the Fryas and pasted their Jodish identity on the Fryas. Whose identity did they steal? Who are the Fryas? Well, of course, the people who are most hated by the Jews. Are those the Friesen who receive special privileges from the Jews? Or are those the people who are being lied about day after day? About whom is the fairy tale of 6 million Jews supposedly killed by gassing in World War II? The Friesen? Which people do the Jews hate the most, Germans or Friesen? Ever heard of Jews saying that they want to murder all Friesen? No. However, the instigation to mass murder all the Germans that we hear for hundreds of years now. The OLB has nothing to do with the people who at the end of the 16th century occupied a part of Gelderland and North Germany and started to call themselves Friesen. This book is about the most hated people who for hundreds of years now are carrying the stigma of being violent and murderous. They are the people who got the identity of the Jews pasted on them while the Jews stole their identity. The white race, and especially the Germans, the descendants of the writers of the OLB. The replacement is not by Muslims and black Africans as the propaganda goes. The literal replacement is being done by Jews. Not just is there everywhere propaganda in which they steal our identity and paste on us, Fryas, their identity. There is a 1,000 of years old breeding program in order to breed whites with blonde hair and blue eyes. Nowadays, probably with the help of the women they steal from East Europe, those are probably not just sex slaves, but also breeding chickens who have to change the brown findas into whites. Besides that, of course, the stupid Frya men who donate sell their sperm to sperm banks. For whose benefit did they invent IVF, do you think? Us? No way. We are not allowed to have children because they have a CO2 footprint. Children in Israel and the Hollywood studio Gaza. The little Kinderloch. Omar was on Salah al-Din Street. It would not surprise me if there were never Palestinians in Gaza, but Gaza is the place where the white children are being bred. There is no war in Gaza against Palestinians. They are brown Jews who are being bred into being whites. That so-called war in Gaza and the replacement by Muslims and black Africans is all theater to mask the real goals. Do we not only in the white countries have laws that people are not allowed to marry their own family members, tribe members? Jews, Asians, and black Africans do not have such laws. That law is to take care that Fryas do not marry Fryas but foreigners. There is almost no Frya left in the world. Most white people are the product of race mixing. I suspect that there are by now more Jews with blonde hair and blue eyes than Fryas. The Fryas with blonde hair and blue eyes are all being portrayed as murderous Nazis and are being hated by everyone, including their own brothers and sisters. The last remaining Fryas are being brainwashed with the help of propaganda, so they will hate themselves and do not want to have children anymore or go race mixing with other races. Very soon there is no Frya left on earth, and we will be replaced by white Findas. All wisdom will have disappeared from earth, and there will never be right and freedom any more. Our land is not being replaced by Muslims. Our land was already replaced a long time ago, at the moment that the Jews occupied half our land and started to play boss here. The stupidity, laziness, and subservience, the cause of all evil, of the Fryas who lived in Frya's land and the Americas have determined our fate and that of the whole world. The Jews are obsessed with DNA. While we're being told all kinds of fairy tales about what DNA is and what it does, they know very well what is written in DNA. They cannot change DNA, and the whole mRNA vaccine propaganda is just one giant psyop, just as the genetic disorders and genetic manipulation psyops. The only way in which they can get our DNA, and with that all the wisdom that lies in there, is by means of the breeding program. Why do you think that at the same time as their hate campaign against whites is overflowing on TV and internet, they insist on becoming white with blonde hair and blue eyes? It is not about the outside, it is about our DNA. It is about the wisdom that lies in our mood. They want what we have, and at the same time that we, the carriers of the wisdom, disappear, because the people living according to Wralda's Eva and wisdom will inherit the earth. That is where all this theater, this whole psychosis is about. Who in the end shall inherit the earth? Meanwhile, everybody keeps repeating the nonsense that Jews only make out 2% of the population. According to my counting, there are more than 500 million Jews in the world. I suspect that the number was reached at the moment they took down the Georgia Guidestones. Then there is this stupid argument that because Jews are only 2%, they have no right to occupy all high posts. With that, you say that if they reveal the true numbers and it comes out that the majority of the population is Jewish, they do have the right to play boss in our countries. Now, who would invent all such nonsense? An echt Frye is somebody who is capable of carrying his own responsibility for his life, for his behavior, for his decisions, for his mistakes, and for his community. An echt Frye knows what echt freedom is. An echt Frye is capable of living in freedom. Echt freedom is life in reality. Echt freedom means that you do not need a government or an invisible, fantasized Jewish fairy tale figure to save you or save the world. How many echt Fryas are left in the world? While we're being kept busy with memorizing Jewish fairy tales at school and completely senseless work till we are too old and weak to still be able to learn how to think for ourselves, we are being robbed of our land, of our health, of our common sense, of our freedom, and of everything that makes us unique: creativity, wisdom, honesty, and care for our nearest and nature. Our mood gives us courage, perseverance, steadfastness, problem-solving skills, analytical skills, and creativity. Nothing from all of this is being found in the youngest generations because they have no connection with their mood. The only connection they still have is to a smartphone. a propaganda and monitoring device that prevents you from ever getting a connection with your mood. You are not a Frya because you look like one. You are a Frya when you have the mood of a Frya. Contrary to all brainwashing and propaganda, it is not about the outside, it is about the inside. Your mood is the only thing that counts. Either we learn from our history, stop making the same mistakes, and read the OLB very good and do what we are being told, or that of which our ancestors have warned us for shall happen. The whole of Frya's folk shall be exterminated. For our brothers and sisters in the Americas was the land of the free, Frya. That came to an end in 1776, or whatever the real year was, when the Jews, coming from the Jew land in the Netherlands, installed a government. Your founding fathers are not your saviors. They were the ones who changed your Frya's land into a slave land. America was no longer the land of the Frya, but the land of the Jews. Founding fathers is in Dietz. Finda fathers. Fryas are the natives. That is why it's called the land of Frya and not land of the Finders or land of the sufferers. The propaganda that the Frisian Jews are Fryas has been going around for hundreds, thousands of years now. Please help to kick this lie out of the world and take our identity back. It is time we not only put history and science right, we also have to put the identities of the races right. It is time that we stand up and make Frya's land again. Thanks for reading this book. Alex Fryas Bern. Frya's Stoop. Way mit mening en loa wat. Way mit ork les tich sel rof. Way mit sloa voine and quad. Teed for mood and teed for dod. Freedom, wisdom, react, and mood. Wralda, zie os alle kud. Een drak, zie os sterk, stekroaft. Ein drakt, jav, os alle weit. Frias, Falk, zich held und wog. Zecht at wieder, zecht at vog. Frya zie and Frya vadnad. Si hu osa dukt bivudlat. Vam me zet za, ich bin free. Free von Boas und von Bryn Brie. To speed os Frya, the sea slower von. Lom und dom, en felo to laugh. En leva Frya, the stoa ne opt. Bize ten heid, wird Noah verdon. Way mit mening en loa wat. Way mit ork lestic zele roaf. Way mit stoa voine und quad. Teed for mood and teed for dod. Freedom, wisdom, react, and mood. Wralda zie os alle kud. Andrak zie os sterich stekroaft. Andracht Jahwe os alle weit. Frya Falk zecht held and volk. Zecht at Wiener, zecht at Voak. Frya's Barn Wralda Weed. Kom alza men ut yo speed. Velo too long. Kong dis aldruch. Velo too long. Was de her ne hare. Viljo leva avin as Yahweh yo sale en groat kas. Wisdom, freedom, zi vat yo Yavet. React and Frey don't know, for ald hat leva. Waymit mening and loa vad. Waymit oark les tich sele roaf. Waymit sloa vone and quad. Teed for mood and teed for dod. Freedom, wisdom, react and mood. Wralda ze os alla kud. Een drak ze os sterik ste croaft. Eindrak Yahweh os alle weit. Frya's Falk zech held and volk. Zecht at Wiedner, zecht at volk. Theus stan vas tich hof damud. Tu stond far Falk and far os kud. Frya's rod und Seele plicht. Asva dar an osa Seele techt. Mood si fat at na ed lik had. Soa velo di hoad ir da beve. Sket a quad von yaw leaf o year da. At speed o dot v soa un year day. Waymit mening and loavat. Waymit oark les tich sela rof. Waymit sloa vo ne ond quad. Teed for mood and teed for dod. Freedom, wisdom, react and mood. Wralda ze os alla kud. Eindrak zia os sterik ste croaft. Eindrak Yahweh os alle weit. Frya's Falk zech held en volk. Zecht at Wiedner, zecht at volk. Zamorn wieder sona opt komad. Hov viloa kach ut os breon ut voacht. Boazah and Hasra doa os not. Also Noah koa vi redna in at deets. Anaya de nuhuring on breka. Frya's Falk skill op koa stonda. Tu jenst on react und vel die heid. Tu jenst toa ka ren ka and sloa vone. Waymit mening and loa vat. Waymit ork les tich zale roaf. Waymit sloa vone and quad. Teed for mood and teed for dod. Freedom, wisdom, react and mood. Wralda ze os alla kud. Eindrak ze os sterik ste croaft. Eindrak Yahweh os alla weit. Frya's Falk zech held en voak. Zech at Wiedner, zech at voak. Kwame zech ka ich bin eft. Ich hof mina brin at bia koampad. Mood sie fat ist or hof. Ich bin not longer on Hyra net. Freedom see war ich tu farastoa. Wisdom react see var ich farkoa. Nimmer my loa kach and be true self twang hoaf ich yita inok. They mit mening and loa vad. They mit oark les tich sale rof. They mit sloa vone un quad. Teed for mood and teed for dawn. Freedom, wisdom, react and mood. Wralda ze os alle kud. Eindrak ze os sterek ste croaft. Eindrak Jahwe os alle weit. Frya's Falk, zich held en voak, zecht at vidher, zecht at voak. Thank you so much to Danielle, Kenyon, and Scotland Sean for helping me with the narration, and a big thank you to Alex Fryas Bern for taking on the task of putting the Oera book right. I wanted to also make a quick list of points on what we've learned from Alex and the true translation of the OLB. 1. Frians originally spoke Dietz. We get Dutch and Deutsch from the word Dietz. The Dutch and the Deutsch are just a way to say speakers of Dietz, just like German is a way to say siblings. 2. The land of Dietz, where the OLB took place, were not northwestern Netherlands because that land was underwater. The translators are hiding the fact that the lands of Dietz was actually southeastern Netherlands, Belgium, northern France, and Germany. 3. The OLB is really about a history lesson for the Fryas of their future, us, on how to live in peace, freedom, and right. How if we disobey the Eva, we will learn by these mistakes. 4. That Frya's old land was most likely what is today known as the Doggerland, that sunk into the sea. Doggerland, Godderland, good land, God's land. 5. And lastly, and most importantly, as a Frya, we stand for truth. Even if we are the last one standing, it is our duty to our race to speak up. All hail Frya.